Rated by Kendall Taylor and Aidan Snow. Prologue. I am not lazy. I'm physically conservative. T-shirt. Phoebe. Phoebe, age 15. My feet dragged as I walked to my doom. It wasn't anything bad, at least not to most people. To me, though, yeah, I'd rather be at home reading a book or possibly at the lake fishing. Hell, I'd even take camping over this. A club party. A motorcycle club party. It wasn't anything wild, just a thing with friends and family. See, my father was the president of the Dixie Wardens MC Benton, Louisiana chapter. My father, Sam Mackenzie, had dragged me here. It wasn't that I didn't want to see my grandfather, because I did. It was because I didn't like parties. I didn't like big crowds, and I most definitely didn't like the loud crap they considered music. It was inevitable. I'd be leaving the party tonight with a headache. Then again, my mother had graced our entire family with the ability to get a headache at a moment's notice. Honestly, it was more routine for me to have a headache at this point than to not have one. My sisters, Piper and Prue, who were twins, easily disappeared into the crowd and started making the rounds, greeting family and friends. I, on the other hand, wound my way around the outskirts of the party until I found my grandfather. I would say hi, I would find a quiet spot, and then I'd pull out my Kindle and read while hoping nobody bothered me. I found my grandfather at the far end of the large open structure. The building we were in tonight used to be an airplane hangar, so there was more than enough room for the hundreds of people that were milling about, laughing and carrying on. Some of those people had drinks in their hands, while others had their arms wrapped around their loved ones. I kept my eyes down, not meeting anyone's gaze, hoping that if I kept eye contact to a minimum, nobody would stop me. I was right. It worked. I arrived at my grandfather's side just in time to hear him say to the man standing on the other side of him, "How's Benson doing?" Dixie, the man that he was talking to, was one of the oldest members of the MC, and had about 30 grandchildren at this point. "He's definitely not happy that he was forced to come," Dixie muttered, his eyes going somewhere into the darkness. I followed his gaze but didn't see anything, or anyone, anywhere. "Maybe I should stop forcing us introverts to come," I suggested, walking up to my grandfather and wrapping my arms around his waist. He wrapped me up tight and gave me a good squeeze before loosening his hold. "Hey, girl," my grandfather said. "Happy birthday." I smiled. Usually when it's one's birthday, they get to do what they want. They're not forced to come to a party. "Your father knew I wanted to see you," he said, his eyes lit with humor. He knew just as well as I did how much I hated crowds. "And I wanted to give you a birthday present." He pulled a box out of his back pocket, and I looked at it suspiciously. "What is it?" I asked, making no move to take it. "Jesus, she's harder to give presents to than Benson," Dixie muttered, sounding amused. "I tried to give him a bike today, and he told me to shove it up my ass." I blinked. I hesitated. "That was sweet of him." Dixie burst out laughing. "He was mad because I paid off the rest of the loan. He wanted to pay it off on his own. I wanted him to have a goddamn bike that didn't break down halfway to work every day." "Didn't his mother try to do that, and he refused to drive it until he could pay off the loan himself?" my grandfather, Silas, asked. "Yes," Dixie muttered, "but I figured if I told him it was a gift for his birthday, he'd be willing to take the bike." "Let's just say that he wasn't." "He's a proud kid," Pops muttered. "You should have known that he wasn't going to take that." "Maybe," Dixie admitted. "But Jesus Christ, it's hard watching that boy struggle. He's going to school full-time, and he's working full-time. All the while he's making it on his own, but only by the skin of his teeth." I felt like I was missing part of the story, and I wanted to know more. It wasn't every day that someone turned down a motorcycle because he was wanting to do it all on his own. Hell, I hadn't turned down the free vehicle my parents had given me. Granted, it was my mother's old truck, and it was twice as old as I was, but it was still in perfect condition and would suit my purposes perfectly. That, and it was my dream vehicle. "Kid's hell-bent to make it on his own. There's nothing wrong with that, Dixie," Pops told him. "Not everyone can be perfect like my Phoebe." I snorted and pushed away from him to look at him incredulously. "Didn't you tell me just last week that I had a death wish and didn't have my head screwed on straight?" I questioned. His head tipped down to meet my gaze. The reminder of what I'd done last week being brought up again wasn't likely the best idea. "Since you're reminding me of that," he said, causing Dixie to laugh and me to wince, "let's talk about whether you stayed your ass out of trouble this week." I shrugged. "I don't know what you're talking about." My father, who'd somehow arrived without my knowledge, snorted. "Actually, no. I caught her sneaking out of her bedroom window this week, scaling the razor wire fence with a blanket off her bed and stealing a car she'd stashed in the woods." He paused. "Oh. And she had one of my pistols." I rolled my eyes. "I was going down to the Tally Bottoms. What do you want me to do, go down there without any protection?" My grandfather started to shake as he suppressed his laughter. "Laugh it up," my father muttered. "I'm fairly sure that Amelia will learn all this fun shit from her." Pops looked down at me and raised an eyebrow. "You wouldn't." "Of course not," I lied. Amelia, who was technically my aunt but in actuality was younger than me, was my grandfather's baby. His youngest and most spoiled. Amelia and I got each other, and though she was a couple years younger, she was exactly like me. Independent and hell-bent on doing what she wanted to do and damned the consequences. Amelia, who is currently nowhere to be seen. "Where is Amelia?" I questioned. "She's with her mother over there somewhere." He pointed in the direction of the office-like area where there was food and beer. "They made you a cake." I grinned. "Yeah?" "Well, they tried. I think we ended up buying you one, too. It's in the office." "Stay away from my new helicopter." I was halfway across the expanse of the room before he'd called that out to me, and I jiggled my hand at him with a dismissive wave. Pops cursed while my father laughed. Apparently, they didn't trust me. I'd never... That was a lie. I'd totally done it before. Not that I'd actually done anything as far as taking it for a test drive, because I wasn't that dumb, but I was curious by nature. I did do stuff like test my boundaries and possibly touch buttons that I shouldn't. My eyes scanned the area for the new helicopter, and I grinned when I found it near the back of the hangar. It was missing all the company logo stickers that the other helicopter had, and I assumed that was something that would come soon. My grandfather owned the life flight company that serviced the immediate area. Today's party was a celebration, not for my birthday, but for the opening of the new life flight facility in Texas, about a half hour from where we lived. Which was kind of nice, seeing as we wouldn't have to drive the couple hours to see him as much, since he was about to be spending a lot of time here getting the new business off the ground. I looked over my shoulder and then glanced around to see if I had anyone's attention, and thinking that I didn't, I moved to the door of the helicopter. I mean, if anyone cared to come to the other side of the hangar and look, they'd see me getting inside of it. But since everyone was on the opposite side of the massive machine, I had a feeling I'd escape unscathed, at least until my grandfather or father decided to come check on me. Opening the door, my mouth dropped open at all the switches and things that I could explore. I climbed inside and started to flip stuff open, pull stuff out, and honestly just go through things that I shouldn't be going through. Unfortunately, my pops had thrown down the gauntlet when he said, "Stay away from my helicopter." I mean, what the hell did he think was going to happen when he told me to stay away? I was like a moth to a flame. Tell me not to do something, and I was going to do the exact opposite. After my exploring was finished, I buckled myself in, grinning wildly when I found that it was actually quite comfortable. Except, I found that I couldn't reach my Kindle that was in my back pocket. Shit. I started to fumble with the clips and harnesses, only to realize that I couldn't unhook myself. I had no idea how, and just when I decided to have a mini panic attack, hands filled my vision as they made quick work of the harness. I looked up just in time to see a tall man who was lanky but still bulky, if that was even possible, backing away. "Thank you," I said, smiling. The man didn't say anything, giving me time to study him. "Welcome," he muttered. "You shouldn't be in there." I laughed and pushed the straps the rest of the way off my shoulders before reaching for my Kindle. Yeah. The movement caused the birthday present from my grandfather to shift, nearly falling to the ground outside the helicopter. He caught it and handed it back to me, which I took and sat back on my right leg this time. "What'd you get?" he asked, his eyes coming to clash with mine for all of a half-second before they skittered away. That 1 second was enough to allow me to see a perfect set of gray eyes. I looked at the unopened box in front of me and shrugged. "My guess is that it's a new phone. I broke mine this week." He blinked, his eyes once again flicking to mine before they moved away. "How'd you do that?" I thought about whether I wanted to tell this man, however new to the man life he was, how I'd broken my phone, and decided it really didn't matter. Somebody like him would never give a girl like me a second look. "I was walking to my truck and it fell out of my pocket. I stepped on it and shattered the screen," I lied. "You're lying," he muttered, walking away. I opened my mouth to deny that and then realized that I couldn't. I was lying. Okay, so I might have been crawling over a razor wire fence at the time and stepped on it by way of actually falling on it, I called to him. He stopped, half in, half out of the shadows. At least he was listening. When I peeled myself up off the ground, I realized that my phone had bitten the dust, I admitted. "Happy now?" He shrugged. "Whatever." He didn't leave, though. Nope, he stayed where he was, gazing out through the large open bay doors, staring into nothingness. It was when the silence went on uncomfortably long that I pulled out my Kindle and started to read. If he wasn't going to talk, I wasn't either. Plus, I had a new book that I wanted to finish, which was my reason for not wanting to come today. Hushed whispers from somewhere had me looking up, and at the nose of the helicopter that I was sitting in was another boy that I'd never seen before, which was easy seeing as there were 3 clubs here right now and all of their families. And 2 girls that I had seen before, but I couldn't figure out how I knew them or who they belonged to. "He's stupid," one of the girls whispered. "And he never makes eye contact. My dad said that he was special." "Special as in retarded?" the girl asked, as if she hadn't spoken loud enough to wake the dead. "No," the girl shook her head, glancing at the man's body as if he was deaf and couldn't hear a word that they were saying, when I damn well knew he could. "My dad called it Asperger's. He has a mild form of it, and Dad said that it could be worse. But hell, I'm not sure how. He's awful right now. I tried to talk to him last week, and he ignored me like I wasn't even there." "Maybe he didn't want to talk to you," I suggested to the 3. "And maybe he can hear every freaking word that you're saying and doesn't want to talk to two-faced bitches." The girls looked around for me, finally finding me in the helicopter. "Who the fuck are you?" one of them sneered. "Phoebe Mackenzie, daughter of Sam Mackenzie, granddaughter of Silas Mackenzie, club president of the Dixie Wardens MC Benton, Louisiana chapter," I answered. "Did you want my social security number and driver's license too, or will what I've already given you suffice?" They all blinked, and I heard the sweetest laughter come from the man beside me. I doubted the others heard it. It was so low, but it was music to my ears. "I'm not sure why you think you're hot shit because you're a president's granddaughter, but you're not," the girl on the left said, crossing her arms tightly over her ample chest. She had to be about 18 or so because she was tall and voluptuous while still retaining her young baby face. "I'm not hot shit," I admitted. "I'm a Mackenzie. You asked who I was, so I told you." The girl on the right scoffed. "And you know nothing. He doesn't talk because he doesn't comprehend. I Googled his affliction." I tilted my head to the side. "Hey, you," I said to the man. "You understand everything they say, don't you?" The man nodded. "I do." One of the girls gasped, while the boy started to laugh. "Fuck you, hoax," he muttered. "Sorry, Benson." The boy, who wasn't a boy at all, but a young man like Benson, said, "It's just so fucking annoying listening to you not say anything while they tear you to shreds. These bitches were going on and on about you, and I wanted to see how far they could stick their feet into their mouths." The tall man, Benson, shrugged. "It's easier to allow them to think what they want than to correct them and be required to explain my situation." Hoax grumbled something under his breath and left without another word, leaving the two girls gaping at him as he went. I snorted in laughter at the look of affront on the girls' faces. "What? It doesn't feel good to be called names?" The two left without another word, and I contemplated asking the man what the hell, but decided if he wanted to talk to me, he would. Instead, I went back to my book and got another 8 pages in before Benson started to talk. "I do have Asperger's. I'm not dumb, though." I looked up sharply to see him staring at something over my left shoulder. I turned around to see if there was anything there, but there wasn't. Just a dark back area in the helicopter that I hadn't had a chance to explore yet. Turning back around, I said, "Are you talking to me?" His eyes skittered to my eyes, then immediately looked away. "Yes." I nervously started to fiddle with my necklace, a silver star-shaped necklace with fake Swarovski diamonds on it. His eyes immediately fixated on the necklace. "Then what did you want?" I asked. "I wanted nothing. I was explaining myself," he said. "I never thought you were dumb," I told him. He blinked. "Oh." He still hadn't looked back at me, though. "And you should stick up for yourself, or they're going to do that every time they see you," I said. "That's incredibly rude of them, but they are members of society. They should act like they're not assholes, and you should call them on it if they are." His mouth twitched. "I found it easier not to say a word when it comes to me. It only invites them to ask questions." "And what's wrong with them asking you questions?" I questioned. "Asking questions is a sign of intelligence. That, and maybe they really are trying to get to know you better." He shrugged. "Thanks, Fancy, but I think I'll just keep to myself like I've been doing. It's worked well for me." "Fancy?" I asked, pausing at playing with my necklace as I watched his eyes become more and more fixated. "Did you just call me Fancy?" Keeping my hand on the star shape, I waited for him to answer my question. His eyes followed the movement, now staying fixated not on my hand, fiddling with my jewelry anymore, but elsewhere. In fact, it wasn't the necklace at all that he was staring at. It was the tattoo on my wrist. "You have a tattoo," he said, ignoring my question. I brought my forearm down and glanced at my wrist. "I do." "I like it," he admitted. "But aren't you a little young to be having a tattoo?" I grinned and said, "Yes, but my father signed a waiver saying I could get it, and it was done by a family friend. My mom about died of a coronary, though." "Why'd you get that particular design?" he asked, sounding so interested in the answer that it was hard not to tell him everything. "We have hummingbirds at our place," I said. "From about May to October, they're all over the place. We started feeding them when I was a young girl, and I've loved them ever since. I can't really explain. I just liked it." "Why?" He shrugged, not answering me. Then the silence continued for long enough for me to pull my e-reader back out and finish the chapter before he spoke again. "I'm not normal. I clicked my e-reader off and looked up at him with a frown. "What do you mean you're not normal?" "I'm not normal," he repeated. "I'm not mentally retarded, however." "Let's not say that word anymore," I suggested. "And why do you feel like you have to justify yourself?" He shifted in the darkness and came to lean near the front of the aircraft. Now, partially out of the shadows, I could make out more of his face and eyes, though those eyes still wouldn't meet my own. Hazel, I decided. They weren't completely gray, or green, more like mostly gray, with a ring of green and a hint of blue around the pupils. He had eyelashes that were longer than mine. And those lips. They were surrounded by a few days' worth of scruff that came in surprisingly well for how young he was. All the men that I knew that were his age were still trying to be cool and grow beards, but all they ended up growing were little patches of hair here and there that looked scragglier than anything else. Benson didn't have that problem. He had a scar on his right eyebrow that ran the length of it, denoting an injury, and likely a pretty bad one, of some kind that was lucky enough to be hidden by his brow. He had a nose that was crooked, likely due to a break, but other than those two things, he really was quite striking. His brown hair framed his beautiful face, and I wanted to brush a few strands of it off his forehead and away from his eyes. He stayed silent for so long, allowing me to inspect his face, that at first I wasn't sure if he was paying attention to me. But finally his eyes flicked to mine, our gazes connecting for a few long seconds, and I knew he was more than aware of my inspection of him. "So, what is this disease you have?" I questioned. I mean, I vaguely recollected hearing the word before, but the meaning of the statement didn't immediately come forth. "It's a mild form of autism," he said, his eyes skittering to mine before immediately falling away. I had a feeling that he physically couldn't make himself hold my gaze. Was that part of his problem? Suddenly, I wanted to Google it in front of him just to find out what it was. "Just do it." I blinked. "Just do what?" "Google it," he answered. "It's easier than explaining to someone what's wrong with me." I pulled out my smashed-up phone and did just that, clicking on the first article that I saw. "When you meet someone with Asperger's, you might notice two things." I started reading aloud, but quickly trailed off as my eyes flew across the page. Basically, the article started off with saying that Asperger's wasn't a death sentence. It was a diagnosis that pretty much explained that people with that condition had trouble mostly with social skills. On top of that, they could become obsessed with things. I looked back up at him to see his brows furrowed and his hands clenched. His mouth was moving fast, and I could hear him counting if I focused hard enough. "Why are you counting?" I questioned. "My psychologist said that when I want to do something I probably shouldn't do, I should find a way to distract myself." He paused in his counting. "Did you finish the article?" I nodded. "Yes." He squeezed his eyes shut, and my curiosity got the best of me. "Why do you want to distract yourself?" His shoulders seemed to slump. "Did you know that a hummingbird's wings beat from 720 times to 5,400 times a minute depending on their species?" I tilted my head. "No." "What are the ones that come down here?" "There are 15 different breeds that come down here," he answered. "Did you know that hummingbirds are the only birds that can fly backward?" My mouth fell open. "You're kidding." He shook his head. "That hummingbird on your wrist is a ruby-throated male. The females are green-backed with white, black, and gray tail feathers." I looked down at my wrist and examined the tattoo. I liked this one in particular and happened to get a picture of it. One morning I got up and he was dead on my back porch. I was really sad. "Hummingbirds only live 3 to 5 years, he said. Maybe he'd outlived his lifespan. I smiled at his attempt to protect me. "I'm fairly sure it hit the glass door really hard," I admitted. We'd opened the blinds and I'd hung up a really pretty flower right above the door. "I'm fairly sure it was my fault that he died." "Possibly," he answered. They're attracted to red. I leaned back and crossed my arms over my chest. Thanks, Sherlock, I muttered. He frowned. Who's Sherlock? I remembered reading in the article that people with Asperger's had trouble understanding jokes and sarcasm. I was teasing you, I said. Oh. He frowned. Why? Because you were supposed to make me feel better about killing the bird, not tell me that it probably was my fault, I admitted. He opened his mouth and then closed it. Shit. I giggled. How do you know so much about hummingbirds? I questioned. He reached out and touched my wrist. Once, twice, 3 times. On the third, he pulled away and actually looked like he was relieved to have done it. I like birds, he admitted. They're entertaining to watch. I grinned. All right then, tell me why you like birds so much. And so he did. He talked about it for a good long 10 minutes before he frowned and stopped in the middle of a sentence. Hawks have really keen eyesight for... what? I pushed. He frowned. I didn't mean to go on and on about it. I waved it away. If I had a problem with what we were talking about, I would have said something. He seemed to think about that for a long moment, and then nodded once. I'm going to join the army, he randomly said. I blinked. After what he just disclosed to me, how the hell did he think he could handle being in the army? Honestly, I didn't see a way that he was going to accomplish that. I hesitated. Excuse my bluntness, but how the hell do you think you're going to accomplish that? From what I understand, people with Asperger's thrive on routine. I'm fairly sure there's no routine at all in basic training. He swallowed. I can't stay here. Before I could ask what he meant by that, my sister's voice raised, and all of a sudden, I saw the man that I was talking to go from a quiet-toned man to a pissed-off bear that stood up straight. If he'd had hackles, they would have been raised. Then I watched him stomp his way over to where my sister was and pull the other girl into the curve of his arms. He glared at my sister as if she'd just committed the ultimate sin. Don't ever speak to her that way again, he growled. The girl's eyes narrowed on my sister, and she sneered. I wanted to poke her eyes out with a dinner fork, but not because she was mean to my sister. My sister could handle her own self. Because she was snuggling deeper into Benson's arms, and something inside of my chest was throbbing with anger and jealousy. I was jealous as hell that she'd got to have his hands on her. The one and only brief touch that I'd had to my wrist as he touched the hummingbird tattoo was enough for me to crave more. But when Benson led the girl away, farther away from me and my sister, I realized that it didn't matter. I was 15, and he was who knows how old. It wouldn't work anyway. Unfortunately, I never stopped thinking about him, regardless of what I told myself. Phoebe, age 16. I looked for him the moment that I got into the door. I didn't know what it was. A compulsion, maybe. Whatever the reason for why I'd sought him out, I couldn't stop myself. I thought about him constantly since I'd seen him last year and wondered how he was doing. Hell, I even wondered if it was possible that he was even here since he'd joined the army. That I knew for certain he had done. I'd asked about him in passing, hopefully not drawn attention to myself in the process. And I'd gotten relieved yes he dids from Dixie and my grandfather alike. We were once again back at the hangar, a place where we ended up having quite a bit of our family get-togethers lately. Unfortunately, this time there was no helicopter to sit in, so I chose the next best thing. A plane. I didn't buckle myself in this time. I did flick a few switches up and down a few times just to see what they did. What could I say? I was getting wild in my old age. Statistically, one of those will do something and you're going to find yourself getting into trouble. I blinked at that smoky, edgy male voice and looked up. Right into the face of the man I'd been thinking about non-stop for a year. How'd he gotten there, right next to me, without me being aware? I smiled. "Hello, Benson." Being in the Army agreed with him. He'd put on muscle, and now his freakishly tall body was filled out. He'd changed a lot since I'd last seen him, and I was more than amazed at how good he looked. He also held himself differently. "Hello, Fancy." I rolled my eyes at that name. "Why Fancy?" I asked. He ignored the question, and once again, he didn't make eye contact. "You got another tattoo," he said. I looked down at the other wrist and smiled. I didn't want to have a male and not a female, so yeah, I got a female. He studied it. Then one large tanned finger came out and poked it 3 times. My heart skipped a beat. "So, how is this whole Army thing?" I asked, trying to make sense of the touch while also not making too big of a deal of it. I'd spent the last year researching Asperger's, and I knew that the compulsion to do something was sometimes too strong to ignore for people diagnosed with it. "Bad," he admitted. "At least in the beginning. So bad. There was a routine, but only they knew what was next. It made no sense to me, none of it. People screamed at you. It was awful." I winced. "But?" His eyes briefly flicked to mine and immediately flitted away again. "I got a good drill instructor," he admitted. His brother had Asperger's, and he saw the signs and symptoms almost immediately. "And he let you stay?" I asked in surprise. He nodded once. "Covered for me, too. Couldn't fucking believe it." I shook my head in surprise. "That's amazing." "It was. I scored a perfect score on my ASVAB, too," he admitted. "I think he knew that I was smart as hell, and he overlooked a few things. I even made a few really good friends. He helped me a lot. I never realized just how much I'd have to learn to rely on another person, which is definitely not in my repertoire at all. It could have been fucking awful, yet he caught me before I could be pounded into a million tiny pieces." I smiled. "What about the loud noises? None of that bothered you?" I remembered my father talking about his boot camp experience, and I wasn't sure how that worked. "Surprisingly, once I got the hang of it, none of it bothered me." He hesitated. "I think that was due in part to how structured it was. Once I figured out the day-to-day plans for what we were going to do, it got easier. There was a time and place for everything." "And how did you do with the being screamed at bit?" I wondered. He winced. "That was how Drill Sergeant O'Malley found out at first," he laughed. "He was in my face, screaming his head off, and I was looking around wild-eyed. When he told me to meet his eyes, I did and started to freak out more. He told everyone to drop down and do push-ups until I could make eye contact with him. I think the worry that I'd been outed as different freaked me out more than making fucking eye contact, so when I did..." He saw the wildness in my eyes. Jesus, that was a fucking mess. I shook my head. "I knew it would be." He laughed. "It was. You were right. I should have listened to you." I tilted my head in surprise. Hey there, stupid." My back stiffened at the hateful words. "Hello, Father," Benson said, looking unaffected by the words. Meanwhile, I wanted to shove the palm of my hand straight down his throat. His father just called him stupid. What kind of parent did that? "Why don't you go get yourself a plate of food and talk to someone that's not a teenager?" he asked. "Jailbait, son. You can't stick your dick into that." I lifted my lip at his vulgar words. "In case you need clarification, it's not illegal to talk to someone underage." "Is that what you were doing?" he laughed. "My boy is stupid, though, so there's a possibility that really was all that y'all were doing." My spine stiffened once again. But before I could open my mouth to tell him that he needed to leave, that Brielle chick, I'd learned her name over the last year, too, that Benson was so protective of, came into view. the father immediately changed his tune. He went from a hateful bastard to a sweet, charming man in the blink of an eye. If I'd met this man first, I might have actually liked him. Luckily, I'd seen his true colors and how he'd treated his son. "Hey, Brielle, my girl," the man said, holding his arm out for Brielle to walk under. Brielle did, grinning wildly until her eyes landed on me. Then they narrowed. She took in me, Benson, and then stiffened. Benson hadn't looked up since his father had walked into view. "What's going on?" Brielle asked. "What happened? Donald?" Benson's father, Donald, I assumed, looked between me and Benson. "Seems my boy here was talking to this underage girl." "Benson doesn't talk to any girls but me," she said, looking skeptical. Or pissed. I wasn't quite sure which. "He was talking to this one," Donald grinned. "Weren't you, boy?" Before anybody could say anything, Benson's large, expressive eyes landed on me. I felt the weight of his stare, and my heart skipped another beat. "Have a good life, Fancy." And I had a feeling that would be the last I'd ever heard from him. I felt like there was a hole the size of Kentucky in my chest.
Prologue 2. I need to go to the gun store. I don't know what for, but I'll figure it out when I get there. Bayou to Hoax. Bayou. I never forgot her. No matter where I went, what I did, or how much time had passed. There was just something about the young woman that I'd spoken with that had told me that I should stick up for myself, that had stayed with me. When I saw her for the first time in 8 years standing in the middle of her sister's lawn watering her flowers, I became obsessed. All the confidence I'd been able to insert in myself over the years, all the change I'd forced myself to go through, all of it was ripped away like a flimsy shade umbrella in the middle of a Texas thunderstorm. I saw her, and everything I'd worked so hard to perfect was exposed, raw and bleeding all over again. But she didn't recognize me, at least I didn't think she did, and I went on for almost a year thinking that I had to move past whatever the hell it was that made me unable to stop thinking about the girl. Then we finally met, thanks to her sister, and the understanding dawned in my Fancy's eyes. I knew the moment she recognized me that it would be bad. Then my cousin Hoax had to go and fall in love with Fancy's sister, and I realized 2 things. One, I'd never be able to get away from her. My obsession with the woman, something that had been going on for 9 long years, was going to be fueled. She'd be there. At every club party, at the birth of Hoax and Prue's children, at anything and everything that I would be at. There would be no escaping her unless I was at work, and even then, my mind gave me such a vivid picture that I still couldn't forget her, even if I wanted to. Nope. There was no forgetting Fancy. Not at all.
Chapter 1. How to Have the Perfect Body While Eating Like a Fat Piece of Shit. A book every woman wants. Present day. Phoebe. "Ma'am." I looked up at the guard that was standing there, looking at me like I was out of place. Funny, but I felt out of place as well. "Yes?" I asked. "Just drop all your stuff in that locker right there." He pointed to the locker at my back. "Then you can walk through the detector." I did as he asked, then returned with nothing but my body. Walking through the metal detector, I blew out a relieved breath when it didn't ring out that I'd had contraband metal of some type on me. I had no idea why I was always nervous when I went through them. At the airport, courthouse, or even a prison, it was all the same. I got panicky even though I knew that there was nothing on my person that would set it off. "And you said you're here to meet with the warden?" the guard asked. "Yes," I answered. "For an interview." He looked at me skeptically, and I barely contained the urge to bare my teeth at him. "The guard at the door there will escort you to the next station," he pointed. I looked up to find another guard standing there, his eyes hyper-aware of everything that was happening around him. "Thank you." I smiled at the first guard. He winked and turned back to the woman that had followed in behind me, a young blonde that was exceptionally beautiful. A young blonde that I'd seen at Benson Bayou's house quite a bit. A blonde that Bayou had thrown his arms around and protected from my sister all those years ago. A blonde that was stalking my sister because she didn't like Hoax's, her cousin as well, choice of female company. I hated her. "Oh, do we really have to do this every time, Caden?" Brielle asked in that whining tone that never hesitated to put me on edge. "Yes," Caden, the guard, answered. "It's protocol. Every guard that works here has to go through it." Brielle sighed loudly, sounding extremely put out to be treated as she was, and did as she was asked. "You may sit." I sat down in the seat the guard indicated and looked around the room he'd taken me to. It was a waiting room of sorts that had one door leading back out into the hallway, and one door leading into what I assumed was Bayou's office. There was a desk in between the inner door and the outer door, but it looked like it wasn't manned and that it had been empty for quite a while thanks to the dust that was collecting on the foam that sat there. 5 minutes later, Brielle arrived with a flurry and walked to the inner office door and started to knock. The guard that had escorted me and stopped her before she could. "Don't. He's in an interview right now. Just sit here and wait." He pointed to the seat next to me, and Brielle narrowed her eyes. In a blatant disregard of her instructions, she dropped her arm from where she'd been about to knock and walked to the desk that was between the two doors, taking a seat at the abandoned rolling chair. "You may go now." She flicked her wrist at him in a shoo-in gesture. My brows rose. Wow, she was a complete bitch. I squirmed in my seat. Today was a big day. My first ever big girl job interview. I'd graduated with my bachelor's degree in nursing no less than 24 hours ago, and I took my state test that would issue me my nursing license 3 days from now. I'd been racking my brain trying to figure out just what in the hell I wanted to do with the rest of my life, when the job that I was about to interview for had popped up on a job search website. Thinking it couldn't possibly be as good as it sounded, which was pretty awesome, I'd applied. Did it occur to me that he'd be here? Sure. The moment he came back into my life again, things were tough. I wanted things that I knew he wasn't willing to give me, yet that didn't stop me from wanting them. But then I'd have to tell myself that this man and the one I'd known all those years ago weren't interchangeable. The sweet, caring, odd boy that I'd been thinking about for the better part of my teen years and all of my technically adult years wasn't the same one I was reintroduced to. It was like he was a completely different man. The young man that I'd met all those years ago wasn't there anymore. In his place was a man that I didn't recognize. Not that the man changing, becoming more confident in himself wasn't epic, but still, it did hurt the slightest bit that I thought about how nice it was to have a man that was confident and sweet, but different. This new man? The man that went by Bayou now and not Benson according to Hoax, my future brother-in-law had insisted. Yeah, he was a whole new level of unreachable. I heard the inner office door open and I looked up from my Kindle. "Still reading," Benson Bayou said. I startled to find him staring directly at me. I nodded once and hit the button that would shut the screen off and stood up. Suddenly, everything inside of me was taut with anticipation. My eyes went over the man standing in front of me. He no longer had problems meeting people's eyes. I'd noticed that about him over the last few months that I'd been hanging around more thanks to my sister's relationship with Hoax. He also had zero problem standing up for himself or others. At least that new trait was a relief. I didn't like that he didn't stand up for himself when he was younger.
Brielle?
Bayou frowned.
What are you doing here?
Brielle looked at me, then looked at Bayou, and grinned. I was here to interview for the new job that you have open, she answered. I stiffened. That hadn't been what she told the guard as she was arriving. She told him that she was there to ask Bayou if she could borrow something, and she thought she had a better chance of getting it if she came by in person and asked. What a bitch! She hadn't been here to apply for a job. The only reason she was applying for it now was because she'd heard me say that I was there interviewing for it. Fuck her!
We'll talk later,
he muttered.
Right now, I'm interviewing her.
He looked back at me.
You ready?
I stood up and went into his inner office, suddenly extremely nervous. I saw his eyes go to my wrists, taking in the tattoos that just barely peeked out of the bottom of my long-sleeved shirt. I wore the shirt for obvious reasons. When interviewing for a new job, I wanted to make a good first impression. What I did not want to do was put my arms that were full of tattoos on display. Because being on display meant that they were up for discussion, and for this man, I couldn't discuss them. The first hint of the old Benson that I knew finally reared his head as he reached out and touched first the tattoo on my left wrist, and then the one on my right.
This isn't an easy job,
he said, his gray eyes connecting with mine.
But nothing will hurt you.
I smiled then, feeling for the first time a sense of hope start to course through me. The old Benson was in there somehow. He was just doing a damn fine job of hiding it, controlling himself. I know you'd never let me get hurt, I murmured. And that's very nice of you, but I can handle my own. He looked at my 5'3" height, my small stature, and snorted. The bastard.
I'm sure you could hold your own against a flea, he admitted. But against these hardened criminals, you'd be eaten alive in seconds.
I crossed my arms over my chest and glared. I'm more than happy to prove you wrong.
And how do you plan on doing that?
He laughed in my face.
Gonna challenge me to a wrestling match?
The thought of rolling around on the ground with him was highly tempting, but there was no way in hell I was going to admit that. No, I said carefully. But if you give me this job, I'd be more than willing to prove it to you that way. He didn't smile with his mouth, but his eyes told a different story.
Then you have it.
He stood up and offered me his hand. It was smooth and rough, warm and strong.
Let me go get the paperwork.
Brielle was waiting in the outer office area when Bayou finally opened the door. My turn? Brielle popped up. Bayou turned his gaze from me to her.
No. Fancy has the job.
I felt my heart skip a beat. But Bayou, Brielle whined, I hate my job at the hospital and you know it. Plus, you know me.
And I really care for you,
Bayou muttered darkly.
And I don't want you getting hurt here. I'd be gutted if something happened to you.
I felt the burn straight to my soul, meaning that he cared if Brielle was hurt, but not me, seeing as he just offered me the job. Hitching my shirt sleeves up in annoyance, I started out of the room, heading straight for the bars at the end of the hallway that separated this wing of the prison from the rest of the prison. I'd made it to the guard and was waiting patiently for the guard to get it open when I heard my name called from behind me.
Phoebe?
I wanted to ignore him, really I did. But I also didn't want to risk losing the job that I hadn't even had for a full 5 minutes yet. I turned and saw Brielle leaning against Bayou, Bayou's arm around her shoulders. She was sneering at me while Bayou was staring at me with confusion on his face.
Can you be here tomorrow at 8?
I nodded once, then turned, exiting out of the hallway.
and then the building as fast as I could. I barely restrained the urge to key Brielle's stupid car that was parked right next to me.
Chapter 2. Been on a diet for 2 weeks straight. Proud to say that I've lost 14 days of happiness. Phoebe's comment that Bayou has no idea how to respond to. Bayou. My brain was a fucking mess. The last thing I wanted to do was cater to Brielle's whiny questions, yet there I was doing it anyway. "I don't understand why I can't have that job," she persisted, even though I'd already given her a logical answer that I thought might shut her up. Emotions were not my forte. However, when it came to Brielle and her insecurities, I was more than capable of playing her game. I'd had 15 years of dealing with her irrational anger, her jealous rages, and her incessant need for comfort. But today, after talking to her for the last hour, I didn't have anything left in me to offer Brielle for comfort. Not when all I could think about was Fancy. She'd been a part of my life since she was a young teenager, and even though I hadn't seen her much until the last several months, it still felt like yesterday when I'd first met her. It was weird. It felt like I had a connection with the woman from the moment I'd first seen her. From the moment I'd disentangled her from the belt system in the helicopter. The one that she definitely shouldn't have been in, yet was anyway. Then again, Phoebe had never shied away from danger. Over the time that I'd been in the Army as military police, Phoebe might have thought that I was gone, but I wasn't. I'd been exactly where I needed to be. There, but not there. Aware of the comings and goings of her life, but unseen. I pinched the bridge of my nose and looked at the clock above Brielle's head, mentally calculating the hours until I got to see Phoebe again. 17. 17 hours, 23 minutes, and 16 seconds. 15. 14. 13. 12. "Are you ever going to answer me?" Brielle asked, anger rising in her voice. 11. 10. 9. 8. 7. "Bayou, seriously," Brielle growled. "What the hell is your problem?" 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. 59. Brielle growled in frustration and stood up, walking around my desk and depositing herself on the corner so that she was less than a foot away from me. She didn't touch me, though. She knew better. Nobody ever touched me unless I wanted them to, and it was rare when I even allowed that. Handshakes were fine, back slaps were okay, as long as they were by men. I was a full-blown adult and still learning new things every day. Like the fact that Phoebe's touch didn't cause my mind to panic and freeze like it did with other women. "Bayou, seriously, you're starting to worry me," Brielle pushed. I got all the way down to 16 seconds, where I'd originally started an entire minute ago, and finally answered Brielle. "You can't have the job because you didn't apply for it. Phoebe did. She was the first one qualified for it, and she has a Bachelor of Nursing, while you only have an associate's. Your expertise is all with pediatric patients, which we most certainly won't be having here. You already have a job, and she doesn't. She's better qualified because she's also more than capable of handling herself, while you're not," I told her bluntly. That was the only way I knew how to be. Blunt. I'd always been more than open with my thoughts and feelings. I didn't beat around the bush. I didn't explain myself. I also didn't see the point in sugarcoating anything. Who would want to be told someone died, but it was okay because God wanted it that way? Nobody, that's who. Death was hard. There wasn't a way to sugarcoat it. "I won't have a job for much longer," Brielle tried. "I hate my job. I especially hate it since they merged with that new company. It's incredibly hard to perform to their standards." I picked up the pen that Fancy had brought in with her and left, smoothing my finger over it and wondering if an inanimate object like a pen could capture someone's scent. The pen was yanked away from me and Brielle growled. "You're not even listening to me," she growled. I held my hand out for the pen. "Give it back to me now." "No," she refused. I felt anger stir in my gut. "Give it back to me now." I was getting pissed now. "No," she repeated, tucking the pen inside her shirt. I knew she was assuming that I wouldn't reach for it, but that pen was a pretty big deal to me. I didn't know why. I didn't question it. But I knew without a shadow of a doubt that I needed the fucking pen. I didn't question my needs and desires. There was no point. I'd long moved past the point in asking why. Why wasn't I normal? Why couldn't I just be like other people? Why did I have such a fascination with birds? Why couldn't I look people in the eyes? Why? There were so many goddamn whys and no forthcoming explanations. "Please, give me the pen." I held out my hand for it. She narrowed her eyes. "Why do you want it so bad?" I barely resisted the urge to clench my fist. "Because it's mine, and I'd like you to give it to me," I answered. It was mine now, anyway. Finders keepers. It was then that I realized she wasn't going to give me the pen without me physically taking it, something in which I wasn't going to do. Devising a plan to go to her place tonight and get it at some point, I kept walking without looking back. Even when she called out my name at my back, angrily, I might add. "Bayou, what in the absolute fuck?" Brielle growled. "Why are you acting like this?" I didn't bother to answer her, instead walking out of the long hallway that connected the administrative part of the prison to the rest of it. Hagen, the guard that manned the gate and the security on this side of the prison, let me through without a break in my stride. I nodded at him as I nearly stomped past. "Make sure that Brielle leaves my office within the next 5 minutes. If she exceeds the time limit, please escort her." Hagen nodded. "Will do, sir." I lifted my chin in acknowledgement and continued to walk. I had a meeting that I was almost late for, and I knew I would be late for if I didn't hurry. I hated, no, despised being late. I'd sat there talking to Brielle too long. If I was late for this, the rest of my day would be screwed. Schedules were important to me. The more structure in my day, the easier it was to deal with the bullshit that swirled around in my brain. Being 3 minutes late won't kill you, I tried to tell myself. It's only 3 minutes, not the end of the world. My old friend, who'd once been my drill sergeant, came to mind. He'd changed my life in more ways than one. Once he was done yelling at me during boot camp and I'd graduated, he'd taken me under his wing. He'd guided me, shown me how to interact in the strange new world I found myself in, and helped me excel. If I hadn't found him, my life would have been a whole lot more different right then. I would have been lost. I would have been scared. I would have been the scared kid that hated loud sounds, couldn't function well in society, and still hadn't stood up to his father. But O'Malley had changed that. He'd seen me struggling, he'd given me more life lessons than I could ever hope to experience on my own, and he'd pushed me to move past my idiosyncrasies. Now O'Malley was the one man that I could talk to about anything. I arrived at the scheduled meeting spot outside on a park bench that was across from the prison, and took a seat next to the man that was already sitting there. The man sitting there was always early. I hated being early almost as much as I hated being late. There was no point in arriving anywhere early. Schedules were made for a reason. Arriving somewhere just to sit and wait wasn't something I was fond of doing. "Hello, sir," I said. "Sorry I'm late." I wasn't that late, but anything with this man was late, even if it was 30 seconds. "Is that an eagle, do you think?" the man asked. I didn't need to look up to know what he was talking about. I could hear the hawk's cries overhead and knew without a doubt that it wasn't an eagle. "Red-tailed hawk," I answered. "How are you doing, sir?" I held out my hand for Gunther Jefferson's hand, and he easily shook it, something I would have never done before O'Malley, shaking it once before dropping it. I was thankful he wasn't a toucher. I didn't like touchers. Touchers made me uncomfortable. "What can I do for you today, Gunther?" I asked, mentally calculating how long I could be in this meeting with Gunther and make it into town on time for another meeting, this one with the city council as a whole. "I'm here to discuss a few complaints that I've been hearing," he answered. I sighed. "What kind of complaints?" I asked warily. "The kind that says you've been treating a few high-profile inmates with untoward hatred," he answered. "I realize that some of your inmates deserve it, but you cannot be treating them any differently than you treat your other inmates. It's unseemly." I snorted. "It's unseemly to treat a rapist differently than a pot distributor?" I asked, wanting clarification. "I'm sorry, but correct me if I'm wrong, a man that was busted selling pot to stupid 17-year-olds is a little different than a man that was busted with his cock in a 13-year-old. Gunther pursed his lips. "I realize that the two aren't even remotely in the same realm law-breaking wise, but you cannot single them out. This man that I'm speaking of is a prominent member of society. Was a prominent member of society." I stood up. "I will not listen to your justifications on the matter. I'm treating him how he deserves to be treated. End of discussion. If you want to do something about it, please talk to a lawyer." Gunther wouldn't talk to a lawyer. We all knew that he'd find nothing. The man was just trying to get things to be better for his friend. Unfortunately, they wouldn't be. Not in my prison. Rapists, cop killers, child molesters, they were all treated how they deserved to be treated. "Fine," Gunther stood. "But I tried. I can say that I tried." "You can say that you tried," I agreed. "And your brother will not be treated any differently, Gunther. The man raped a teenager, multiple teenagers actually, and the prison population knows it. Even if I wanted it to be better for him, I couldn't make that happen. Controlling those men is like controlling the ocean's tide. It happens whether I want it to or not. Remember that next time your baby brother complains to you that he's not being treated fairly." Gunther burst out laughing. Gunther as a whole wasn't a bad guy. He was a pompous ass at worst, and he cared a little too much about a brother that wasn't a redeemable man. Though I'd heard much the same about my own sister. Brielle, although annoying at times, was my little sister and always would be. I'd been protective over her since I'd met her at the age of 15. She'd reminded me of me, and I couldn't help myself. I'd had to take her under my wing and help her navigate a life that wasn't easy to navigate for people like the two of us. Sure, Brielle wasn't diagnosed with Asperger's like I was. Brielle was schizophrenic, at least mildly. Hers was controlled by a small amount of medication as well as diet, exercise, and therapy. Something that she followed through with religiously because it enabled her to hold down a job. "Have a good day, Gunther," I said to the man who was now standing as well. "And don't think I won't notice if you ignore me." Gunther shrugged apologetically. "You too, Warden," Gunther drawled. I rolled my eyes at him, causing him to laugh. That eye-rolling thing was something that O'Malley had taught me. Roll your eyes, say whatever, snort, fidget. O'Malley had taught me how to have conversations with people so that I appeared to be normal when in fact I was fighting to be accepted as the weirdo that I was. To help me fit in, he'd taught me how to appear as if I belonged there in any given social setting. After making my way to the footpath that would lead me back to the prison, I'd completely disregarded the entire meeting with Gunther. My mind had fully switched to its next task, and I almost didn't stop when I heard Gunther's voice. "Oh, and Beauregard," Gunther drawled. Years and years of answering to my last name in the Army was the only thing that had caused me to stop almost automatically at this point. I could be completely and utterly in my head, thinking about something, anything, that really didn't matter, and I'd hear my name and immediately come to attention. That was also something O'Malley had instilled in me. I looked over my shoulder at Gunther. "Yeah. Tell Brielle I said hi," he called. Brielle and Gunther had briefly dated, but it hadn't lasted long. Both were very selfish people. I wouldn't be doing as he asked, and he knew it. But some part of me actually wanted to tell Brielle after the shit she'd pulled today. If anyone else had made me late, I would have lost it. But since it was Brielle, my sister, I couldn't fault her. At least, that was what I was telling myself. Lately, she was a trying woman to be around. Ever since Hoax, my cousin who Brielle and I were very close to, started dating a woman seriously, the same woman that had caused Brielle stress at an MC party years ago, she'd been acting oddly. She'd been treating both of us differently, and it was honestly getting on my nerves. She was making it harder and harder to care about her feelings based on the way she was acting. Prue, Hoax's woman, had wormed her way into my life and actually made me somewhat care for her. When I'd first met her, Prue had been yelling at Brielle, at least that was what Brielle said. I'd learned that the story might have actually been different from the truth that Brielle knew it to be only lately. At first, when she'd moved in across the street from me, I'd been wary of her. I never forgot a face or words that were said, so Brielle's accounting of the story had instantly put me on edge when it came to Prue. But it appeared that Prue had never intentionally set out to hurt Brielle, and I'd come to really like her over the last few months that she'd been dating my cousin. Brielle, however, still didn't like her, and I realized only later that it had more to do with the fact that Prue had taken Hoax's full attention away from her, and she was no longer the woman to come first in his life anymore. And to show her anger at the situation, she'd practically been stalking Prue. I'd had to have a long talk with Brielle about the situation. Brielle's argument of wanting to prove to us that Prue was bad wasn't holding water any longer. Why? Because Hoax and Prue were in love, and even for me it was plain as day to see. If Brielle acted that way toward Prue, how would she act toward Fancy when I took that first step? That thought brought me to a complete halt. I blinked in surprise at the direction my mind had taken. Took that first step. I wasn't taking any step in Fancy's direction. Was I? Nope, I wasn't. But as I found myself in Brielle's house retrieving a pin that belonged to Fancy in the dead of night, I realized that maybe I was.
Chapter 3. Apparently, it's immoral to trip a kid who's running around a restaurant unattended. Who knew? Why Phoebe questions whether she should be a parent. Phoebe. The first days at a new job were never awesome. There were the nerves that wouldn't quite stop, causing you to freak out even when you knew that it'd be okay. There was the fact that you questioned whether this was a good idea or not, and your father questioned you too. Because I'd spent the last hour of my life explaining to my father why I wanted to work at a prison, and he'd finally relented. Not because he agreed with me, but because he knew arguing with me was futile. I'd proven at a very young age that I was just as stubborn and mule-headed as he was, and that wasn't going to change. When I got my claws sunk into something, I never relented. That was why my father called me Birdie. I didn't really know an exact date of when he'd started calling me that, but he liked to compare me to a hawk he'd encountered once upon a time. He said I reminded him of a hawk he'd once seen in our backyard when I was a young child. A hawk that had been learning how to fly. The hawk had fallen early from the nest, and the other babies had remained in the nest with their mom for another 2 weeks. The mother had abandoned the fallen baby, writing her off. Instead of dying like my dad thought she would, the fledgling had persevered, living on the ground by herself for weeks, before she'd learned to fly. But Like the hawk, I would not be written off. I would persevere. I'd always loved that story, and I'd never resented being compared to that hawk.
"Take care of yourself, Birdie," Dad said, "and swear to Christ if you get hurt, I'll never forgive you."
I rolled my eyes. I had it explained to me yesterday that I'll never be alone. There will always be a guard with me. Dad grunted.
"There better be or I'm gonna lose my shit."
I grinned. "It'll be okay, Dad. Promise." We'd met at a restaurant, one we went to eat at for breakfast every week religiously, just the two of us, before I had to go to work. I'd also dripped maple syrup down my pants and couldn't decide whether I should try to clean it off or just leave it since the stain was mostly hidden by my scrub top. Honestly, I'd clean it off if I wasn't convinced that it'd leave a large wet stain on the front of my pants, making me look like I'd peed myself.
"Are you sure you want to do this?"
Dad asked one more time. I stuffed one more bite of pancakes into my mouth, washed it down with a swallow of milk, and then nodded my head. "Sure," I said. He sighed.
"I don't understand why you can't go work at a hospital like your mother and sister, or go into the army like Piper."
I looked over at my father. A couple of weeks ago, a knife-wielding bad guy killed the security officer at the hospital. Dad grimaced. And Piper told me that where she's at in Germany, they get drunk so often that it's a crapshoot whether anyone will show up to work sober. I pushed. Dad's lips twitched.
"I'm fairly sure that they don't show up drunk, but I see your point."
Anyway, I shrugged. They'll have a doctor on site full-time with me. They'll also have a guard there as well. I'll literally never be alone with them. It'll be okay. I promise. He groaned and leaned over to pull his wallet out of his back pocket, then extracted a $20 bill and tossed it on the table.
"Swear to me that you will not enter into anything you don't think you're prepared to handle,"
he ordered as he stood. I blinked my eyes innocently at him. "I would never." 3 hours later, I was on some man's back, choking him and trying to pull him off of the female doctor. The security guard was trying to unlatch the man's hands from the doctor's wrists, and everyone was screaming. My adrenaline was going nuts, coursing through my veins, and I wanted nothing more than to rip this man's head off. Headache, my ass. This man didn't have a headache. He'd planned this, knowingly putting his hands on that woman.
"Let go!"
the guard bellowed, digging his fingers into a pressure point that I would think would almost force the man to let go. Apparently, though, I was wrong, because the guy was still hanging on, though he wasn't yanking the poor doctor around any longer. Not with me choking the life out of him, and the guard protecting the doctor from being thrashed about like a predator going in for the kill. And then, one man arrived and everything stopped. Just like that, it stopped. Bayou stalked in uniform today, unlike yesterday, like an avenging angel. He didn't seem to be in a rush, but all of a sudden, he was at our sides and squeezing down on the man's jaw with his big, huge hand. The guy screamed as I heard something crunch. Yeah, he'd have to have that fixed, and the inmate let the good doctor go. I slid off his back and slowly backed away, as did the guard, who still had a hold of the doctor. The doctor, although surprised and a little bit hurt, didn't look like she was going to pass out like I might have. She was used to it, though. She and I had a lot of time to talk over the long morning. Her name was Diane, and she was rather abrupt and unapproachable at first, but once you got past the prickly exterior, she was actually quite a lot of fun to talk to. And she told me all kinds of stories about working here, and how she loved it, how it was never predictable. I now believed her. The moment we were all backed away, Bayou removed his hand from the man's jaw, and the inmate slumped to the floor, holding his face. Bayou stared down at him like he was an irritating bug. Today, he was wearing black pants like the highway patrol wore, with a gold stripe down the outside legs. He had on a black pair of biker boots. I like to call them ass-kicking shoes that looked like they were massive and could stomp a guy into the ground. His shirt was a darker shade of gray with gold buttons, and Warden was embroidered on the front in gold block capital letters. The shirt was long-sleeved and covered Bayou's arms all the way down to mid-forearm, where he'd rolled them up at some point during the day to just below his elbows. The collar was buttoned up all the way to his throat, and, dear God, the man was wearing gold aviator sunglasses. It was almost as if he'd come straight from outside, or he'd been about to go outside. I wasn't really sure. But whew, boy, did he look good in uniform. Not that the dress pants and nice button-down shirt hadn't looked good on him yesterday, but today? Well, let's just say it was good that I was getting off in an hour and could go to my place and take care of myself. Seriously, the man was delicious. I'd seen his guards walking around all day in much the same outfit, but Bayou in that uniform? Yeah, I was a goner. I told you last time that you weren't going to come into this infirmary and pull a stunt like you did before ever again, didn't I? Bayou looked down at the now weeping man. Yes, the man mumble-cried. I was fairly sure his jaw had to be causing him pain. I'd heard the crunch. Whether it was bone or cartilage, tendons or muscle, I didn't know. But the man had something wrong with him. Crockett, take him to the pit, Bayou growled. Crockett, who I finally realized was the guard, did just that. I hesitated. Are we not going to treat him? Are we not going to fix whatever you just broke? Went unsaid. It'll heal, Bayou replied unflinchingly. I bit my lip and tried not to laugh. Yeah, I agreed, walking over to where Diane was standing. She was holding her elbows close to herself, but didn't look too worse for the wear. Are you okay? I asked. Bayou's attention turned to Diane, and his eyes softened. Diane was a pretty lady. She was in her mid to late 30s and was obviously attracted to Bayou based on the look she sent his way. Anything broken? Bayou asked, eyes flicking to me and not to Diane. I shrugged. I don't know. No. Diane's soft, melodic voice interrupted us. I'm fine. I'm just scared. Bayou didn't try to comfort her. In fact, he didn't even try to go near her. He kept his distance and was closer to my back than he was to Diane. Good. He paused. What did I tell you about getting that close to their hands? Diane sighed. I have to get close to them to inspect injuries. Yes, Bayou agreed, but you wait until the guard attaches his hands and feet to the bed, then you do what you need to do. He could have hurt you very badly today. Diane looked expectantly chagrined. There are protocols in place that keep you safe. Bayou continued to hammer his point home. And you're teaching your bad habits to the new girl. Trust me when I say that you need to remember the protocol, because if she gets hurt because of your indifference to the rules, I won't be happy. Bayou was staring down at Diane's ducked head with distaste written all over his face. I sensed a story there, but I couldn't very well ask them right in front of each other. Bayou's eyes went to me once more, held my gaze for all of 2 seconds, and then dropped. He stared at my neck as he said, Be careful. I smiled, but he didn't see it in his haste to leave. Oh, hey, I called out to Bayou as he turned to leave. I left a pen in your office yesterday. Can I have it back? It's one of my favorites. Bayou gave me one thumb up without turning around. Then he was gone, and I was left with a very pissed-off Diane. He's such a douchebag, Diane grumbled. God, I can't believe that I ever had a crush on that man. I'd rather claw my eyes out than get anywhere near him at this point. Creepy motherfucker. This morning I'd had to watch a 2-hour-long video about how to stay safe when working with inmates, and the first thing on the list was to never get too close to them without ensuring that the inmate was safely secured. Hell, I was fairly sure Diane watched it right next to me because there'd been nothing else to do. Yet the moment that inmate had walked in with the guard, Diane had dashed toward him with glee. The inmate had seen his opportunity and taken it, seizing Diane and pulling her toward him in some vain attempt to get something only he knew he wanted. "I'm sorry," I lied. "Are you really okay?" I didn't like that she was talking badly about Bayou. I'd always been protective of the man. But this woman didn't know Bayou at all, though, regrettably, I didn't really know him all that well either. "I'm fine," Diane grumbled, just annoyed. "Can you clean that up?" That being the paperwork that had been on the filing desk when the inmate had walked in. It had been knocked down somewhere in the struggle and was now laying on the ground all over the room. I bent over and started picking up the papers, glancing at them quickly as I went. They were medication refills for inmates. "Do these need to be in any particular order?" I asked as Diane took a seat behind her desk. And why the hell were they sitting up here instead of being faxed? I assumed that was what was happening with them anyway. "No," she answered. "Just stack them nicely and put them back up on the filing cabinet. I have to fax them all in at the end of the day." I did as asked and returned to my seat across the room. I could see the television better here anyway. I didn't need a fancy desk or anything like she had. Unfortunately, the television in the corner was one of those old-timey massive ones that was in the wooden box. The picture quality was terrible, and I wasn't sure how the hell anyone ever managed to actually watch a program with it. Not to mention, it had to weigh hundreds of pounds. "Why is the television in here so old?" I asked out of the blue. "Surely a new one would fit better on the wall and wouldn't take up so much space." "That one is there because if we had a newer, nicer one, the inmates would just break it," Diane answered, sounding bored. "That one they can kick and it can survive the attack." That made a lot of sense. Unfortunately, the television quality still sucked. "God," Diane whispered, "I'm going to be bruised everywhere." I looked over at her as she inspected her arms. "Yeah," I agreed. "You are." Another few hours passed, and finally it was time to go home. We saw 4 more inmates, 3 of them with lacerations of some kind due to fights they'd had in the yard with other inmates. One of them was due to the fact that he'd shoved something up his ass a few days ago and had gotten it lost inside of him. That one we'd had to transfer to the hospital. There was only so much we could do at the prison infirmary, and we had to draw the line at exploratory surgery of the anus. Gathering my jacket and my phone, I headed out to the long maze of hallways, smiling at each guard I passed. It took me 5 minutes, 3 hallways, 8 locked gates, and 9 guards to get there. At some point, I'd heard Bayou talking, and my heart rate had started to speed. It wasn't until I realized he was following behind me, but at a much more sedate pace, that I realized I was starting to slow myself to allow him the possibility of catching up. But when his voice started to fade despite my slowing down, I decided to stop being a loser and go to my car already. I smiled at the last guard I saw, though this one wasn't actually working, but likely coming into work. "Hey, Rome," I called out, waving crazily. Rome, a member of the Bare-Bottom Guardians MC, looked up and grinned at me. "Hello, Fancy." I blushed profusely. "Hey, where did you hear that?" "Bayou," he said. "And don't tell him I called you that." I frowned. "What? Why?" Rome opened his mouth to reply when something caught his attention behind me. I sighed. "I better let you get to work. Have a good night." Rome nodded once. "You too." I was halfway across the parking lot, at least 8 car lengths from Rome, when I heard it. "Hey," Bayou called out to me. "Wait." I looked up to see Bayou jogging toward me, a white bag in his hands. Frowning, I came to a stop next to my truck and waited expectantly. He gestured to me with a tilt of his head. "Sorry, I was trying to catch you before you left, but I was stopped by someone each time I tried to speed up." I grinned and shrugged. No biggie. What's this? He thrust the bag into my direction.
I couldn't find your pen,
he answered. That was when I realized that his eyes were squarely on mine, and he was watching me with an intensity that would have been unsettling had it not been this particular man. I opened the bag and stared at the box of pens, my favorites that were practically impossible to find. My eyes flicked up to his. Wow, thank you.
I couldn't find your pen, he repeated, so I got you those, and then I decided that it was a good present for you to have on your first day, even though you can't take them into the infirmary with you.
Before I could ask him how he knew what the pen looked like, I dismissed it. The man missed nothing. Absolutely nothing. There was a possibility that he knew exactly what I'd had with me that day, and what I'd been wearing, all the way to the color of my eyeshadow. Do you want to grab something to eat? Talk about my first day? I asked hopefully. Bayou blinked, opened his mouth to say something, then closed it again. I felt my lips kick up at one corner as I waited for him to come to a decision.
I have to go back inside and get my shit, he finally said. I can meet you in about 20 minutes.
I smiled. Deal. How about fancies? It seemed fitting, right? Chapter 4. If you can't handle me at my worst, you probably can't handle me at my best. My best is just me with brushed hair and mascara. Phoebe's secret thoughts. Phoebe. We were both sitting in a diner, fancies, waiting for the waitress to walk away after taking our drink order before we spoke. It took her a few long seconds before she could make her feet move, and that was all due to the man that was sitting across from me. He was easy on the eyes, and hard to look away from. Formidable and intimidating, he was a presence in a room that you couldn't help being drawn to. Young or old, man or woman, everyone had a hard time keeping their eyes away. I swallowed hard and bit my lip as I waited for the girl to get with the program. Finally, she did, leaving Bayou and me alone. His eyes were scanning the menu in front of him while mine were studying him. So, what was the deal with Diane? I asked, unable to help myself. She looked like she was pissed way the hell off when you left. Bayou leaned back in his side of the booth and stretched his long legs out in front of him, which put them on either side of mine. I felt pinned in, and I liked it.
Diane is like rainwater, he said. You can't control her at all. You can try to funnel her into a path that'll be less destructive, but ultimately she's going to do what she wants and damn the consequences. If I had a choice, you would not be working with her. Though she's quiet and seems innocent, she's uncaring about those around her. She doesn't give a shit that by doing what she did today, she put not just herself, but you and the guard in danger as well.
I frowned. Then why is she still working there? He shrugged.
Not many people want to work in prisons.
That was true. I'd heard that the nursing job I'd applied for had been open for over 8 months. I would think it'd be even harder to find a doctor. Oh, I said. Do you have the job posted?
He nodded once. Diane switches out her shifts with 2 other doctors.
Meaning there's not always a doctor on shift? I questioned.
He shook his head. No, sometimes there's a double nurse shift, and sometimes there's a nurse and paramedic shift. Sometimes there's just a nurse and a guard. It really depends on the time of day, though. When the inmates are supposed to be sleeping, that's when we go down to the nurse only.
Oh, I paused. That one actually sounds like fun. Working with Diane was stressful today, and she had all this work we could be doing, yet she saved it until I was about to leave. I could have easily helped her with it, but she wanted to do it on her own. I have a feeling it'd be more exciting and easier to deal with stuff when I'm on my own.
That shift is the late one, 7 in the evening until 3 in the morning. You can try all the shifts before you decide which one suits you best.
He paused.
I usually leave Diane's shift without a nurse because she's so bossy and doesn't like the help anyway.
That made sense. What shift do you want me working next? And when? I asked, realizing that I hadn't found that part out before I'd left. The waitress came back with our drinks before he could reply. Coke. She placed Bayou's down in front of him. And Dr. Pepper. I immediately tore into my straw, expertly peeling the wrapper away so that it'd fly off the end well, and did what any normal Mackenzie would do. I shot the straw wrapper at Bayou. It hit him in the forehead, and he looked up at me with amusement written all over his face. Really? He questioned. I shrugged. Can I get y'all anything to eat? The waitress asked, her eye staying focused on Bayou and not once turning to me. I should have been offended, I really should have, but I wasn't. I couldn't look away from the man myself. Yes, Bayou answered. We both waited for him to order, but I realized rather quickly that he wasn't going to order. He was waiting for her to be ready. That, and she'd asked him a question and he'd answered. Had she worded the question like, "What can I get y'all to eat?" he would have answered with his entree choices. I felt my lips twitch. I want the vaqueros tacos with the salad and Brussels sprouts. There aren't any Brussels sprouts on the menu, Bayou muttered. My brows rose. Been here much? I teased. He shook his head. No, I just have an eidetic memory. I can tell you everything that's on the menu now. Brussels sprouts weren't one of those things. I felt a grin tugging up the corner of my mouth. Is there anything green on there that's also not high in carbs and/or calories? I asked. He answered instantly. Green beans and asparagus, as long as you tell them to hold the bacon bits. I turned to the waitress. Can I have the asparagus, sans bacon bits? She nodded once, writing furiously on her notepad without once making eye contact. And you? The waitress looked over at Bayou, definitely trying to make eye contact with him, but failing miserably when he wouldn't look up. And me what? Bayou asked. Can I get you anything? She beamed. Yes, he answered again, just like last time. I barely kept the laughter contained in my chest. What are you getting, Bayou? I want the chicken fried steak with a side salad, ranch, mashed potatoes, hold the gravy on both. I want that on the side, he answered quickly. He winked at me, causing my heart to start rapidly beating in my chest. God, the man was lethal. Excellent, she said. I'll get that right out. And by right out, she meant right out. It was out in less than 5 minutes, and I was 100% surprised because there were at least 5 other tables that had been there long before us and had yet to get their meals. When she was placing the food down in front of us, I was watching Bayou. He grimaced and started to shake his head. The gravy that he'd requested be on the side was on his potatoes and leaking toward his chicken fried steak. I could tell he wasn't going to eat it the moment she set it down in front of him. But when the waitress asked if everything looked okay, he answered with a nod. I held up my hand. Wait, he wasn't supposed to have gravy on his potatoes. It was supposed to be on the side. The waitress blinked as if she couldn't understand words that didn't come out of anyone but Bayou's mouth, and then turned her gaze in Bayou's direction. I'm sorry, honey. I'll get that fixed for you right away. Why didn't you say anything? I wondered. He opened his mouth, closed it, and then pursed his lips. When you send food back, there's a 1 in 15 chance that they're going to do something to it. I'd really like to not find a pubic hair in my mashed potatoes. I gagged. That's gross. And you made that statistic up. There's no way in hell that's true. He shifted in his seat and crossed his arms over his chest. Believe me or not, but it's true. I stuck my tongue out and made a gagging face at him. I'm never sending my food back again, but just saying, that woman totally has the hots for you. The only thing I think she might do to your food is give you extra just because you're gorgeous. He blinked at me in confusion. I'm what? Gorgeous, I repeated. The tips of his ears turned pink. It was the cutest thing I'd ever seen. No, he disagreed. I'm manly. I grinned unrepentantly. Manly and gorgeous can happen at the same time. He opened his mouth to say something more when his food was placed in front of him. He looked over at me expectantly. "And the lady's food?" The waitress frowned. "It'll be about 10 more minutes on hers. You just looked hungry, so I brought yours out first." I started to laugh then. Imagine that. "You can take this back," Bayou said. "And bring our check, sans her food." The waitress frowned. "I'm sorry, but what?" He repeated himself word for word. "But why?" she asked. That was when Bayou went into a play-by-play of exactly what she'd done to annoy him, ending with the fact that she couldn't get a simple food order right. The waitress floundered for a few long seconds and then blushed profusely. "I'll see if I can hurry them up on her food." Or, Bayou pushed, "You could bring me my check so we can leave." The waitress shook her head and hurried away, and Bayou flagged down another waitress, this one an old woman that looked like she'd seen how hard life could really be. "I requested that our check be brought to us sans her food since the waitress is playing games with me," Bayou said. "Could you make sure that she does?" The older waitress nodded, not affected in the least by Bayou's abruptness or glower. 5 minutes after that, our food was in to-go containers and I was standing next to my truck with Bayou a few feet away from me, waiting for me to climb in my truck. "Are you sure you don't want to go anywhere else?" I asked. He shook his head. "No reason to now. You have your food and I have mine. We can go to our separate establishments and eat in peace." A bird crowed overhead, and his eyes went to the sky. I lost him for a few long seconds as he studied the bird. "What?" I asked him. "Crow," he answered. "American crow." I blinked. "There are different types of crows?" He gestured to the crow with his head. "There are 40 known species of crow." "Huh, the things you learned." "That's cool," I said. "How many live in the U.S.? He went on to explain just how many lived in the U.S. and how many lived in other parts of the world. In Japan, carrion crows use cars and traffic signals to open their hard-shelled food they can't crack on their own, he said, still studying the bird. They can read traffic signals. They wait until the lights turn red, then fly down and place their nuts on the ground. When the light turns green, the crow flies away to safety. It will wait until the light turns red again to fly down and get their cracked nuts." He paused. "Though there have been reports of some American crows doing the same thing in California. However, I haven't witnessed this." My mouth had fallen open at his words. "That's actually the coolest thing I've ever heard." "Resourceful little buggers." He nodded. "That's why they frequent places like Walmart and fast food restaurants. People drop food there all the time." His every word was fascinating. Who knew that I could like a crow? I looked down at my wrist, at the second hummingbird tattoo that I'd gotten just because of him, and smiled. "I guess I better go," I admitted softly, dropping my wrist. "I'll see you tomorrow at—" "What time?" "Shift starts at 7. Me, personally, I'd get there at 7 on the dot." He paused. "But I like being on time for things. Being early means that my routine everywhere else has to be pushed back 30 minutes as well, and I like to sleep." I smiled. "I'll be there at 7. His eyes finally moved from the crow to my face, his gaze holding mine for a few long seconds before nodding once. "See you tomorrow." With that, he walked to his bike, and I finally got all the way into my truck. At the end of the day, I had a brand new package of 15 pens, all like the ones I told Bayou were my favorite, but no original pen. I also had a box of food that I refused to eat because he was right. The likelihood that they spit in my food was a high one. I made myself a sandwich when I got home and tried not to think about the man that refused to stray far from my thoughts. I failed. I did nothing but think about him from the time I went to bed to the time I went to work again at 7 on the dot the next evening. Even my dreams were all about him. Chapter 5. Sometimes I feel like I have my life together, Then my windshield gets foggy and I can't figure out whether I should turn on the AC or the heat. Phoebe to Bayou. Phoebe. I'd been working at the prison for 6 months, and in those 6 months, I'd royally questioned my sanity. Each day that I worked there was like a lesson in control. Not because the job was hard. It wasn't. It was actually quite easy and fun. No, because I had to see him every day, and it was beginning to wreak havoc on my brain. We'd never done dinner again, and that wasn't for lack of trying on my part. I'd asked him multiple times if he wanted to grab something to eat after work, and he'd shot me down. Though most of those times it had been 3 a.m, and hell, I didn't blame him for not wanting to go out to eat that late at night. I'd found the perfect time to work in the prison infirmary, and I'd taken to the late-night swing shift with relish. The only problem was that Bayou wasn't able to work that swing shift with me all the time, and I was considering being the float nurse that went through all the shifts where she was needed. At least then I might be able to catch more glimpses of the man. But the thought of having to work with Diane again wasn't a good one. Diane, it turned out, was even crazier than she first appeared. And I knew that only because I'd worked with her a handful of other times, and each of those times she'd either almost gotten herself killed, or me. All I'm saying is that it's only fair, I said for the 3rd time. I've known her longer. Hoax, my sister's husband, looked at me like I had a screw loose. I did, but he didn't have to acknowledge the fact. "These are my children," he said. "I should be in the operating room when my babies are born." My sister, who was watching us both with amusement from the porch swing as we waited impatiently for the time to leave, started to snicker. "How about we play rock, paper, scissors?" I suggested, holding my fist out to him. He shook his head. "No, I refuse." "That's selfish," I told him. "Pure selfishness." My sister giggled and I shot her a glare. "You're not helping." "He's right, though," she said. "He did have a part in making them. He probably should have a part in bringing them into this world, too." A motorcycle pulled up across the street, and my heart started to pound. To hide my elation and nervousness of seeing the man of my obsessions, I turned to study the neighborhood, trying to keep my gaze from the man that was now dismounting his bike and walking our way. "Hey, do you think that house right there is for rent?" I asked. "Which one?" Hoax asked, his eyes following mine. "The one with the tall grass." I pointed to the end of the road at the house that was in the turnaround part of the cul-de-sac. "I think it'd be nice to be closer. And I'm tired of living in my apartment. My downstairs neighbor lets his dog shit next to my truck, and I have to dodge poo bombs every morning. Not to mention I'm tired of carrying my groceries up 6,000 stairs." "Maybe if you didn't eat that much, you wouldn't need to haul that many groceries up the stairs," Prue said. I pointed at her. "You can't keep this body looking like a back road if you don't fuel it." "Sam Hunt has no place in this conversation," Prue countered. I crossed my arms over my chest. "Bayou," Hoax's voice said in welcome. "How's it going?" I looked over to see Hoax facing Bayou, and Bayou looking curiously between Prue and me. "What's up?" he asked. "We're talking about who's going in the operating room with Prue," I explained, my eyes hungry to take Bayou in. "I think I should go because I've known her longer. Hoax thinks he should go since he's the father." Bayou's gaze came to mine, and I swear to Christ the smile on his perfect lips sent my heart rate through the roof, and my excitement to have him so near into freaky levels. "I'm fairly sure that it's customary for the father to attend the birth of his children," he said. "And since she isn't doing it naturally, and they can only have one person, it should be him." I bared my teeth at him. "There you go, being rational." "Do you think you'd be willing to rent that house to Phoebe?" Hoax asked. "I know that you bought it in hopes of fixing it up and moving into it yourself, but you've been saying that for 2 years now and haven't done a single thing to it but maintenance." "Bayou owned the house?" I started to say. "Sure." Bayou turned to me. "But rent's not free." My mouth parted, but no words were forthcoming. "How much exactly are we talking?" Prue questioned. $550 a month, he answered. "Plus you'll have to pay utilities." "Deal," I blurted. That was actually a steal. I was paying $700 a month for a one-bedroom apartment, though, granted, the utilities were covered. But based on the size of the house down the road, it was at least 3 bedrooms. "You'll also have to allow me to come in and start fixing it up. I do randomly go over there and fix a thing here and there. I'll give you a couple of days' notice before I do, though," Bayou continued. I smiled then. "Deal," I cried. "Good. Now let's go have our babies," my sister ordered as she stood up. I bit my lip as a wave of fear rolled through me. Today was the day that the scheduled delivery of her twins would take place, and I was scared shitless. Something in which the man that just offered me the deal of a lifetime noticed. I turned away. "Ready when you are." My dad was standing in front of me holding a baby. I was sitting down on the couch, holding another. My sister and Mom were cooing over pictures that Hoax had taken in the delivery room, and Hoax was lying on the couch, looking green. Apparently seeing his wife's stomach laying open and her uterus laying on her lap was too much for him. Novice. "You should have totally let me go into the operating room," I called out to him. Hoax cracked one eye open and lifted only a single arm, flipping me off. I grinned. My father laughed. "Just you wait, boy. The fun times have only started, though I can't say I know how to help you with boys. I've only really dealt with girls." There was Justin, Luca, and I started naming off all of the boys that the other members of Free had produced over the years. "But those weren't mine," he said. "Sure, I hung out with them, babysat them, but ultimately, all the hard stuff was left up to their parents." That was true. "I think I'll survive." Hoax sat up and swayed. Prue giggled. "Everything okay, honey?" Hoax stuck his tongue out at his wife. "Peachy. Anyways, the one I'm holding, Sam or Dean?" Dad asked. He'd arrived about 5 minutes before and stolen the baby from my mom. He'd then walked over to me so he could inspect them both. "Dean," I said. "Sam has a cute little birthmark on his head, right here." I pointed. "Dean doesn't." "Interesting," he said. "At least there's an easy way to tell them apart. Your mother had to tie ribbons in Prue and Piper's hair so that everyone else could tell them apart." "Everyone else?" Hoax asked, walking over. "Yeah," Dad said, not offering to give up his armful of baby. "I could tell them apart, and so could Cheyenne. Everyone else, though, they had a hard time." "I used to paint their fingernails, too," Cheyenne called, smiling at a certain picture that my sister had stopped at. "Can't do that with boys, I don't guess." "I guess I didn't think this whole thing out," Hoax muttered. "I just thought it'd be easy to tell them apart." "At least they're not identical," I said, just as there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Prue yelled. Bayou pushed the door open with his elbow, and my breath hitched in my chest. He was dressed for work, and God, he was divine. So tall and good-looking. And the smile he aimed at my sister was disarming. "Congratulations," he rumbled. A shiver tore down my spine at his words. "Thank you." Prue returned his smile. "I didn't think you'd be able to come." Bayou had been on his way to an early meeting when he'd learned of my sister's impending C-section. He'd waited until we'd loaded her up and were on our way before he'd gone to his meeting, a very important one with the county and the city that surrounded the prison. Instead of looking at the babies, he turned to face Prue and Hoax. "I didn't either," he admitted. "I went to the meeting that I had scheduled and slipped out about 30 minutes earlier than I thought I'd be able to. They weren't too upset. They understood that it wasn't every day that your neighbor goes into labor." "You call her your neighbor?" I asked, a smile growing on my face. He shrugged. "Yeah, that's what she is." I burst out laughing, and his ears tinged pink. "What was I supposed to say?" That your cousin's wife went into labor and that you were reluctant to leave your cousin who was freaking out, I suggested.
I wasn't freaking out,
Hoax denied. Bayou leveled a look on him.
You were freaking out. You were also hyperventilating, and I was honestly worried about your driving.
Hoax opened his mouth to deny that fact when he changed his mind and snapped it closed.
I can't wait to see your face when you have a kid.
Bayou crossed his arms over his chest.
I refuse to have any. I don't want to pass on any of my...
He directed his hand back at himself.
Issues.
Dad, who'd been listening with half an ear, focused on him fully.
Issues?
He asked.
Issues,
Bayou confirmed. He didn't expound, which was the reason my father had directed his question toward him in the first place. They were in some weird stare-off where Bayou waited for him to ask a question that he felt like answering, and Dad waited for more information that he wasn't going to get. In the end, I turned to Bayou and said, "From what I understand, the issues you speak of aren't really issues but idiosyncrasies that you don't let control your life. You're doing better than 99% of the population with what you perceive as issues but really aren't. You've overcome, adapted, and done well for yourself." He didn't reply. I looked up to find my dad winking at me. Dad remembered everything. He wasn't oblivious to my fascination of a young man at 2 parties when I was 15 and 16. I didn't pull anything over on him, ever. My mom? Yeah, I could do almost anything and get away with it from her. She just wasn't as observant as my father.
What way did they decide?
Hoax questioned, stretching his arm up high over his head. I returned a smile to my face and stood up, the bundle in my arms making a protesting sound when he was jostled with my movement. I walked up beside Bayou and pointed to the hand sanitizer on the wall. "You forgot to clean your hands." He walked to the wall and squirted some into his hands, going all the way up to his forearms with the liquid.
They decided to continue funding the prison despite the city's desire to quit,
Bayou said as he readjusted his watch on his wrist.
The city wasn't happy with the decision, by the way. They also weren't happy with my decision to go over their heads when I didn't like their answers.
God, Hoax muttered.
I don't understand the reasoning for wanting the prison gone anyway. The prison was here before we were. It's like asking someone to move a road because it's too close to your house.
I walked up beside Bayou and said, "Here, hold him."
No.
Bayou shook his head vehemently.
I don't want...
I thrust the baby into his arms, and he froze.
Really, I don't...
I walked away and grinned at Hoax, who was smiling like a loon now.
What's wrong, Bayou? Hoax teased. They won't break.
It's not that I don't want them to break, he murmured, looking down with wide eyes at the baby in his arms.
It's that I don't want to fuck it up.
The rest of his words were said under his breath, making it almost impossible to hear him. Hoax must have, though, because he walked over to his cousin's side and squeezed his shoulder. "Now that you've held the baby," my mother said from her position beside Prue, "you'll want one of your own. It's biologically coded into your genes," my mother teased. "It's called baby fever."
Bayou scoffed. Even if I wasn't worried about other things, I don't have time for a kid. You never have time for a kid, my father said, walking over to Bayou. Switch me.
Bayou switched with him, and the new baby in his arms opened his eyes.
He has your eyes, man.
Bayou muttered almost to himself.
Yeah,
Hoax grunted.
For now. I've been told they'll change.
50% chance, Bayou said just before his watch beeped.
I have to go. If I don't leave now, I'll never get any of my work done today.
He walked over to where I was standing and handed Dean back to me, looking so relieved to be rid of the baby that I nearly laughed.
I'm assuming you won't be at work?
He asked. I shook my head. "I'll be there. As much as I'd like to stay here until they wonder if my sister and I are in a polygamous relationship with Hoax, I do have to pay bills. I have mouths to feed. He frowned. How many and what kind of mouths? You only thought I had a zoo, Prue laughed, wincing the moment she didn't, placing her hand to her abdomen. And you agreed to allow her to move into your rental. Bayou looked nervous for a few seconds as he waited for me to explain. When I only smiled brightly at him, putting on my best innocent face, he narrowed his eyes. Please tell me you won't be bringing any pigs, he pleaded. I smiled at him. No pigs. He looked relieved. Little did he know that I did have a skunk. Though it was domesticated, it was still a skunk. Bayou turned to my sister. What does she have? He almost seemed nervous now. A skunk, a baby goat, and 2 birds. She paused. But they all live at my dad's, so you don't have to worry. His eyes locked on mine. What kind of birds? The kind that are probably illegal, I admitted. I mean, technically it wasn't illegal any longer. His eyes went wild for a few seconds. Keeping wild birds in cages against their will is unethical. I shook my head. I don't keep them in cages. At least one of them I don't. Honestly, they stay in the backyard. I've tried to set them free so many times that it's unreal. They just keep coming back. What kind of birds? He asked. I looked over at my father, who was studiously ignoring us as he looked at the baby in his hands. Hawk? Bayou opened his mouth and then closed it. Those are dangerous to have as pets. You have to have a falconer's permit issued through Texas Parks and Wildlife. You have to... Birdie's got all that, Dad mumbled. She started this program suddenly when she was 16. All of a sudden decided that that was what she wanted to do after finding a nearly dead red-tailed hawk out in the woods. It was a baby that had fallen from its nest. She'd nursed it back to health out in the woods for months. Like a real-life baby hiccup, Prue murmured as she closed her eyes. The hawk was badly injured, and she thought Dad would just put it out of its misery. Therefore, she took care of it, nursed it back to health. And the hawk bonded with her. When Dad found out, he got pissed. Then he got pragmatic when he realized that they couldn't just get the bird to go away, that it followed Phoebe relentlessly. So Dad started her apprenticing with a falconer, and at the age of 19, Phoebe got her own falconer's permit. I smiled, remembering those times. Phantom, the hawk that I'd nursed back to life, had only come to be because of Bayou. He had no clue that he'd changed me in such a way that I was saving birds because I knew that he liked them. Oh, Bayou paused. You said 2. She has a mockingbird that she nursed back to health, too. Dad looked up. Didn't you have somewhere you needed to be? Bayou nodded. Tell me the mockingbird story first. Much the same as the first, Dad said. Found it outside next to the bird feeder, almost dead. One of the cats got it. She found the bird, then fed it, thinking it probably wouldn't live, but the little bugger survived. You live in an apartment, Bayou said. How does that work? I keep Phantom at my dad's place also, I said. I go out there every day for hours and work her. It would be nice to have her near me, though. That's also why I want to rent a house with some backyard space. Where does Mockingbird stay? He questioned. My dad's backyard, I answered. He comes to visit me in my apartment sometimes, though. They're very intelligent creatures. How far away are you from your dad's place? He pushed. About a mile, I said. I think he followed my car home one day. That's at least all I can come up with. I'm not really sure if that's actually the case or not. Bayou looked like he had 100 more questions. You're going to be late. He winced. I have to go. Then he was gone without another word. Dad was the first to speak. I remember him having a fascination with birds, Dad said. I should have put 2 and 2 together back then. I shrugged. But speaking of Phantom, I do have to go myself, I admitted. I have to take Phantom out and work her. I also have to get cleaned off. I think I have blood on my shoe. Prue snorted. You do not. I have blood and other juices, I told her, lifting my foot. I think the word you're looking for is pee, my mother said. I walked over to where she was standing next to Prue's bedside still and handed her the baby. I tilted my head at her curiously. Why were you so quiet? That man is intense, she said. Are you sure you want to go there? My eyes widened. Yes. I didn't pretend to misunderstand her question. He doesn't want any kids, she persisted. My mother knew that I wanted a whole slew of them. I'll work on him, I teased. Seriously, one day when he has a kid, I'm going to live it up. I'm going to remind him of the moment and never let him forget his words. I turned to Hoax. What if he decides that kids aren't for him? Hoax smiled. At one point in time, I thought kids weren't for me either. He looked down at the little boy in my mother's arms, eyes filled with tenderness. I walked over to where my purse sat on an empty chair. I'll be back through about 3 a.m. if you want anything. Otherwise, don't text me until at least 10. I pointed at my sister. Prue grinned. Yes, ma'am. We all know how important your sleep is. I scrunched up my nose at her. Sorry, not sorry, I said as I walked over to my dad and lifted up to press a kiss to his cheek. Love you. He winked at me. Love you too. I did the same for Mom, Prue, and then Hoax, though he didn't get an I love you from me. You don't love me? He teased. I shook my head. That's why a polygamous relationship with you and my sister would never work. I will never love you. My heart already belongs to someone else, and had for 10 years now.
Chapter 6. If bedbugs are found on beds, who the hell came up with the name cockroach? Things that go through Bayou's mind. Bayou. It came out of nowhere. One second, Phoebe and I were talking outside in the parking lot, and the next, I was going to dinner with her. I had 100 questions for her, and all of them stemmed from the fact that she was a damn falconer. Jesus Christ. It was like a goddamn sickness in my soul. I just had to know more. Do you have any other hawks besides Phantom, any other breeds of birds? I asked, leaning back in my seat. Just the one at the moment, she answered, leaning back herself. The other 2 that I had, I returned to the wild. You had 2 others? I asked. Yes, she agreed. A part of the apprentice program is you have to capture birds of different ages. A young bird, a juvenile bird, and an adult one. The younger ones are more malleable and willing to be trained. The adult hawk is more wild and unwilling to adapt. Phantom was a baby when I got her. She was a piece of cake compared to the other 2. I still see them every once in a while, too. I couldn't stop myself from asking the next question. It was a compulsion that just wouldn't be satisfied unless I asked. Can I see him? Her, she said instantly. And yes, she paused. But I'd like to finish my dinner first, if that's okay. I nodded once, impatience singing a tune in my soul. Are you not going to eat yours? I looked down at my barely touched plate of food and winced. Yeah. I practically force-fed myself. The normally delicious hamburger, french fries, and side salad would have been music to my ears. But now the only music I could hear was the anticipation at seeing a hawk so up close and personal. I'd always been fascinated by birds. That was why, glancing at Phoebe's wrist, I'd been so attracted to Fancy for the first time. The hummingbird on her wrist had drawn me in like a moth to a flame. At the age of 6, I'd nearly been run over by a car because I'd seen a blue jay be hit by a car. In my attempt to save it, its wing had been broken as it had been clipped by the car. I had escaped from my mother and had made a mad dash toward the hurt bird. My grandfather, Dixie, who'd been with us, had scooped me up just as the car had been aimed straight at my tiny body that had been crouched on the ground. The bird had died, being smushed in the commotion, and I'd been reprimanded by my family members to always be aware of my surroundings. I took a bite of the burger and started to think about something other than birds. It was a trick I'd learned from my therapist when I was younger. At first, I'd start by solving math equations in my head, and eventually a number would spark a different thought path that would lead me to thinking about something else. And other times I'd solve hundreds of equations and still be fixated on my original train of thought with no end in sight. This time, though, I was able to divert my attention. And it was all due to the woman sitting across the table from me, laughter in her eyes. "What?" I asked, reaching for a French fry. "Nothing," she shook her head. "I just think it's cute that a grown man such as yourself could dissolve into a curious little boy that wants every single scrap of information he can find about a topic that he's passionate about. Had I known this was what it would take to get you to talk to me, I would have brought up the hawk to you long before." She paused. "Honestly, I'm quite surprised that you don't already have your falconer's permit." I shook my head. I don't have enough time to devote to that kind of endeavor. I've read that it takes hours and hours, and I work a full-time job, sometimes more than full-time, and I have responsibilities with the volunteer fire department, the MC, and the Boys and Girls Club in Kilgore at least twice a week. Her mouth fell open. "You volunteer?" I nodded. "I do." "You don't strike me as the type," she admitted. I wasn't offended. I didn't strike anybody as the type. "I'm aware," I said dryly. "You should have seen the first time I walked into that Boys and Girls Club. Swear to God, I thought the director was going to try to hide all of the kids behind her." Phoebe started to giggle, her hand covering her mouth and her eyes shining. "Oh, I'm sure that you thought you'd just walk in there and everybody would be cool. Did you wear that?" She gestured at my uniform. "No," I shook my head. "I wore normal everyday clothes, blue jeans and a black shirt. I even changed my motorcycle boots for work boots. I looked about as unintimidating as one could look."
Phoebe. It was after another 10 minutes of discussing his Boys and Girls Club that he volunteered with that I finished off the last morsel on my plate and then reached for my purse to offer to pay. Bayou waved me away. "Don't even think about it." My brows rose. Think about what? His lips quirked as if he were about to smile. "You know what." I blinked innocently at him. "Sorry, but you're gonna have to spell it out for me. I'm just a wee female who doesn't have the same education as men." He snorted and handed $40 to the waitress. "Keep the change." The waitress winked at him. "Have a good night." When we stood and made our way to our vehicles, I could feel Bayou's warmth against my back. He was so close that I could reach behind me and touch him. "Do you know how to get to my dad's place?" I questioned. I was fairly sure that he'd been there once or twice before with Hoax, but I wasn't absolutely sure, and if you were unfamiliar with the area, it could be kind of hard to find at first. "Yes," he answered, his words right in my ear. I licked my dry lips and headed for my truck. He went to his bike that was one parking spot over from mine. When he got to his bike, he swung on and glanced a look over at me. "Your truck tire is low." I looked at the tire he was staring at and sighed. I think I ran over a nail or something. I haven't actually found the source of the leak just yet, but I planned on taking it over to my dad anyway. I might have him look at it while I'm there. I got in the truck and started it up, revving it up as I did. Bayou's eyes raised in question. I shrugged and rolled down the window. It's the only way I can keep it alive. I have to give it gas when it first starts or it doesn't like to obey my commands. He shook his head and then made a round-up motion with his finger. I took that as lead the way and started forward. By the time I was at the parking lot entrance, he was behind me. By the time that we arrived at my dad's place, I might have been just as excited as he was.
Bayou. She lifted her hand and the hawk launched itself from its perch and flew toward her. The hawk was on the larger side for the red-tailed hawk's breed, and I wondered if that was due to being given food on a regular schedule, or because it was just bigger in general. I'd been doing some research on the healthiness of birds in captivity compared to their wild brethren. "How much does she weigh?" I questioned. "She weighs in at about 2.5 pounds last time I checked," she answered immediately. "Looks heavier, huh?" I nodded once, my heart pounding. The glove she was wearing looked heavy-duty and thick, but seeing those claws digging into the glove where her skin would be if she wasn't wearing them made me frown. I didn't like the idea of her being hurt, even inadvertently. "Have you stopped hunting her for her to molt?" I questioned. "Will you shut her mew?" Phoebe gestured to the bird's enclosure. I walked to the door and closed it instantly, then turned back to her. "And to your question, we're right at the time where I'd stop. I normally do it mid-September. I was going to take her out hunting tomorrow for the last time, but she won't mind doing it today," she answered. If it wasn't uncool to fist pump like a child, I might have done it in that second. "This takes a while, though," she pointed out hesitantly. "Like an hour at least. If we're lucky. It could take upwards to 3 if we don't find anything." I shrugged. "I don't care." Her smile that shot my way was radiant. "Okay then, let's go. But stay back because she needs to be following my cues, not yours. Ready?" And that's what we did. For the next hour and a half, I followed behind her a few hundred yards while she tried to scare up game from the ground for the hawk in the air to take down. It was our second round that she scared up some doves. I saw the hawk's head whip around and focus on the 8 birds like a, hawk, laser-focused and intent. But the hawk didn't go after the doves, and that was all because of the woman that flashed a hand signal and a short whistle. The hawk dove like a missile, and moments later she was on the ground tearing its claws into a rabbit's back. "Holy shit," I said. I hadn't even seen the damn rabbit. Phoebe and the hawk had, though. "Most hawks have a tough time letting the most obvious targets go," Sam said, stopping next to me. "From what I've learned, they're very instinctual predators, but Birdie and Phantom have been doing this a long time, plus Phantom prefers rabbit." With the bird's wingspan spread as it was, it looked a whole lot bigger than the rabbit it was currently making a meal. But I knew that it was possible that the hare could weigh more than Phantom did. "It'll take her another couple of minutes to eat," Sam said. "Now, let's talk about something." I turned to give the man my undivided attention. Based on Sam's tone of voice, something I'd been trained to clue into, due to it being something that was hit or miss for me when I was younger, I knew that he wanted my full attention. He also wanted to keep our conversation quiet because of Fancy being close. "Don't break her heart," he said. "If you don't intend to do anything with her, don't keep coming around here acting like you are today. She's had a thing for you since she saw you that first time." His eyes were 100% serious in that moment. I also didn't know what to say. For once in my life, I didn't have a reply forthcoming. Why? Because I hadn't expected him to say that to me. "Do you think she brings every random guy out here that thinks falconry is cool?" he asked. "This is our home, our refuge, her refuge. If you didn't mean something to her, she would have never brought you here. Let you see this. Falconry is her passion. That bird is like a friend to her." For some reason, the thought of her bird being her friend made my heart warm. Red-tailed hawks can live up to 20-plus years in captivity. Sam snorted. "You and your random-ass facts. You used to do that when you were a kid, too. Dixie and I were talking about something random, something that we probably shouldn't have been talking about, where we were talking about it, and you heard the conversation and butted in with this, relative to its size, a tongue is the strongest muscle in the human body." He grinned. Your dad had a shit fit, pissed as hell that his 10-year-old son had anything to say about the conversation we were having. Dixie thought it was hilarious, though. I crossed my arms over my chest and studied the bird that was still enjoying its meal. My dad didn't like me, period. I don't think it had much to do with the conversation we were having as much as me just being near him in general, I admitted. Sam's face sobered. I've noticed that. Well, he'd be the only one. Dad's pretty damn good at hiding his feelings when others are around, I pointed out. But he's made it no secret to me that he dislikes me for being different. Some people can't handle different, Sam said, sounding like he knew what he was talking about. Others think they can and can't. Your dad's never been accepting of things changing his life either. Not until it came to that girl. That girl being Brielle. Yeah, I rasped. Brielle was his little girl. Brielle was also different, just like I was, but got treated like she wasn't. When I was younger, that used to hurt. Now, I understood. Brielle was the only living reminder of his best friend, and he'd treat her like gold. And that hadn't changed in the years that she'd been with us. Still, to this day, when Christmas rolled around, Brielle had 3 times the number of presents that Hoax or I did. Phantom's head popped up, did a full body shake, and then jumped off her prey. Fancy's arm came up, and the bird launched itself at her. Moments later, Phantom was in place on her arm and Phoebe was walking toward us, a small smile on her face. Amazing, isn't she? Sam asked, watching as Phoebe stepped over a log. Phoebe's thighs bunched as she moved, and I found my eyes fascinated by the power in her legs. She'd changed into running shorts in her truck when we'd gotten here, and now every square inch of her thigh was exposed for my viewing pleasure. Which one? I asked, watching as Phantom flew over the tops of the trees while Phoebe ran below them. Both, the man at my side admitted. But I was more talking about my daughter. I snorted. Yes, I figured that, but I don't like to talk about something unless I know exactly what I'm talking about. I dislike confusion and miscommunication, so I wanted to be sure. Sam snorted. You're just like your grandfather. Did you know that? Being compared to Granddad, better known as Dixie Normus, was a compliment on my end. To some, that might not be, but Dixie had always been one of my idols growing up. Being a grown man now didn't change the fact that Dixie was an amazing man. Yes, I admitted. It's been pointed out to me before. I didn't see myself as being anything like Dixie, but I'd take the compliment all the same, even if it wasn't true. But no matter how much I think of your grandfather, I'll still kick your ass if you hurt her, he said, just before Phoebe made it to within hearing distance. What was that? Phoebe asked as she came to a stop a few feet back from where we were standing. The muscles in her arms were also on display, and I wanted to lick the line of her bicep. I glanced over at Sam to see his eyes on me. I nodded once, telling him without words that I understood, even if I didn't agree. Phoebe didn't want me. There was no doubt in my mind about that. Nobody wanted the fucked up ones, and I was about as fucked up as they came. Ready? She asked. I have to pee. I snorted. Yes, ma'am. Birdie, her dad said. You're just lucky you found something as fast as you did. That's true, she said. I guess I didn't give it much thought as I was sucking back those glasses of tea at dinner, though. Tea that you shouldn't be having if you plan to sleep tonight, Sam pointed out. Sleep's overrated anyway, Phoebe said as she moved in front of us, clearly much more in a hurry than either her father or I was. Sleep's imperative to life and staying healthy, Sam said. Just because you don't get much of it doesn't mean that you shouldn't try to sleep more, and do what you can to allow that to happen. I'll be fine, she said as she started to climb up the small hill that led to the houses. The backs of her thighs were driving me insane. As long as I get 4, I'll be good. I frowned. 4's unhealthy. She tossed me a mock glare over her shoulder, and I barely had enough time to lift my eyes so she wouldn't catch me looking at her ass. Lucky for me, Sam's eyes were on something else beyond where we were, or he'd have caught me too. Jesus, I really needed to get my shit together. We made it to the top of the hill, thank God, and at this point Phoebe was practically power walking. My lips twitched. It was about 2 minutes later that we arrived at Sam's part of the large compound. Dad, while I'm inside, do you think you can take a look at my truck tire? Phoebe stopped next to the Mew that Phantom called home. It's leaking air and I can't find the leak. Yeah, baby, Sam said. Bring me out a cookie when you go in there. Phantom went to the perch and her claws dug into the wood. Phoebe backed away and then closed the door, she said. I'll clean her Mew out tomorrow. It's getting dark now. It was. A storm was rolling in, and I had a feeling that it'd be chasing me home. Phoebe took off inside, leaving me with Sam, who was bent down looking at the truck tire under question. Sam crouched down on his haunches, going over the tire with his hands. Check the backside, I suggested. He stood up and bent into the wheel well, whistling at what he saw. Not sure how she did it, but she has a piece of metal about 2 inches wide embedded into the inner wall. I'm going to have to order her a new tire. I winced. Bummer. You mind giving her a ride home? Sam looked over at me. I felt my heart skip a beat at the thought of having her pressed up against me for 45 minutes straight. I don't have a helmet. I paused. But if you have one for her, then yeah. Phoebe, who had just come out of the house with a handful of cookies in each hand, snorted. I have a helmet. With you? I clarified. She nodded and offered her dad the cookies in her left hand. I keep it here with my dad's bike, because I don't normally ride with anyone but him. He took them and instantly bit into one. Then yes, I'll give you a ride. I paused when she offered me one. Not wanting to be rude, I took one. Will you need a lift to work, too? I wasn't a big fan of sweets in general, but the cookies did look appetizing. I looked over at her father to see that he'd already inhaled 2 of his. And they weren't small cookies. They were the size of my palm, so that was saying something. I took a hesitant bite. She thought about my question for a few seconds. Yes, but I work a half shift tomorrow, 10 to 4. I can get someone to take me over to my parents' tomorrow evening to get my truck. We're going to family dinner night. Sounds like a plan. I mumbled around another bite of cookie. Then yes, I'll give you a ride to and from work. Then you can have your sister or Hoax pick you up from your place. When are you moving into the rental? The abrupt switch in lines of thought didn't faze either Mackenzie. The boys and I will help her this weekend, Sam said. The thought of her father's men, though still fit, doing all this made me uncomfortable. They were all in great shape, but should they really be lifting shit from an upstairs apartment down a flight of stairs and into a moving trailer? Probably not. Not that I'd ever tell him that. Then I'll have a few men help out too, if they can finagle it. Only 2 of them have trucks, though, I said. You don't have a regular vehicle? Phoebe asked in surprise. No, I shook my head. I don't need one. And I didn't. The day that I got a truck that kept me confined was the day that I was no longer wild and free, and being free was something that I required to stay sane. What if it rains? She questioned. What if it snows? Then I get rained and snowed on, I answered. Plus, I live about 1.5 miles from where I work. If I can't get there on my bike, I'll walk. Sam started to laugh. Just wait until you get old like me. Then you won't be feeling the same way. There are some days that I feel the cold in my bones. I looked at him sympathetically. When that day comes, I'll revisit not having a cage then. Until that happens, I'll just continue being happy to ride my bike wherever the fuck I want and not feel claustrophobic while I'm at it. It'd never happen, but I'd give him the benefit of the doubt. It could. Do you want another cookie? Phoebe asked, holding up one more in between the space that separated us. I looked down at my hand to see that I'd devoured the cookie. I hesitated. It was a good damn cookie. I wondered who made it. "Here," she said. "There are about 8 more in the house I can go get. I have to go get my helmet anyway." Then she was gone, and I was left staring at the cookie as if it was a foreign object from another land far, far away. "They're oatmeal cinnamon," Sam said as he wiped crumbs off his chest. "I wasn't supposed to have sweets anymore, but once every couple of weeks Cheyenne lets me have some. Though she tries and times it with the days that she knows people are coming over here and can help me eat them so I'm not eating all 24 by myself." I took a bite of the cookie. I've never had oatmeal cinnamon before. To tell you the truth, it's kind of surprising that I like them at all. I don't usually care for sweets. He looked over at me. "Count yourself lucky, then. When the doctor told me that I wasn't allowed to have anything high in fats or carbs anymore, it was like my entire life was a lie." I grinned. I'd probably still be affected by that. I can eat my weight in cheese, which is quite high in fat. I can also eat yogurt by the gallon, though I guess technically that's a sweet. But since it has some health benefits, I don't necessarily equate it with sweets. But tell me that I can't have what I want anymore, and I'd probably be in the same boat as you, though less accepting of it. Sam's lips formed into a small smile, and he shook his head. "It's not all that bad. Cheyenne cleaned up her eating too, making it easier to eat healthy. I didn't realize just how awful I was eating until I started feeling better. Funny how diets affect stuff like that when you don't even realize it." "You've never been in bad shape," I felt it prudent to point out. "Consequently, I'm sure it's hard to see what you're doing to yourself." Before Sam could answer, Phoebe came barreling out of the house, a dog on her heels. "No, sit," she called back. The dog ignored her and kept right on running with her, and Phoebe narrowed her eyes. "Daddy, your dog was trying to eat all of your leftover cookies." Sam narrowed his eyes. "Sit, beast." Beast stopped mid-run, dropped on his haunches, and sat. I looked over to find Sam glaring at Beast. At least I was fairly sure that was the dog's name. "Thanks," Phoebe muttered, hand stacked high with cookies. "I took the ones he didn't touch. But if you tell Mom, I'm fairly sure that she'll feel sorry for you and make you some more. You know you like them better warm anyway." "Great," Sam muttered darkly, narrowing his eyes even farther on the dog, who wasn't affected in the least. "Your mother asked if she could get this goddamn poodle, and I have no fucking defenses when it comes to her pleading. Therefore I said yes. The dog turned into the worst goddamn dog ever. He doesn't listen, he eats everything that he can reach on the top of the counters, and he's an escape artist. I had him in the garage when I left." I looked over at the dog and thought he was fairly cute. However, that was about as far as my thoughts went on that matter. I didn't like animals. And the reason that I didn't like them was that they required attention, and sometimes I wasn't the best at feeding myself. However, a cat had adopted me, so I was having to be extra vigilant to keep the cat fed and watered. "Here, I swear these weren't licked. I made sure to leave those." Phoebe held out 2 cookies. They were sealed in a plastic bag, and I wondered if I should chance eating one. Probably not. No. I shook my head. "But thank you." Phoebe looked as if she was going to argue, but Sam snatched the cookies from her hand. "You snooze, you lose." "Dad," Phoebe admonished, trying to reach for the bag. "If he doesn't want them, I do." Sam shook his head. "Go get some of your own. These are possibly contaminated." I found my lips forming into a small smile as I watched them argue. Eventually, Phoebe won by rolling her lip over in an adorable pout that I might have given in to. "Fine," he snapped, thrusting the cookies back at her. "But you owe me. You damn well know that she won't make me more, and it was probably you that let the dog out of the garage in the first place." Phoebe didn't deny it, which meant Sam was probably right. "Whatever," Phoebe muttered. Love you, Daddy. Sam wrapped his arms around his daughter, and I chose to walk to my bike. I mounted it while Sam was whispering something in her ear, and then really thought about what I was about to get myself into. I wasn't a touchy-feely person, but the idea of Phoebe touching me was quite appetizing, even if it made my heart race. Then she was there, standing beside my bike, staring at me. I held out my hand, guessing that was what she wanted, and leaned forward to allow her room to swing her leg over, which she did in the next second. And all of a sudden, just like that, Fancy was the first person ever to ride on my bike with me.
Chapter 7. Apart from being financially unstable, nearing a mental breakdown, and being fat, everything is great. Phoebe to Prue. Phoebe. I wasn't sure how this continued to be a thing for us, or why, but I was never one to look a gift horse in the mouth. I wasn't even the one to initiate the dinner we were currently having. He was. I'd just gotten off shift and was tired as hell. We'd had 3 prison yard brawls today, and by halfway through the day, Bayou had pulled everyone's access to the yard and even the common areas. Every last inmate was served their dinner in their cell, and I was thankful for it. There was something in the air tonight that was making life harder than it needed to be. It had started with that morning. I'd gotten my truck back from my dad. I'd visited with 2 cute little babies, and I'd gone home to get dressed for work. And when I'd started out for work, I nearly rear-ended someone that pulled out in front of me. At the next stoplight, when I could see into said person's back window and rearview mirror, I saw that it was none other than the woman that set my blood to boiling, Brielle. The woman that was currently at dinner with us, or had been until she'd gotten a phone call and made her way outside. That had been the only lucky part of my day. "Is it usual to have fights like we did today?" I asked. He shrugged. "The full moon sometimes affects them. Today was a particularly bad day, however. I rarely ever confine them to their cells. It always seems to backfire in the end, but there was no containing today's need. They were going there if I had to force every last one of them into their cells." My cell phone rang, and I pulled it over from where I was resting on the edge of the table and glanced at the screen. Shiloh. My aunt. "I have to take this," I said, going to stand. He waved me off. "Just answer it here. Brielle talks really loud." He gestured with his head to where he could see Brielle pacing and waving her arms outside. Nodding once, I pulled the phone to my ear and said, "Hey, Aunt Shiloh, what's up?" "Hey, baby," Shiloh said in her warm, sweet voice. "I happened to be talking to your dad, and he said you were out to eat with Bayou Beauregard. Is that true?" I frowned. "Yes. Why?" Nothing bad, I promise. Not really, but would you mind bringing him by the compound? I want to speak with him." Frowning at the hesitancy in her voice, I said, "I'll ask him if he's willing to come over there. Can I get some information to hand out at least?" "Sure." She hesitated. "Tell him it pertains to his ex, the woman that he saw about 4 years ago." Shaking my head at Shiloh's evasiveness, I hung up with her and then said to Bayou, "So my aunt wants me to bring you by the compound. She also said that she'd like to speak with you. It's about your ex, one from about 4 years ago." Bayou's face darkened. "I'd rather not speak with her about that woman." The change on Bayou's face was nothing short of electric. I blinked. What did you say your aunt does?" He paused in his anger. "She's a social worker," she said. "She works for the state." Bayou seemed to gather himself under control. "Maybe she listed me as an emergency contact, and they're going to tell me she's fucked herself up and she needs the plug pulled." My mouth fell open. "That bad?" He nodded once. "That fucking bad." Bayou started to gather up his food and trash, shoving it all onto the plate in front of him. "She wouldn't want to talk to you unless it was important," I said, but I'm not sure why she knew to even ask my dad, but like always, I don't pretend to understand her and my father's relationship.
She saw us, maybe? He suggested. I was there for a couple of hours the day before.
That's true, I admitted. But normally she only... Never mind, we'll go and figure out what she has to say from her. Speculating about the two of them is quite futile. Bayou reached into his pocket and withdrew 2 $20 bills again, placing them on the table. I looked down at my half-eaten burger and decided to take it with me as I shook my head. One of these days I'm going to get to pay. Bayou's eyes flicked up to meet mine.
And one of these days it won't be when you're with me.
I scoffed. We'll see.
No, we won't, he countered. I'll drive behind you.
I frowned, kind of wishing that he'd want to ride with me, or have me ride with him. Either would be good at this point. Hey! Where are y'all going? Brielle called out, phone still pressed to her ear.
Home,
Bayou lied.
See you tomorrow for breakfast.
Brielle frowned, but as she saw us both go to our respective vehicles, she didn't protest us leaving at the same time, which I could tell she wanted to. But without sounding weird, she couldn't protest her adopted brother leaving with a woman at the same time, especially since he'd made it sound as if we were going to our separate homes. Bayou stayed right on my trail the entire time, and we arrived at the compound 32 minutes later. Pounding in the code to get in the gate. We each had our own individual code to get in. I waited for it to open and kept taking surreptitious glances in my rearview mirror to see where Bayou's eyes were aimed. Each time I did, I found that they were directed at me. A delicious shiver went down my spine at the thought of his eyes and other things being on me. Texting my aunt while the slowest gate in eternity opened. It was solar-powered and it had been overcast and raining for the last 2 weeks. I got an immediate reply that she was in the main offices. When the gate finally swung open enough for me to get through, and yes, I'd learned to wait after hitting it not once, but 4 times in my impatience to get through, I drove straight to the offices and parked. Shiloh's car, James, her husband's bike, and my dad's bike were there. Something in Shiloh's back seat made me pause. Why did she have a car seat? Did she have Janie's daughter with her? Janie was James's first child with another woman and had a baby just a few years ago with a man that was to die for. They lived about an hour away, and it wasn't often that Rafe, Janie's husband, allowed their daughter to stay anywhere overnight. And it was definitely nearing 9 o'clock in the evening. Bayou, having joined me, asked, "What's wrong?" I shook my head. Nothing. I was just wondering why she had a car seat, but I'm assuming she had her grandchild today. He made a non-committal sound and followed behind me every step, a menacing shadow that made my heart pound and my palms damp with sweat, but not the nervous kind. It was the kind that made me want to do naughty things and loosen the control that he clung so tightly to all the time. If I wasn't worried that he'd tell me to take a hike, I might have already done it. You know, when I was 15 or 16, and he was a cute man who tried hard to be the person everyone thought he should be. We hit the door, and Bayou got it for me before I could reach out and take the handle. "Thank you." I smiled up at him. He didn't say, "You're welcome," but the small smile on his lips was enough. "Where to?" he asked once he closed the door behind us. "I'm assuming they're in the conference room." I shrugged. I really had no idea. This place was quite large, and not only did it have a conference room big enough to hold half the compound, at least 40 people, it also housed 6 bedrooms, a fully stocked state-of-the-art kitchen, and offices that belonged to all 6 original men who'd created Free. James, Jack, Elliot, Gabe, my dad, and Max. And now Janie. So yes, they really could be anywhere. But I found them the first place I looked. The conference room. I smiled at my dad, followed by my aunt. I dropped a kiss on my Uncle James's cheek as I passed, and came to a halt next to a conference chair that housed the cutest brown-haired little girl in existence. "Well, hello." I smiled down at the girl. She had to be 2 or 3 at most. My guess was 3 because she was easily navigating her way through a puzzle that would likely be difficult for a 2-year-old. "Bayou," I heard the man that had followed me in say. "Nice to meet you." "I'm Shiloh. This is my husband, James," I heard my aunt reply softly. "Sorry, but Phoebe was raised in a barn and can't remember common manners." I scoffed and turned my head to survey my aunt. "I'm sorry, but I thought y'all met before. My bad." A soft, baby-fine touch of my hair had me turning back around to see the little girl standing on the swivel chair with her hand raised. "Pink?" The little girl ran her finger down my hair again. I smiled. My hair was what one would call strawberry blonde, but to a 3-year-old, I could see how she'd get pink out of it. I'd hated my hair from the moment that it had started to change from the blonde it had been originally when I was born to this strawberry blonde that couldn't quite choose whether it wanted to be blonde or red. Yes, I smiled down at her, then touched her hair. Brown. Her eyes frowned, a look that I'd seen on the man that was now at my back 100 times before. And then she looked over at the man beside me. The man that also had brown hair. The man that had gray eyes, just like her, too. My heart started to gallop and the breath in my chest started to come in pants. And that was when I knew why Bayou was called to the house. Why Shiloh, a social worker, was looking for him. Bayou hadn't made the connection yet, but he was frowning. Not hard enough to scare the little girl, but enough that I could tell something was off, and his brain was trying to piece together the information. "Take a seat, please," Shiloh instructed. "Phoebe, would you mind giving us some privacy?" I swallowed hard and looked at my dad. He was already up and moving, as was James. "She can stay," Bayou said. "Unless you feel like what you have to say is something that needs to stay secret from them. I never meant to hide Ilsa or my past. It's bad, though." Ilsa. My stomach clenched. James and my father resumed their seats. I took the seat closest to the little girl and smiled at her when she turned those eyes so much like Bayou's to me. They immediately skittered away, and my heart wrenched as 1,000 worries started to pour through me. She hadn't been held, which I knew Shiloh would have made sure to do. The place was big, and a little girl didn't sit 8 chairs away from the only person that she knew, Shiloh, unless she didn't want to be sitting in said woman's lap. Because Shiloh loved every little kid that ever came through her door, no matter if it was for 5 minutes or 10 years. They were her kids. And Shiloh wasn't the type of person to allow a young girl like the one that was sitting next to me be as far away as she was without a damn good reason. "Okay," Shiloh said as she began. "I'm just going to go ahead and start, but please, don't lose it. I've been made aware of a few of your problems with Ilsa. I've also been doing my homework. I realized that what y'all had ended very poorly and was very short-lived." "It was," Bayou agreed. "But I'm not bitter about it." It was my dad's grimace and the slant of his eyes toward the little girl by my side that caused my fears to be confirmed. He knew. Our eyes met, and I saw the understanding dawn in his eyes that he knew I knew. He winked at me, and I blew out a breath. "How about you start with your version of what happened?" Shiloh suddenly suggested. Bayou tilted his head and leaned back in the chair, his arms going across the uniform that was still starched to perfection, even after him wearing it all day. His right wrist touched the badge that was on his left breast pocket, and I wondered if he polished it. A little hand touched my wrist, and I looked down to see the girl holding out a puzzle piece toward me, one she hadn't been able to figure out. I took the puzzle piece from her and twisted it in the correct direction, then handed it back. She immediately fitted it into place before starting on the next piece.
I'm curious why it matters, Bayou said. I'm sorry, but did Ilsa die or something? Did she do something stupid and is now going to prison? Is she trying to get her kids back from welfare?
Something like that, Shiloh said. It does involve her children. Children. Plural. Bayou sighed and leaned forward again, placing his elbows on the expensive butcher block conference table that my father had purchased because I'd said I liked it.
I didn't know she had any kids at first, he admitted. I met Ilsa 4 years ago. We had a fling while I was on leave, and that fling almost cost me my military career. Did cost me it, really.
He paused.
Ilsa was a user. A very smart, very ingenious user. She hid her affliction well, and I didn't even realize that she used drugs until I was being pulled over after spending the night with her in a hotel room that she usually sold drugs out of.
Did you get arrested? Shiloh asked. Bayou shook his head.
No. I had 4 more days left on leave, and I spent those with a tail. I didn't realize that Ilsa was the reason for that tail until I met with her one other time the day before I left. That was when I found out that not only did she use drugs after we had relations, but she had a warrant out for her arrest. I was zipping my pants up and about to leave to report back to my new command post when the door was broken down and a search warrant team was storming the room. She made the next 12 hours hell as I tried to explain that she was only a fling, and since they had no reason to detain me, I went back to my new station. But her stink followed me. An officer called me, called my CO, hounded pretty much everyone that was involved with me to the point that my CO didn't trust my judgment anymore and handed me every shit job he could find when I was a seasoned military police officer. Therefore, I retired from the Army 6 months after that night with Ilsa and tried to never look back. Only Ilsa, finding out where I was, continued to show her face. Each time I saw her, she got a little more angry that I refused to have anything to do with her. The last time I saw her, she promised me I'd regret it, and I did. Because a couple of days later I found out that she had about 4 kids and she'd accused me of trying to kidnap them.
My mouth fell open. She what? He nodded, his eyes flicking briefly to me.
Luckily, I was at Dixie's place, and I had about 6 police officers that were friends of mine swear that I was 400 miles away from her and the attempted kidnapping at the time, he said. Had some digging done on her and found out that she was a slimy little creature as well as a druggie. She was good at using people, and those 4 kids of hers were the unluckiest kids on the planet. Luckily, Ilsa had a good mother that cared for them, otherwise I would have gone out of my way to make sure that she didn't have them anymore.
Shiloh sighed. And you didn't have any more contact with her? Bayou shook his head.
She backed off. I haven't seen or heard from her in about 3.5 years.
He stopped and waited for more information. I could tell he was curious as to why any of this was relevant, and I could clearly tell he was humoring us with what information he was given. There was likely more, but I was sure without more information, he wasn't going to give that out as willingly. Shiloh blew out a breath. About a month ago, Ilsa got reported to CPS by her mother. Shiloh glanced at Bayou, then down the table at the little girl that was now fitting the last piece of her puzzle into place. CPS became involved, and nothing was found. We all waited, knowing there would be more to this story than met the eye. And it wasn't until Ilsa's youngest daughter, Issa, nearly died from a drug overdose that CPS could finally pin something on Ilsa. Shiloh jerked her chin toward the little girl. That was when I started to notice the bruising on the little girl, in places that IVs would go, such as around the top of her foot and in the little bend of her elbow. She also looked quite pale, and based on the man's coloring that was 2 seats down from the little girl, that wasn't her natural skin tone. Her hair was also shaved in the spot right above her right ear, synonymous with a drain or shunt of some sort. Did she have brain swelling due to her drug overdose? And the little one beside you just spent a month in the hospital fighting for her life, Shiloh said softly. Bayou looked over at the little girl and frowned. He still didn't see it, but he would. I swallowed hard, about to blurt out my observation, but someone, my father, kicked me under the table, causing me to narrow my eyes at him. Then I kicked him back. He winked, and I bared my teeth at him. Puzzle pieces hit the table, and I looked over to see the little girl, Isa, scatter all the pieces she just painstakingly fitted into place all over the table in front of her, then reach for the first piece again. I blinked as she started with the middle piece. Jesus, the kid was smart. I wasn't sure how she knew that went there, but I was enraptured all the same.
That's awful,
Bayou finally said, turning away.
Did Elsa finally get charged?
Yes and no, Shiloh answered. She claims that it was her boyfriend who was watching her that night that was responsible for the overdose. The boyfriend under question, according to her mother, is actually just some man that randomly comes by the house for drugs, but for some reason, he's covering for Ilsa. It's a he said, she said kind of thing right now with 5 kids in the middle.
Bayou snorted. I'll never understand her capacity to get out of sticky situations. I'm not quite sure how she continues to do it, to be honest, but it gets really fucking old.
I agree, Shiloh said. Apparently, one of my colleagues from the Brownsboro area, where this is all going down, said they've been trying to take her kids away for years, yet they just keep getting out of the situations. This time, it was suggested to us to possibly go a different route, and that was to find the fathers.
I tried that too, Bayou admitted. I was able to find one, the oldest kid's. He was just as much of a piece of shit as Ilsa.
Right, she said. The grandmother said as much. They all had atrocious fathers, except for that one. Bayou once again looked to the little girl and frowned.
Yeah?
Yes, Shiloh confirmed. We convinced Ilsa that Isa would be better off with her father until we could get this all sorted out. Since she didn't want to lose her other 4 children, for some reason she's acting like they're chess pieces that she needs to hold on to win, she agreed to tell us the father's name in exchange for goodwill when it comes to the other 4 children. They will stay with her mother until this is over. Isa, on the other hand, will be staying with the father if he's willing.
Bayou turned away from the girl that nearly had the entire middle of the puzzle done, and then stared at Shiloh. Okay.
Your daughter is a very intelligent little girl, and she's extremely lucky to be alive, Shiloh said softly, finally letting the cat out of the bag.
Bayou froze, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply. Blowing out the breath he just sucked into his lungs, he calmly stood up and walked from the room. I didn't get up until 20 minutes later when I was kind of unsure that he was even coming back. Shiloh must have been, too, because she urged me on.
Calm him down and bring him back in here. We have more to talk to him about, she murmured. But take your time. This is fine. She looked at the girl that still had no care in the world that any of us were in the room. She was in her own little world and didn't look like she could be bothered at all by the happenings that were going on around her.
Go, my dad said.
Chapter 8. Why does the nutritional value on a box of Cheez-Its give you the serving size of 15 crackers? Bitch, you damn well know I'm gonna eat half the box. Phoebe's secret thoughts. Phoebe. I found him outside, arms crossed, leaning against his bike as he stared up at the sky. There were bats outside, feeding on the insects. It wasn't a surprise to see him so fascinated, since I knew that birds had a common effect on him.
I don't even have a car seat,
Bayou said, eyes wide and full of something that I wouldn't quite say was fear, but was definitely very, very close to it.
I don't even have a goddamn truck.
I laughed then. I couldn't help myself. Bayou, honey, everything you thought you knew is out the window. The only thing left is what is right in front of you, and that is a little girl that needs you for her survival. It sounds like she's had a pretty shitty go of it for the first 3 years of her life. Don't you think you're better than what she would have had with Ilsa? Bayou looked haunted.
I'm not really sure. It's taken a lot to get me to where I am right now, but I'm far from normal. I'm abrupt, brash, and say what I mean. I have an obsession with goddamn birds that sometimes borders on unhealthy. I still have trouble with crowds, and even though I look like I'm a really good functioning member of society, I'm not. I'm broken.
You're not broken, I said. You're perfect. And you're going to do fine. That little girl won't care that you like birds. That little girl only cares that you do your best. And at the end of the day, love her.
I don't have the capacity for love, he said.
Yes, you do. He looked like he was about to deny my every word. Then I did what I did best. I stirred shit up. Reaching for his face, I pulled him down until his face was only an inch from mine. Then I squeezed his cheeks together, almost forcing him to look at me. The hairs of his beard tickled my chin, but I held on anyway, even though having him this close was nearly distracting. My body was doing things that my mind knew certain parts, that is, my vagina, shouldn't be doing in this particular situation. Did that stop me from wanting to bring his mouth just a little bit closer? No. Did that stop me from inhaling his scent and wishing that the situation that I found myself in was different? Again, another no. You do, I said again. You are a good man, and from what I've been able to tell, you love your cousin. You love your adopted sister, even though she has a psycho switch that turns on when she's anywhere in the vicinity of me or my sister. You also love your club members. From what I've been able to tell based on the club parties I've attended, you do have it in you, and Isa is new. She doesn't know what to expect any more than you do. It's going to be a learning experience all the way around. His hands fisted, and that was when I realized that they were on my hips, though now he wasn't cupping my hips as much as pressing both fists into my flesh. Though he wasn't touching me, I was sure on purpose since I still had hold of his face. The act made something in my brain short-circuit. If I was willing to admit it, I'd had a crush on the man whose face I had in my hands for a very long time now. Years. I'd compared every single man that I'd ever dated to Bayou. I'd only had a couple encounters with the man, but it was enough to elicit a lifelong change in me. One that was so fused with my soul that I hadn't slept with a single man my entire adult life. Why would I, when every time a man started to go down that particular path with me, I compared him to Bayou? Though, he was Benson to me then. However, Bayou had changed. He was no longer that man that he used to be. He was different, more self-assured, more confident in who he was now and who he would be in the future. Then again, I was no longer the girl he used to know. I didn't get to be the girl that hid in the corner while life moved along around her. I had to be an adult, and do adult-like things like go to work, go grocery shopping, pay bills, and generally do things that interested me about as much as I liked plucking my chin hairs.
Why are you looking at me like that?
He asked, his eyes studying mine. I started to let go of his face and took a step away from him. Or would have, had my foot not caught on Bayou's. Before I could so much as fall backward like I knew I was going to do, Bayou pulled me into his body. I fell into him with a small oomph on my part and stood there, leaning against him entirely for a few long seconds. That was when I felt the distinct hardness that was now against my body, my belly, to be specific. The way he was leaning on the bike meant my body was bowed into his, and I could feel every single muscle, including the ones in his arms, which my hands were firmly attached to. My face was also inches from his again, and this time I was pressed up against him. There really was no other recourse. I had to do it. I kissed him. One hot, wet kiss, and then I was standing on my own with Bayou an entire 10 feet away. I blinked as I tried to get my equilibrium about me. Bayou was watching me like Phantom eyed her dinner. His eyes were huge and locked on me, and his hands were clenching and unclenching as if he was trying to will himself to stay still. I swallowed hard. "Sorry," I apologized. He looked at me as if I'd sucker punched him. I wasn't sorry at all. Kissing him was the highlight of my life. My first kiss, my first grope, too. Oh, God, I just groped my employer. Shit! I didn't mean to, I lied quickly. I swear, shit. I swear fuck. Yeah. Then I turned around and started to head back inside. I needed to leave. I needed to get the fuck out of here and not look back. I needed to... Bayou caught my hand and pulled me to a stop. His thumb swept absently over my tattoo as he whirled me around and forced me to face him. I closed my eyes and refused to look at him. Even when his hands found my cheeks and he cupped my face just like I'd done to his a few long minutes ago. Even when he said, "Look at me," I shook my head, refusing. Holy shit, I was so embarrassed. I would rather shoot myself in the foot with a harpoon than look at him right then. "Look at me." Still, I refused. "No." "It won't go away." He sounded amused. "Maybe it will," I replied lamely. "You can't undo kissing me," he said, laughing. "It never happened," I lied. "It did happen," he murmured. "Your lips touched mine." He sounded so happy that I chanced a peek through half-slitted eyelids. He was watching me with a grin on his face. Bayou never smiled, not ever. I opened my left eye all the way and stared at him as if he had a screw loose. "Why are you staring at me like that?" I asked. "Because I was waiting for your eyes to open so I could kiss you again." He paused and looked at my unopened eye. "I guess I could kiss you with one eye open." Then his mouth was back on mine. And this time, I wasn't the one in control of anything. Not my mouth, not my tongue, not my lips, not my hands, not even my thoughts. He controlled everything, and before I knew it, my hands were up his shirt, feeling his muscles. My body was pressed up against his, writhing with need, and he was backing me up until my back was against the brick building. I gasped when he pressed against me fully, letting me feel every delicious, hard inch of him. But before I could go any further, such as doing something that would be monumentally stupid, seeing as he was my boss, and we were standing outside of a building that was so wired that my dad was about to come out at any second and yell at me, I stopped. Well, technically, he stopped. I didn't. I had no choice but to watch him back away from me, one slow step at a time. "One day, when my life isn't a complete clusterfuck, we're going to explore this," he growled. "I'm giving it a month." I frowned. "Why a month?" "Because if it's not fixed by then it probably never will be." He paused. "Not to mention the fact that I've been staying away from you since I saw you at a party when you were 15. The only reason I was able to stay away was because you never showed any outward signs of being attracted to me. Now that I know differently, all bets are off." Chapter 9. I hate it when that woman acts like a supervisor. Bitch, act your wage. Phoebe's secret thoughts. Phoebe. He walked in, and I blushed. From the roots of my hair to, I was sure, the tips of my toes. But since I couldn't actually see them to confirm, I had to go on the fact that my toes felt hotter than normal. You can't bring a child to a prison, I whispered to Bayou. How? Why, what the hell? His eyes latched onto me, and for a split second, he wasn't a father. He wasn't my boss. He was just the man that I'd kissed last night, and he'd kissed back. That moment was over in a flash, as if he'd compartmentalized it and shoved it back to a deep, dark corner of his brain, something that I should probably do. What else was I supposed to do with her? He asked. I have a meeting that I can't miss today, or it could mean less funding for the guards, and less funding means less protection, and less protection means workplace accidents, and then I might have to kill an inmate. Trust me when I say that it couldn't be missed. Once I'm done, I have a meeting with a nanny, but I'm already freaking out over that. Doesn't one of your MC buddies' wives own a daycare? I asked curiously. Bayou opened his mouth, and then closed it. Yes. Then you should start there first. I'm fairly sure that she'd be more than willing to make room for any baby that belonged to you, I pointed out. He took a seat in the chair that was across from me and looked like a lost little boy that was just trying to find his way. Last night, after more discussions on Ilsa and Isa had been discussed, my father had loaned Bayou his truck, all the way laughing his ass off at the disgruntled look on Bayou's face. It's not just that, he admitted. What's not just that? I questioned. He didn't answer. At least not how I expected him. Are you doing anything later? He asked out of the blue. I frowned. It depends. What do you need? He seemed to think about what he wanted to say for a long moment before he just blurted it out. I don't know what to buy for a 3-year-old. I was given a few essentials by Shiloh, but I'm so lost that I don't even know where to start. I'd ask one of the guys, but any time a woman gets around her, she starts going into these trances. That kind of scares the shit out of me. As long as I hold her, though, she seems to be fine, but I know the guys' wives aren't going to be able to stay away once they hear about Isa, so will you help me after work? Get the things that she needs? I nodded. I'd actually seen her go into one of those trances last night when Shiloh had gone to pick her up and hand her to Bayou. Isa had gone so still, so catatonic, that it had honestly been freaky as hell. Which begged the question, why hadn't she done that with me? Whatever the reason, I'd be glad to help. The boys are coming over later, too. We're going to discuss Ilsa and Isa, he said softly. The little girl sat on Bayou's lap, looking around the room with rapt fascination. I could tell that she wanted to explore, but likely had been tempered not to let her inquisitive nature show. I wanted to kill her mother, repeatedly. If I could figure out a way to keep the bitch alive while given continuous torture, I'd do it in a heartbeat. I don't think Isa would go to a daycare. I think she'd have to be introduced to Landry very slowly, and she'd have to decide for herself if she liked Landry or not before I could leave her there with her. He paused. I'm asking Wade to bring her with him tonight. You should ask all of them to bring their wives, I offered. And Prue's off for maternity leave for another 5 weeks, 10 if she takes her extended illness, which she's discussing doing. If we can convince Isa that my sister's not that bad, I know for a fact that Prue would be willing to watch Isa. At least until we got her liking Landry enough to go there. Bayou blew out a relieved breath. That sounds good. Very good, actually. Fuck. You probably shouldn't say fuck in front of a 3-year-old girl. They repeat everything, I told him. Not this one, he muttered. She's a very quiet and solemn child. How did she do after you got her home? I asked. He looked scared to death when he went to leave in my dad's truck. I guess good. I put her to bed on my couch. She liked my cat.
He laughed. I think they slept together the entire night, and I'm not sure if Pooh was too scared to leave Izza's clutches or if he actually liked her holding on to him. Regardless, when I woke up this morning, Izza still had him wrapped up in her arms.
And she hasn't said a word at all since you've gotten her? I asked. He shook his head.
Just the word pink yesterday when she touched your hair.
I mentally scanned through people that I knew that would be able to help her. I knew a speech pathologist that had graduated with me. I also knew a couple that worked with early childhood intervention. I could ask all of them. I know a few people that work with children, I said. She might do better if she was taken to a counselor first, though. A male one. Bayou nodded.
I've already thought of that, and I agree. I have a list on my phone thanks to a buddy. His wife works with children, and she is supposed to be finding me a male that does the same thing that can work with her.
I looked at the clock on the wall. Did you feed her breakfast? He nodded.
Bacon and eggs from Sonic. She ate every bit of it. At least I don't have to worry about her appetite.
That was true. Then you should probably go. Leave her here and pray that there are no riots while you're gone. I paused. And don't dilly-dally. He handed her to me, and Izza came without complaint. Her eyes, so much like her father's, met mine. And I felt something in my chest pang. I always knew that Bayou would make beautiful babies.
I'll be back.
He left, only taking 2 seconds to look over his shoulder at the both of us before finally leaving completely. I studied the little girl. You've got the big man tied in knots, I told her. Your daddy is scared to death right now and barely hanging on by a thread. The little girl's gray eyes, filled with intelligence, seemed to comprehend what I'd just said. She pressed her fingertip to my hair and ran it down from root to the hair tie that I had holding my hair into a tightly controlled bun. I don't really know what to do with a 3-year-old, I told her teasingly. Would you like to play on my phone? I pulled it out of my pocket and unlocked it for her, thinking about what I had on there that a 3-year-old could play. Nothing. I didn't have a single game on there. I quickly went to the App Store and found a puzzle game that she might like, downloading it and opening it all within about a minute. All the while she sat calmly on my lap watching me. No impatience at all. Nothing. After showing her how to work the puzzle game, I handed the phone to her, which she took. Moments later, she was finishing the puzzle and handing it back. Smart girl, I teased. A big man walked in and my heart leapt. It settled back down when I saw who it was. Hello, Rome, I said softly. Rome's eyes were warm when they met mine. Then they slid to the girl on my lap, and something in his eyes went haywire for a long moment before going soft. Rome's son, Mateus, had died of leukemia. I was sure that it was still as raw and fresh now as it was the day that it had happened. This is he asked softly. I nodded. It is. Did Bayou talk to you? He pulled up the chair from Diane's desk. Diane, that I noticed was late as hell today and hadn't called to tell anybody that she was going to be late or call in sick, and sat down. He was such a big man that his size was intimidating, but the smile he had on his face for the little girl in my lap was nothing short of beautiful. She looks a lot like him, Rome murmured, eyes trained on the girl's face. The hair, the... Holy shit. The eyes. Yes, I agreed as Izza looked at Rome and let him see her eyes. She has his eyes, too. And like I just told Bayou, you should really watch your language around her. He chuckled and leaned back in his chair as he studied the little girl. Izza nudged me and I looked down to see she'd finished the second puzzle. I found her a new one just as the phone rang. Shit. What was that, Miss Mackenzie? I don't think we heard you. I flipped Rome off and stood up to walk to the phone that only rang when I had an inmate on the way down. Usually it was a courtesy warning for us to put up any objects that shouldn't be out when inmates were on their way down, like pens or guns, things like that. My heart leapt. I couldn't handle an inmate right now, not with Bayou's daughter in the infirmary with me while he was in a meeting. I answered the phone with a curt, "Hello?" "Ma'am," the officer on the other end said. "I have a slate solace on the way down to you with a laceration that needs to be stitched up." "Slate solace?" I confirmed. "Yes," he said. "Thank you," I said, sounding much calmer than I felt. I pulled up Slate's file on my computer and scanned his records. All the while, my stomach was churning. "Don't worry," Rome mumbled as he caught the look of panic in my eyes. "This prisoner's different. Plus, he's my brother-in-law." I frowned, unsure whether that was a good thing or not. "I'll stay," he continued to reassure me. I wasn't sure whether I could believe him or not, which Rome obviously read on my face. "Slate used to be a cop. Plus, the only reason he's in here in the first place is because he killed his fiance's murderer. He's set to get out in a year, 6 months if his parole goes without problem. He's not going to do anything to jeopardize his chance to get out." Rome paused. "Plus, I'm not leaving." I blew out of breath. He must have sensed the panic on my face and thought to reassure me. "If you say he's okay, then I'll trust you." I paused. "But just realize that Bayou's daughter is over there, and I'll beat the ever-loving shit out of anything that seeks to cause her harm." Bayou's daughter, oblivious to the tension in the room, continued to play with her puzzle game as if there was nothing in this world that could harm her. And I had a feeling, now, that it was true. Bayou, now that he knew about the little girl, would never allow her to come to harm, no matter what he had to do or who he had to go through to prevent it. Rome's eyes narrowed on me. "Good." That was when the prisoner was brought into the room. He had chains on his ankles and on his hands, and he was shuffling in about as fast as the chains would allow him. He was bleeding profusely from a gash right above his left eye, and it was trailing down his face in gruesome rivulets. I worriedly looked over to Isa, but she was so enraptured with my phone that she didn't bother looking up. "Sit him over there." I indicated the very corner of the room, about as far away from Isa as I could get while still being in the room. The guard that was escorting this Slate man nodded once, and Slate turned to follow orders like a dutiful little boy. "Sit." Slate sat. Then there was some readjusting, and Slate was then chained to the bed at his hands and at his feet. "Thanks, man," Rome said as the guard backed up. "I don't mind staying." The guard looked at Rome, then shrugged. "Sounds good. It was my lunch break anyway." Then the guard was gone, and Rome was grinning like a goddamn loon at Slate. "What did I tell you about getting in fights, bro?" Rome drawled. Slate lifted his hand as far as the chain would allow him and flipped Rome the bird. "Fuck you." I walked over to the med kit that we used for cuts that would require sutures or glue and picked it up. Rome took it from my hands and walked it over to the metal table that was attached to the wall. He set it down and opened it up before I could even walk across the room to his side. "Slate, this is Phoebe." He paused. I turned to survey Slate and smiled at seeing that lazy grin on his face. "Ma'am?" He nodded. My grin grew. Why does that voice strike me as sugary sweet only when you want it to sound that way? Slate's grin grew too. "Because girls say my voice is sweet as sin." Rome gagged. "That's disgusting." "It's true." Slate shrugged. I silently agreed with him. My eyes drifted over to the little girl that was across the room, and Slate's eyes followed my gaze. He paused. "You have a child in prison." I walked up to Slate's side with some gauze in my hand and laid it over the cut. Then I walked back to pull out a set of gloves. "You're not allergic to latex, are you?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, but why is there a kid in here?"
Bayou's, Rome said. He found out he had it yesterday when social services dropped her off in his arms.
Slate's mouth dropped open.
No shit.
No shit, I confirmed. Are you allergic to anything?
About half the antibiotics you can name.
He paused. Is the mom dead?
No.
That came from not me or Rome, but the man that was all the way across the room. Bayou. He was significantly less tense than he had been when he'd left the room, and he was looking a little wired now that I could study him. His eyes were also ringed with dark circles, as if he hadn't slept last night. Then again, who could blame him? I sure as hell couldn't.
Do you want her to be? Because I know a guy,
Slate teased. At least I thought he was teasing.
No.
Bayou walked farther into the infirmary, taking a wary glance at the little girl that had glanced up at him and dismissed him at hearing his voice.
But I could use a little downtime from the boys.
He gestured to the building around him.
What the fuck is going on lately? I've never had to send the place into lockdown twice in 1 month, but the guards are acting like it's about to be Armageddon any day now.
That was true. We'd had an influx of fights, or so I'd been told.
No fucking idea.
Slate shook his head.
That was what I was trying to figure out when this happened.
He gestured to his face.
Unhook him,
Bayou grumbled.
Jesus, who brought him in here anyway?
Fluke, Rome answered, using some keys to unlock the chains that were keeping Slate tied to the bed and restrained.
Fucking Fluke.
The moment he was free, he was sitting up and shaking out his arms.
God, this feels beautiful.
I felt my heart pounding a mile a minute at seeing him free. But if Bayou was comfortable with it, then so was I. At least I was trying to be. I pulled the gauze that I'd left on Slate's face away and shifted so that I was standing in front of Slate, with Bayou at my back. I could practically feel Bayou's heat all along my back. I was standing so close. I wanted to shift back until I could feel him from shoulders to ass, but that might be inappropriate to do in front of others. Need stitches, I said to Slate. Slate snorted.
You think?
Yes, I answered, knowing he'd meant it to be facetious. He rolled his eyes. But, I said as I tossed the bloody gauze on the gurney behind him, I don't know how to do stitches, so we're going to superglue the bitch together and then Steri-strip it. Slate's eyes met mine, and then he grinned, making my heart stall in my chest for a few seconds. But then Bayou moved closer until he was practically in line with my body and stared at the gash on Slate's brow.
I think Pretty Boy here won't care.
Pretty Boy scoffed. I forgot how to breathe because I could smell Bayou, and I could also feel him. His utility belt was pressed into me, and I could feel the long column of his baton along the crack of my ass.
I'm gonna care if my fucking face never heals correctly,
he countered, then turned his eyes to me.
You're sure that I won't fuck anything up to glue it?
I shook my head. It's not actually superglue. It's special and is designed to be put on these kinds of things. I don't really have a choice, though. The doctor isn't here yet, and the longer that stays open, the worse it's going to get.
Diane was supposed to be here,
Bayou rumbled. I could feel his question against my back as his chest rumbled with his words. Yes, I answered, swallowing hard. Rome, can you hand me some more gauze? Rome grabbed a large stack and handed it to me. Thank you. Someone touched my leg, and I looked down to see Izza standing there, holding my phone up to me. There was a message on the screen, and I grinned. Bayou, can you get rid of the message for me so she can go back to her puzzle? Bayou took the phone from Izza, and then gagged. What?
Your sister just asked you if you thought it was normal for her vagina to bleed profusely after having a baby,
Bayou said, sounding a tad bit strangled. Tell her yes, I ordered. That she had a baby for Christ's sake, and that it's probably going to do that until it's completely healed. Tell her that you also don't want a picture because if you don't, that's going to be what she sends next. I couldn't hear Bayou's laughter, but I could feel it against my back. I looked down at Izza, who was now staring at Slate. Slate was staring down at Izza with what looked like longing in his eyes. "She's cute as fuck," Slate rumbled. I pressed a little too hard on his forehead, and he cursed and jerked back, eyes going to me with surprise. "Don't curse in front of her," I ordered. Slate's eyes crinkled at the corners. "Yes, ma'am." "I keep telling you." Bayou handed the phone back to Izza, who took it and walked back to her chair across the room. "She doesn't talk." "Doesn't yet," I corrected him. "Just wait." 15 minutes later, Slate's head was as fixed as I could get it, and I was walking to the cabinet marked antibiotics, as I called the hospital using the prison phone, and asked to speak with my mother. She answered 2 minutes later. "Yes, baby?" she asked, sounding distracted. "Hey," I paused. "I need you to go find a doctor and ask him what antibiotics I can give and how much to a man that just had his brow busted open. He's allergic to—" I then went on to name off the antibiotics he was allergic to. "Okay, hold on and I'll get back to you." I was placed on hold, and I tucked the phone in between my shoulder and my ear as I washed my hands. Once they were dry, I took the phone back into my hand and then turned to lean my hips against the metal table that was now freshly cleaned and disinfected, thanks to Bayou. With his own hips against the wall and his arms crossed over his chest, I studied him. His eyes were studying the little girl across the room, but that by no means meant he was missing any of the conversation that was going on around him. Slate said something, and Bayou's mouth twitched as he responded. Absently, his hand went down to his front, between his legs, and he readjusted himself. My mom came back on the line and started to talk, but my brain had short-circuited. Why? Because Bayou had no baton on his tool belt. In fact, he didn't have his utility belt on at all. Holy shit. Chapter 10. I don't feel like I'm getting older. It's more like my warranty is about to expire. Coffee cup. Phoebe. I was staring around my living room with awe. I had a place of my own. I could afford it. There was room for my shit, and I still had room to spare. Oh, and I didn't have a neighbor that was close enough for me to hear them fart. Score! The last person had just left, and the only souls left were me and my animals. I looked over at Mr. Miyagi, my Siamese cat that liked to sleep on my face. "Well, what do you think?" He flicked his tail and didn't answer. I hadn't seen my other cat, Karate Kid, since we'd let him out of his carrier earlier in the day. I had a feeling he was probably underneath my bed and wouldn't come out for a few hours yet. Taking a step in the direction of my bedroom, I thought that maybe now would be a good time to change, but there was a knock at my door. Thinking it was my sister or possibly my father, I walked to it and yanked it open, only to be stunned speechless to see who it actually was. "Come over and eat with us," Bayou said without waiting for me to say anything. "I'm having a talk with the boys and a few of the ladies came to join, plus your sister's over there with the babies, and she's making me uncomfortable after what I read today." I started to giggle. "It wasn't that bad." "It was," he disagreed. "And just saying is as uncomfortable as hell. And you're good with her." I looked over at the little girl that was in his arms. She was staring at me with eyes the same color as her daddy's. She also looked tired, as if she was seconds away from falling asleep. My heart melted. "Sure," I said softly. "I just have to go change." His eyes took in what I was wearing. A slow perusal from the top of my head, where my hair was piled into a messy bun, to the tips of my toes that were painted a hot pink with silver glitter. "What's wrong with what you have on?" he asked. He sounded genuinely curious, as if he really did see nothing wrong with what I was wearing. I looked down at my tight jean shorts and cut-up tank top that I'd made when I was 15. Nothing, I admitted. But if you're having a party, I don't want to look like the oddball. His eyes went warm. Trust me, honey. You're not the oddest duck in the pond, that's for sure. I felt my heart swell. But I wasn't going over there in sweaty underwear for the next couple of hours. I'm changing, I told him, but not because I'm self-conscious or anything, but because I'm sweaty as hell. I paused. I'd really like to take a shower first. His eyes took me in for a few long seconds, and then he nodded once. Okay. I'll stay here until you're ready. I can walk in the dark, I told him. It's only 3 houses down from yours. He looked at me but didn't answer. Fine, whatever. Just don't be mean to my cat. He's an asshole and not very friendly. Bayou closed the door behind him. Go take your shower. I'm hungry. I looked at him where he was standing in his front foyer and nodded. I'll be 20 minutes. Tops. Bayou bent down and placed Izza on her feet. Izza, comfortable in who she was, walked confidently over to the couch as if she'd done it in my place 1,000 times and took a seat on the love seat. There, she leaned back on the couch and got comfortable. She's like an adult trapped inside a child's body, I muttered. Bayou snorted. She's a sweetheart, but I don't think kids are supposed to act like her. I heard the underlying words of panic in his voice as he'd said that. He was scared because he thought she was like him. And she might very well be, but she also might be acting the way she was acting because her mother had traumatized her. We just didn't know. Only time would tell. Bayou locked the door. Is the back door locked? He questioned. I nodded. It is. I was on my way to change my clothes before you got here. He nodded once and looked back over at where Izza was, only for her to be gone. She moves like a goddamn cat, he muttered, instantly prowling farther into the house. I watched him go, trying not to admire his muscles as he went, but that was futile. It would be like looking at a work of art and not noticing the beauty of it. He peeked into the kitchen, shook his head, and then moved into the hallway. I followed at a much slower pace. When I finally caught up to him, it was to find him standing in my doorway with his arms crossed tightly over his chest, staring at what I assumed was Izza. What? My voice trailed off as I got a good look. That's Karate Kid. You listed off other animals that you had, he rumbled from my side. I didn't remember hearing a cat mentioned. I studied his little girl, who was curled up on the bed with Karate Kid on one side of her and Mr. Miyagi on the other. Her eyes were closed and she was snoring lightly. I wondered if Bayou snored. Was it bad that I wanted to find out? I didn't before yesterday, I admitted. I went to the pet store and adopted 2 of them because I was there for treats for my sister and saw them sitting there looking all pitiful. Mr. Miyagi is missing an ear and Karate Kid is missing an eye. The sales chick said that they'd been there for almost a year with no attention. Bayou's eyes were shining when he looked down at me. That's how I got my cat. I smiled then, and his eyes zeroed in on my mouth. I stilled, wondering if I should move, go get into the shower. But my feet were planted firmly on the beige carpet and had what felt like minds of their own. Bayou moved all at once. 1 second his arms were crossed and he was standing positioned facing my bedroom, and the next I was in his arms and his mouth was on mine. I swallowed a cry of surprise, or Bayou did with his mouth, and nearly fell into euphoria. Bayou was kissing me. Bayou was kissing me really, really well. I moaned into his mouth, my fingers digging into his biceps. My head's spinning, all I can think about is how I'm gonna fuck this up. He pulled back, his eyes so intense on mine that I almost felt filleted down straight to my soul. And then you're there, bringing me back under control and making me see reason. I shook my head, trying to clear it. It didn't work. Mostly because, before I could get my wits about me again, Bayou was back. Spent the last half a year trying to tell myself that you're better off without someone like me. Someone that has too much on his plate, someone that has more added onto it every day, that can barely deal with the problems he has. But then you wear something like this all day long and bend over in front of me, I think, just to see if you can get a reaction, and I just can't. I swallowed hard. I had done that. I'd done that because I wanted to see if I'd get a rise out of him. I wanted him to repeat the kiss we'd shared. I'd wanted him with a ferociousness that was bordering on unhealthy. A person shouldn't want someone like I wanted Bayou. It was crazy to want and need someone as much as I did him. Surely what I felt for him was just a passing crush, but it wasn't. It hadn't been when I was 15, and sure as hell wasn't now. Now's not the time, I tried to say. You have too much on your plate. You need to focus on... I'm focusing on her, he said, eyes going to the bedroom where I could see Izza laying, sound asleep. But Izza wasn't the only thing that I found out about yesterday. I also found out that I needed you. I opened my mouth to reply. I was well on my way to having a panic attack, he said. I frowned. What? When you walked out yesterday, I was telling myself that I couldn't do it. That I couldn't be a father. I had too many things on my plate. My mind was whirling 1,000 miles a minute. I was working myself up into a really good attack of the you can't handle it blues. Then you walked out, and my soul just went quiet. I swallowed hard. His hand went up from my hip, skimming lightly along my side until it met my breast. I'm not normal, he said. Never have been and never will be. I'm proud of the man that I've been able to carve out of the boy that I used to be. I've gotten my shit together. I've gotten a job. I've overcome so much. And all of that went sliding right out of me the moment I was told that I was a father. I felt something tighten in my chest. Bayou, being a parent isn't a death sentence. No, he agreed, his fingers tickling the outside of my breast. It's not. And I wouldn't have realized that had you not come out to speak with me last night. Tears prickled my eyes, and my nipples hardened as he brought his hand farther around, drawing a line with the tip of his finger as he followed the curve of my breast. I was panting, and my chest was heaving. We can't do this now, I tried, panic starting to take over the rational thinking part of my brain. He caught me before I could make it even a few steps away from him. I've been told, he drawled, that being a parent, there's never a good time. I wanted to argue with him, but I'd heard that myself. But this really isn't a good time. He paused, his eyes going hard. You don't want me? I laughed in his face and wrapped my hand around the back of his neck. Pulling him down until his mouth was inches from my own, I stood up on my tippy toes and made sure that he understood exactly how much I wanted him, which was a lot. He growled into my mouth, and his hand that had been on my breast moved away. Both of those strong, muscular hands went to my ass and pulled me into him. I lost control. That's the only way that I can describe what happened next. I gasped into his mouth, and his tongue swept inside. He took no mercy on me. He devoured my mouth, licking, sucking, and biting. I shivered as a wave of need swept over me, nearly knocking me off of my feet in the process. If it weren't for Bayou supporting hands on my ass, I would have surely fallen to the floor. I gasped, unable to continue kissing him without breath in my lungs, and he pulled away, breath just as heavy as my own. A sound had us both turning to see Izza toss herself to her other side, disrupted Mr. Miyagi. He just rolled with the punches, though, and repositioned himself so that he was up near her head and not her feet. I swallowed hard, trying to get myself back under control. He wasn't having it. Before I could tell him this really wasn't a good time or place for what I knew this was escalating to, he picked me up. My legs went around his waist, and my hands went to his shoulders as I stared in awe as he picked me up as if I weighed nothing more than a feather. His intense gray eyes held mine as he carried me into the bathroom and quietly shut the door. "We get you an alarm tomorrow," he muttered, walking forward until my ass met the countertop. He set me down slowly, letting my overheated core slide deliciously along his tight abdominals. And when my butt finally met the cool countertop, I prayed that he would step away. That he wouldn't. That he'd come back to me and thrust his tongue back into my mouth. That he'd leave the bathroom. Hell, I had no freaking clue what I wanted. "What's the alarm for?" I asked, trying to get myself back under control. He wasn't having it. His mouth was on my neck, and his beard was tickling along my exposed throat. "So I can set the alarm and have confidence that she's at least in the house." He paused. I could totally see that. Now. I swallowed hard and tried to once again pull myself under control, but his mouth was on my neck, lips running sensually along the muscle that ran just underneath my ear. "This isn't..." I shivered when his lips moved around the front of my throat. "This isn't the best..." His hands went to my thighs and pushed them open wider. "Time..." I swallowed. "There are people over at your house waiting for..." I trailed off when he sucked the skin of my neck into his mouth and pulled lightly. I'd have a bruise there in no time. My skin was so sensitive that sometimes even my own fingernails caused it to bruise from scratching. "For you and me to get back. I mean, they were waiting for us. Weren't they?" "They're not there yet." He paused. "At least not all the women." I shook my head, trying to remain at least a little in control. He didn't let me. And then, I just didn't care anymore. I didn't care if this was right. I didn't care that he was my boss. I didn't care that tomorrow he could realize that he wasn't thinking straight and that his decisions from the night before weren't the best of decisions. I just didn't care. Because his lips were on my body. His hands were now running up the insides of my thighs, and I was feeling everything that I'd wanted to feel from the man since I was too young to even realize what it was that I wanted. I moaned in surrender, and it seemed like he started to understand that, as if he could read my surrender in my body. I tried one last-ditch attempt to get him to stop, even when I'd made up my own mind to continue. "I think this is a bad idea." It was just as I was throwing my head back and letting him do his thing that he stopped. Just straight up stopped. His hands moved away. His mouth released the skin of my neck. Then his body soon followed, leaving me feeling cold. His eyes were wild when they met mine. I'd never seen them so conflicted either. Bayou was a man that made his decisions based on forethought and clinical detachment. He never allowed emotion to get in the way of what he knew to be right, and obviously he was trying to battle with his own mind as he struggled to make the correct decision. Or at least I thought he had been. Then he was unzipping his pants and freeing his erection. "You on the pill?" I nodded. I had an IUD, but there was no reason to go into that kind of detail at the moment. "Good," he growled, tugging at his waistband. I swallowed hard. Okay, so he wasn't stopping. He was pushing away so he could make room for the monster he'd been hiding in his pants. A monster that obviously required the kind of distance he'd put between us. I swallowed hard, my mouth filling with saliva as I tried to tell myself that I would stretch, that his cock looked big, but the vagina was made to stretch and elongate to take the penis. His penis. My God! "You're really big," I croaked. It sounded like I'd swallowed a shot of whiskey and was on the verge of hyperventilating. My head felt like it was full of cotton, and I knew any second my verbal filter would take a hike. When I got nervous, it seemed to desert me. "I'm 4 inches over the standard male norm of 5.1. He paused.
The girth is 1.5 inches over average.
He fisted said cock in his hand and squeezed until the point it turned an alarming purple.
I've been told that it's not too big, though.
Not too big for you to take was left unsaid. I wasn't so sure about that. But with the way I was feeling at that point, I was willing to give it the good old college try. When he stopped squeezing his erection, a drop of pre-cum formed at the tip, and I licked my lips as I thought about how he'd taste. His eyes caught the movement and flared white-hot. His pants started to sag where he'd unbuttoned them. Then, instead of catching them to hold them in place, he allowed them to drop to his feet in a puddle, leaving his muscular thighs exposed as well. Thank God. His thighs were just as built as his cock. Bayou was a big man everywhere, and if I'd seen his legs before I'd seen his penis, I would have realized that fact.
You're looking at me like you want to devour me,
he growled. I did want to devour him. I do.
Take off your shorts, he ordered.
I swallowed hard and went to jump down from the counter, but he was suddenly right there, forcing me to stay.
No. Stay there, he ordered.
But, I started. But he stopped me by placing his hand over my mouth, the same hand that had just been wrapped around his cock.
Stay there.
So I did. Awkwardly, seeing as he was back pressed up against me, I reached for the button of my jean shorts. When I did, my knuckles bumped up against the shaft of his cock, and we both froze. I couldn't stop myself from reaching out with my hand and clasping my hand around his length. He felt like a steel pole sheathed in muscle and sinew. Was it normal for it to feel soft and so hard at the same time? And, God, it was so warm. I wanted to rub my chilled lips against him. He hissed and pulled away, saying one word.
No.
I swallowed hard, knowing instinctively that he was just as much on the edge as I was at this point. I let him move away and reached for the buttons of my shorts once more. When I went to slide them down, I realized that I was only going to get them part of the way off. Leaning from one ass cheek to the other, I repeatedly moved them down a bare inch at a time until I had the shorts around my knees. When I pulled one leg through and went to work, reaching for the jeans to get them off my leg, he was back, stopping my next move by situating himself back between my thighs. The heat of his cock met my pussy, and all thought fled. All that was there was me and him, my pussy and his cock. He was at my entrance and pushing inside before I could draw my next breath, and he was big, so big. But he knew how to work his cock, and pulled out before it got even remotely uncomfortable. I looked down to see where we were connected, and nearly came right then and there when I saw the way I was stretched so fully around him. The length of his cock was a scary-looking purple, and my pink lips looked downright obscene the way they were stretching to accommodate him. Honestly, if I wasn't feeling it live and in person, I would have thought that it looked painful. It wasn't. It felt delicious. And when Bayou went to push forward a second time, he got another inch inside of me before he was forced to pull back. Over and over this went until I felt him come to a stop. But his cock wasn't all the way buried inside of me, and I couldn't help but feel disappointed. I wanted him all. I wanted to know that I'd taken him all. More, I breathed, looking up. When I did, it was to find his eyes directly on mine. He'd been staring at my face while I'd been staring at us. I didn't know which was hotter. "Why'd you stop?" I asked.
"Because you were holding your breath,"
he answered instantly.
"And I wanted you to look at me when I sank into the hilt."
I swallowed the extra saliva that was pooling in my mouth. His hands went from my hips to my thighs, and he pushed them open wide.
"Hold them there,"
he ordered.
"Ready?"
I nodded my head once. He pulled back, and I nearly growled. He caught my aggravation and bared his teeth. "Gotta take it slow, Fancy. I don't want to hurt you." I loved it when he called me Fancy. But him calling me Fancy when he was inside of me, yeah, that was so hot that I knew I'd want to experience it over and over again. And then he thrust forward, this time without any easing, and my eyes flared wide. The roughness of the act, paired with the suddenness of feeling so full that I could barely draw a breath, was enough to send the air straight from my lungs. But my eyes stayed open and fixed on his the entire time. "Good." He came to his stop, his pubic bone pressed up against the slick skin of my sex. "Yes," I answered. "Full. So full, but I'm good." The grin that tilted up the corner of his mouth caused my heart to pound hard. Then he started to fuck me. Slow and steady at first, causing me to moan in delight. He felt great inside of me. If there was ever any doubt that sex was a good thing, every doubt was now obliterated. Sex was amazing. But only because of the man I was currently having it with. He felt so good inside of me. The way his cock head was rubbing me so deliciously, the way his pubic hair would rasp against my clit, the way he stretched me to the point of almost pain, everything was all so good. But paired together with the man that was currently making my body sing, it was more than I could have ever asked for. I leaned back on the counter, my hands planting themselves near the wall, and I froze. At this new angle, his cock shuttling in and out of my pussy felt different, way different, better. I wasn't aware it could get better, but with the angle he was now pumping inside of me, he was able to hit that place inside of me that I thought was only a myth. Apparently it wasn't a myth. It was real. And oh God, I was about to come. A sudden, explosive knowing started down deep in my belly, a sense of something big about to take me over. My eyes closed, and Bayou's hands on my hips tightened to the point that I knew I'd have bruises in the morning. Did I care? Hell no. I actually liked the idea of having bruises. I liked the idea even more that I'd be able to see them and know exactly how they got there. That feeling that something big was coming was now something huge. It was building and building to the point where I was nearly overwhelmed. "Let go, for Christ's sake," Bayou growled. My eyes flew open, and I saw him then, face tight. His jaw was clenched and the cords of his neck were more pronounced as he tried to hold on for me. Seeing him on the brink but holding on for me, that was all it took. I exploded, albeit silently. My head fell back in a silent scream, and the breath rushed out of my lungs as an orgasm to end all orgasms took me over. Tiny sparks of pleasure started to tingle all over my body. Every stroke he continued to fill me with prolonged that pleasure until it was almost too much. Then I was pulled back from the brink by Bayou's hands moving up to my shoulders and pulling me closer. His thrusts went chaotic and fast, and for the first time I realized he was just as out of control as I was. Then he was gone from inside of me, leaving me feeling confused. And suddenly I felt the splash of heat on my belly as he came hard all over me. The heat of his release felt almost scalding, and before I could comment on it, his mouth was once again on mine. His tongue touched mine, and suddenly we were kissing again as if our lives depended on it. When he finally pulled away, I knew things would never be the same for me. "I've never kissed a woman like that before," he said, his breath choppy. "Once your tongue met mine, it was like I couldn't tell myself to stop." He licked his lips. "And we really need to go, or someone is going to come looking for us here in a second." I completely agreed with him. I was honestly surprised that my sister hadn't come over yet to demand to know where I was, except my body hummed for his. I wanted him back exactly where it had been only a few seconds ago. I'd never kissed a man like that before. I paused. Or had sex like that. Ever. I felt it needed to be pointed out. He snorted and pulled away, his cock trailing in the pool of cum he'd left on my belly as he went. The head dragged deliciously against my oversensitized clit as he did, and my entire body jolted with pleasure before he pulled away completely. When he was no longer touching me, I felt bereft, as if he'd taken a piece of my soul with him when he departed. I watched in avid fascination as he pulled the towel off the rack, the one I'd hung there only a couple of hours ago, to wipe himself clean. Then I observed him as he tried in vain to tuck his cock back into his underwear, but without causing pain, that monster wasn't about to be stuffed back in there. I bit my lip to keep the smile off of my face. Then the doorbell rang, causing us both to freeze. "Shit," he muttered. "My sister," I told him. "How do you—" The doorbell rang 18 more times before Bayou cursed. "Okay." I stood up from the counter and immediately felt the rapidly cooling ejaculate on my inner thigh start to make a slow glide down my leg. He made a low growl in his throat, and I had a feeling it wasn't due to the fact that my sister hadn't stopped ringing the doorbell. "Get changed," he ordered as he reached for his pants. Moments later, they were back around his waist, and his hand was expertly tucking his still hard penis, even harder actually, back into his boxer briefs. Then he was rebuttoning and belting his pants back up, leaving me there dirty with him and wondering how the hell I was supposed to get changed with his daughter in the room and my sister seconds away from bursting inside the house. She always knew when I was getting into trouble. I guess I should feel lucky that I'd actually gotten off, and so had Bayou before she'd made her appearance. I hopped into the shower, leaving Bayou to deal with my sister, who I still wasn't quite sure that he liked. Chapter 11. I like to burn my bridges while I'm standing on them so people know I'm serious about my crazy. Coffee cup. Phoebe. Let me tell you something about Brielle. She's fucking crazy. Let me tell you something about Brielle when she finds out that Bayou and I are seeing each other. She loses that crazy and goes into completely fucking lost it territory. Had I known that going over to Bayou's place would have put me in the position I found myself in, I never would have gone. Yet, like a dumbass who was high on all things Bayou, I did. It started out fine. Honestly, the entire night went great. That was until Brielle showed up. She went from pissing me off to making me want to kick her ass in a heartbeat. First, it was the sneer she sent in my sister's direction. Then it was the way she looked at the twins as if they were invaders in her territory. "Could you move them so I could sit down?" Brielle asked sweetly to Hoax, who was standing next to the couch that the twins were currently sleeping on. "No," I said, pissed off now. "They're sleeping. You don't wake a sleeping baby." Brielle's eyes turned to me, and she sneered. "Brielle," Hoax said, sounding tired. "Did you hear that Bayou has a daughter?" The daughter in question was currently sitting in my lap playing on my phone. I was sitting next to the twins. Brielle glanced at the little girl who didn't bother to look up or give the woman throwing a fit in front of her even a glance. "Are you sure she's yours?" I clenched my fists and tried to control my temper. It would not be cool to get up off this couch and punch that woman in the throat. "Yes," Bayou said. He didn't say another word, so it was obvious that he wasn't even going to tell her why he thought she was his, only that she was, and there was no other questioning why. Brielle took the hint, luckily, and moved to the fireplace where she took a seat and crossed her arms over her chest, and took up glaring holes through me. I wasn't sure if she was mad at me because I was holding Izza or because Bayou was standing behind the couch playing with my hair. He'd been doing that in full view of the others since I'd walked in the room. First, it was a kiss to the cheek, which my sister caught, causing her mouth to fall open. Then it was giving up his seat and placing Izza in my arms, only to show back up moments later with a cup of sweet tea and a cookie. That had caught Rome's attention, and he and his wife, Izzy, had been whispering like little old church ladies ever since. Finally, it was him walking to the back of the couch and leaning against it as he alternated with playing with my hair and rubbing my neck that caught the rest of the guys' attention, though they looked less surprised by it. Apparently, we hadn't been as circumspect with our feelings with them as we had been with each other. It had only been oblivious for us, which Castile, another member of the club and a police officer detective for Bare Bottom PD, had informed us of. Castile had said that he knew it, and had left it at that as he'd gone to the kitchen and planted himself at the bar that separated the kitchen from the living room. Apparently, the preliminary Bayou Now Has a Kid meeting had taken place while we were otherwise occupied, and Rome had filled everybody in on what had happened with the baby mama. A weird sound came from the kitchen, and I turned to see Castile already standing from his perch on a bar stool and walking to a radio that was plugged in under a set of cabinets. He came back moments later, turning it up and placing it on the bar which almost every single man there stared at, and waited. It didn't take long for the lady to come on the line. "Bare Bottom 5, we need you en route to Bare Bottom High School for a..." Everyone was up and moving all at once, even Brielle, cutting off the rest of what was said by the dispatcher. Everyone but Bayou, who was still playing with a curl of my hair. "You're not coming?" Brielle asked, trying not to let her annoyance with Bayou's hand in my hair show. "No," he declined. "Izza's here, and it's late. I don't want to take her." "You have to go," Brielle argued. "You're the one with the most authority." "And the one that doesn't piss Z off when he's working," Hoax pointed out. "Why would Z get pissed off?" I asked. Z was actually Ezekiel and a member of the club. He was really quite odd, odder than most if you could believe it, though he made up for his oddities by being super good at everything he did and very nice when you did get him to talk. He liked to hang out in the dark shadows like me, though where I always did it so I could read my books, Z did it so he could avoid talking to people and watching the comings and goings around him. Z doesn't get along with a few of the other volunteer fire departments. Bayou stood up straight and stretched his arms up over his head, showing off his short, expansive belly as he did. I wanted to lick it. I did lick my lips. "I sense a story," I said, sounding somewhat giddy. "It's none of your business," Brielle countered. I turned my head and made eye contact with my sister. I widened my eyes to say what the fuck is her problem, causing Prue to cover her mouth and start to laugh. Bayou's hand came down on my head, partially covering my eyes, having caught the look between me and my sister. I couldn't help but smile. "What was it?" "I didn't hear the rest of it," Prue said, sounding tired. "They need us to set up an LZ, landing zone, and shut down the road so that a helicopter can land," Hoax explained. "A landing pad for the helicopters at the high school." "Oh!" I cried out in excitement. "Can I go with you? I want to go with you." "I'm riding with him," Brielle denied me. "We always—" "You can ride with me," Bayou offered, "if you promise to stay in the car with Izza and make sure she's okay. I won't be far away at all, but the loud noise of the helicopter might scare her, and I don't want that to happen without someone she trusts with her." And that was the first time that I pissed Brielle off, but certainly not the last of that night. The second time came when I was in the front seat of my father's truck with Izza in my lap as we watched the helicopter land. When the helicopter's blades finally stopped spinning, Izza and I got out of the truck's cab and walked over to where Bayou was standing next to Z. Z's eyes went to me and away from Brielle. His eyes flicked to Izza and then to Bayou and back again. He'd heard, just like they'd all heard, that Bayou had found out about having a kid. But this was the first time he'd seen her. "There's no denying the parentage on that one," Z finally said. Brielle snorted. "I don't see it." "Then you're blind," I said before I could curb my tongue. Brielle snarled at me. "I'm sorry if I don't believe that stupid whore's word."
"Language," Bayou snapped. "She's 3. You will not speak that way in front of her."
I barely refrained from saying bullshit under my breath. The man was one to talk. He'd been horrid on his language around her thus far. Brielle rolled her eyes at Bayou, crossing her arms over her chest. "If I honestly believed that you cared, which I don't think you do, I'd stop. But I'm not going to stop my language just because this bitch doesn't like when I say a curse word around a kid that we're still not sure is yours." Bayou's eyes narrowed on Brielle.
"She's mine, Brielle. Drop it."
"Kid's his," Z butted in. "Look at the eyes and hair. I would think that if that was a kid from some random Joe Schmo that showed up on his doorstep, maybe he'd question it. But he knew this chick, and it's exactly like something she'd do, keep his kid away from him. And with the testimony of the mother saying it was his, too, there's no doubt." I looked at Z. I hadn't really had a chance to get to know Z over the months that I'd been working at the prison. He didn't come to half the parties that I was invited to, either. My sister had told me a little about him in text messages on the way here. I wanted to know what the big deal was about why Bayou needed to be there if the other part of the fire department was going to be there as well. From what I'd learned, Z worked for the sheriff's department and was on the bomb squad. He also flew for the helicopter transport company part-time, and according to my sister, he was a very talented artist that tattooed out of the garage of his house. From what my sister also explained, Z had once had a girlfriend that he was starting to fall in love with. Then the woman had decided that all the jobs Z had were too demanding of his time, but instead of telling him that she had a problem, Z's ex had just decided to take up with another man. A man who, according to Prue, who'd asked Hoax, was also on the volunteer fire department. A man that Z had introduced his girlfriend to and had been Z's one-time best friend, though apparently it was very common knowledge and the entire town had heard about it because Z's best friend had grown up there and was the town everybody knows the guy that was loved by everyone and everything. Apparently, he wasn't there, though, because things were smooth sailing so far. Brielle started to argue some more, but Bayou cut her off with a look.
"Seriously, swear to God you're pushing it,"
Bayou said softly, menacingly. Brielle snapped her mouth shut and turned her head. "Whatever." I bit my lip to keep the smile off my face. I really didn't want Brielle to hate me because I had a feeling that Bayou and I were a thing. But I really disliked Brielle. She had this air about her that rubbed me the wrong way, and I didn't like it, not at all. Z, who was also quite silent during the exchange, glanced at me. I widened my eyes at him, and he scrunched up his nose. "Why don't you have tattoos covering every inch of your body if you're a tattoo artist?" I blurted. Z looked down at the few bare portions of his arms, which were exposed due to him bunching up the ends of his flight suit due to the heat. "I don't know. As for why I don't have more, I didn't want any," he admitted. "I'm not a fan of the process of getting ink." "You tattoo, but you don't like getting tattooed?" I asked. "Z is afraid of needles," Brielle said. Z gave Brielle a look that clearly said, "Fuck you." I bent my head behind Izza's to hide the smile that overtook my face. "I'm not afraid of needles," he amended. "I dislike sitting still for the process of getting it done." "But you tattoo," I pointed out. "That requires you to sit still." "It does," he agreed. "But it also requires my concentration and engages my brain. I'm not the one sitting there with nothing to do for long periods of times. I'm working, putting skills to use, that kind of thing." That made sense. Gotcha. The radio squawked in Bayou's hand, and the chick that had ordered everyone out to the landing zone said, "Cancel the landing zone. Patient died en route." "Bummer," Z said, looking tired. "Woke up for nothing," I said. "Do you have clothes underneath that?" I gestured to Z's flight suit. "Yes," he answered. "The insides of these are rough and uncomfortable, plus they're very thin.
If I didn't have clothes on, you'd be able to see everything from my nipples to the hairs on my balls."
Before I could answer that, my phone was shoved into my face. Ugh! I pulled away when the light nearly blinded me. The phone was removed from my sight, and I looked over to see Bayou tapping away on it before handing it back to Izza.
"Puzzles?" Z asked.
"She likes them." I shrugged. I saw her playing with one when we first met, so I downloaded a few of the apps to my phone so that she could play. "You should probably try to limit her screen time," Brielle said. "You don't want her to turn into one of those zombie kids that only plays on the phone and then gets fat because she doesn't move around." I'd have flipped her off if my hand wasn't going numb from supporting Izza's solid weight. She didn't look like she weighed that much, but the kid was packing a surprising amount of weight into her tiny frame. I looked over at Bayou to possibly do a transfer, but it was to find him gone, talking to a few of the guys and gesturing at the fire trucks that were blocking the road. I looked at Z and smiled at him. "Do you mind holding her for a second?" Z held his hands out, but before he could take her, Brielle stepped forward and also offered her hands. Izza, who hadn't cared about being transferred over to Z's arms, did have a problem being transferred over to Brielle's. She gave out a mighty pterodactyl screech, causing every man in the vicinity to look over with concern. "No," I smacked Brielle's hands away. "She doesn't do well with women yet." Brielle dropped her hands, but obviously not her attitude. "You don't get to decide who she goes to," Brielle snapped. "Actually, she does," Bayou said, as I made the transfer of Izza to Z's arms. Izza settled into his hold without complaint, and my arms finally had relief. "Why?" Brielle asked. "Wouldn't you think as her aunt that I would have more say-so in her than this woman?" She gestured at me like I was a piece of shit that had crossed her path. "Maybe," Bayou answered. "But she's scared of women and for some reason has bonded with Fancy." "Fancy?" Brielle stiffened. "Phoebe," Z supplied helpfully. "Let me guess, it's the hair?" I touched a tendril that had fallen down out of the messy bun I'd placed in it after my shower. "Probably," I admitted. "No," Bayou shook his head. "Not that." But he didn't say anything more, causing me to become increasingly curious about why. But before I could pester him some more, an ambulance passed by sans lights and sirens, and an arm popped out to wave at us. "Did they say what was wrong with whoever was in that ambulance?" I asked out of curiosity. 29-year-old mother of 3 had a heart attack," Z muttered. "She had a DNR that the husband was able to provide." My heart skipped a beat. 29? Z nodded. "Yep." "Holy shit," I said. "You leaving?" Bayou asked. Z nodded. "Yeah, I guess I should. They're gonna start asking where I am here in a few." Bayou reached for Izza, who again didn't protest the move. Once he had her, he settled her awkwardly in his arms, making me want to laugh. "Give her to me and I'll go get her into her car seat." I held out my hands. Bayou passed her off to me and I skirted around Brielle, who was looking more and more pissed by the second. Keeping the smirk off my face until I passed her, I walked to the rear passenger door of my dad's truck and got Izza settled in before leaning my butt against the running board. Z was climbing into the helicopter, and his partner, who'd been busy talking to Rome and a few of the other guys, followed him moments later. Then the huge blades were spinning, and the helicopter was off. I would have stared had I been able to. Seeing it go was actually a really awesome experience. I'd never been that close to one taking off before, despite my grandfather owning a fleet of Angel Flight helicopters that serviced the entire Arc Latex. I looked over at Izza when she picked her head up, the wind from the helicopter going all the way into the cab of the truck and ruffling her hair despite me standing in front of her to block most of the wind. My hair was going crazy as well. Then I heard Izza laugh. Smiling, I turned to look at her over my shoulder. The smile on her face took my breath away. I turned to catch Bayou's attention, wanting to share this moment with him, only to find him already staring. Grinning like a loon at the happy baby sounds coming out of Iz's mouth and seeing Bayou smile at his daughter so tenderly, I pulled my phone from Iz's hold and started to record the moment. It broke my heart that Bayou didn't have any baby photos of Izza. That was huge for a parent, to have something to refer back to remember the good times. And Bayou wouldn't have any of that. Not unless the grandmother decided to share what she had, and I honestly didn't see that happening. I had this feeling that the farthest we stayed away from Ilsa, the better it would be for us all. And I knew that Bayou felt the same. It wasn't until the helicopter was high in the sky that Izza dropped her gaze to mine, giving me those eyes so much like her father's. "You ready to go, pretty girl?" I asked. "Yes." My heart skipped a beat, and I dropped my phone. "You are?" "Yes," she repeated again. I whipped my head around to see if Bayou caught that, too, only to see him standing directly behind me. "Are you hungry?" he asked. "No." If I wouldn't have looked like a complete dork, I would have jumped up and down. The moment, however, was lost when Brielle walked up to our sides. "Shotgun!" Izza turned her head away and studied the opposite window, likely not seeing a thing thanks to the darkness that had settled over us while we'd been out here over the last 2 hours. Bayou sighed into my ear. "I don't have room for you, Brielle. I have to take Fancy home, and I have all my bunker gear and crap in the truck with me. I'm sorry." Brielle huffed and walked away. Well, more like stomped. "One day she's going to shank me," I told him bluntly. Bayou shrugged. "She'll get over it." "Why, Fancy?" His soft, rumbled reply had me smiling. "Because you just look like a Fancy," he answered. "It suits you." I scrunched up my nose. "So, are we boyfriend and girlfriend? I'm not sure that suits us." He was silent for a few long seconds as he contemplated my words. "Yeah, if that's what you want to call it. You're mine." Then I threw my arms around his neck. And later, when I fell asleep in the truck right along with his daughter, it was with a satisfied smile on my face. Chapter 12. Why do people say it's 5 o'clock somewhere? Grow up. You're an adult. It doesn't matter if it's 8 in the morning. Adults don't need excuses to get drunk. Beer mug. Phoebe. It was the voices that woke me. I rolled over, feeling the delicious soreness of my body, soreness that only came in one way and one way only, and stretched my arms up high over my head. That was when I realized that I wasn't in my bed. I was sleeping on a cloud that was so soft and perfect that I knew it didn't belong to me. Peeking my eyes open, I took a glance around the room. I wasn't in my room. Not even the new one that I'd moved into just yesterday. I was in a different room, one that was decorated in masculine colors and bold, not feminine at all decor. Hell, even the furniture screamed manly. It was big, bulky, and sturdy. If a tornado came through right now and ripped the house around it to pieces, I had no doubt in my mind that the furniture could be salvaged to be used another day. A soft feminine voice had me stiffening. Brielle. I was in Bayou's house, in Bayou's bed. Sore from Bayou pushing his big dick inside of me and reminded me that I've never had a man like him before. My cheeks flushed and I covered them with my hands, groaning into my hands. What had I done? I'd slept with my boss, and not only that, I'd agreed that we were boyfriend and girlfriend, or something like that according to him. Holy shit! Bayou was my man. The giddy feeling inside of me felt like 100,000 butterflies had taken flight, swirling around my stomach and reminding me that I was definitely falling for the guy. Hell, if I was being honest with myself, I'd already fallen. deep and irrevocably. And it wasn't recently either. It was when I was 15 and saw him for the first time. It was also again at 16 when I'd witnessed the change in him. Sitting up in bed, I took new stock to my surroundings. I wasn't kidding earlier. There was no woman's touch at all in Bayou's room. Swinging my legs up over the side of the mattress, I stood up and immediately groaned, this time because of the soreness. Holy shit, was I supposed to be this sore? We'd only had sex once. Last night, I vaguely remembered being carried into Bayou's place and put into his bed. I also remembered him taking my clothes off, leaving me in only my panties, and tucking me under the covers. I also remembered waking up once in the middle of the night needing to use the bathroom. After he told me in a husky voice where it was at, I'd gone, come back, and immediately fallen asleep next to his heater-like body for a second time. It was like he was a drug because I hadn't slept like that since I was a kid. I was an insomniac. A huge, fat, never-sleeping insomniac that constantly struggled to catch sleep. Hell, that was why I'd volunteered to take the night shift at the prison. Which reminded me, I had to work this evening. Which meant I needed to get a move on if I was going to make it on time. I was a habitual latecomer to everything. My mother said that I'd started that trend at birth and continued it on throughout my teens and into my adult life. I'd even been late to my own graduation, from both nursing school and high school. More laughter had me stiffening, and I gritted my teeth. Being Bayou's girlfriend meant that I also had to deal with Brielle, and I wasn't looking forward to that aspect of our relationship. Busying myself getting my clothes on from the night before, I quickly washed up in his bathroom, using a manly-smelling face wash that said it was for the beard and face, and went through all of his drawers until I found an unused toothbrush. From there I brushed my teeth, combed through my hair with my fingers trying to disentangle the rat's nest, and then decided, fuck it, and swirled it all back up into a bun. I'd have to do that for work anyway, but for some reason I wanted to have my hair down and some armor on when I dealt with Brielle today. I had a feeling this was about to go bad, and I'd need every defense I could get. Which was likely why I stopped and grabbed the old worn flannel shirt that Bayou had been wearing under his leather cut yesterday when we'd been setting up the landing zone. Slinging it on over my shoulders, I pushed the sleeves up over my hands and looked around for my phone. Finding it next to my set of keys that Bayou could have easily used to put me into my own house, I shoved everything into my pockets and walked out of his bedroom door, head held high. The closer I got to the kitchen, the more nervous I got. Not because of Brielle, but because of Bayou. Would he be the same today that he'd been yesterday? Would he feel the same, act the same? I had that answered the moment I walked into the kitchen and saw him leaning his hip against the counter, cup of coffee in hand, staring directly at me. He had a small smile on his face, and his eyes were dancing as they met mine. He must have heard me moving around because when I arrived in the kitchen, he picked up a cup of coffee and brought it to me in the doorway where I was standing. I think I made it correctly. He paused, but if not, I have more coffee in the pot. I grinned and looked down at the mug. Not only was it the correct color, so light that it resembled more milk than coffee, but it also tasted perfect, too. It's excellent, I told him. You've become great at it. So now was the time to say that over the last few months that I'd been working at the prison, Bayou and I had done a lot of coffee making for each other. Granted, Diane and a few of the other guards had also been added into the coffee making, such as I knew that Rome took his black, and Diane took hers with only a splash of milk, but that was neither here nor there. I was fairly sure that Rome had no clue how I took my coffee, and neither did Diane. But Bayou knew, and that was important. And that was how I learned that Brielle was none too happy to have me there. Surprise! Brielle was standing with her hands on her hips, staring at me with a narrowed glare. "You've never made me coffee before," Brielle said. "And what are you doing here so early?" I took another sip of the coffee before turning to study Brielle. She really wasn't my favorite person, and I sure as fuck wasn't hers. I could tell just by the disgusted look on her face that she really hated the fact that I was here when I shouldn't be. I stayed the night. I paused, waiting for the backlash. It wasn't far in coming. Brielle got a mutinous look on her face as she said, "Why the hell would you have stayed here when you live literally 3 houses down?" Because she was tired, and I didn't want her to stay at her house when she still doesn't have all her shit out, or anything to feed herself with. Bayou paused. "Oh, and by the way, I've never made you coffee because you're fully capable of doing it. I made it for Fancy because she's my girl and I want her to like me." I felt my mouth go dry, and the sweetest smile ever crosses over my face. "That's sweet," I said, walking forward until I was pressed against him. When I leaned up on my tippy toes to offer my mouth to his, he didn't hesitate to give me what I wanted. The kiss was sweet and just a brush of the lips, but it was definitely enough to set that swarm of butterflies off again. You're her what?" Brielle screeched. A shuffling sounded from behind us, and I turned to see Izza making her way into the kitchen, dragging a blankie and a bear in her wake. She looked sleep-mussed and so adorable that I couldn't help myself from pulling out my phone and taking a picture. Instead of paying attention to Brielle, who was still fuming, she walked right up to where I was standing against Bayou and pressed her face into the gap between our legs. I felt my heart melt as I looked up at Bayou. He was looking down at Izza, and he had a small, satisfied smile on his face. When I dropped my hand down to Izza's hair, trying to tame the unruly mess that was going on, she tilted her head back and said, "Pink." We'd literally gotten a whole 3 words out of her. Stepping back and dropping down to my haunches beside Izza, I let her see my hair. She touched it and smiled. "It's more red than pink." Izza scrunched up her nose, and I took another picture of her. "Are you hungry, Izza?" That was said by Brielle. Izza didn't bother giving her any of her attention. Instead, she fisted her hand in her dad's perfectly starched and ironed uniform pants and said, "Up." I looked at Bayou. "She doesn't talk, does she?" Bayou's lips twitched. "So maybe I need to watch what I say." I snickered. "Probably." Bayou bent down and picked Izza up, then offered me his hand, which I accepted. Brielle was busy making Izza toast since she hadn't answered her. When Brielle turned from the toaster with a piece of toast slathered in way too much butter, offering it to her, Izza turned her head away and laid her face against Bayou's neck. "Thank you," Bayou said. "Just put it on the counter." Brielle did, then leaned back with her arms crossed over her chest. "So I have today off. Do you want me to watch her?" She sounded like she'd rather do anything but babysit, though she had offered anyway. "No." Bayou shook his head. "I'm taking her over to Prue's. They seemed to get on well last night, and honestly, I don't think she'll stay with you." Brielle frowned. "What makes you say that?" "Because every time she's had the chance, she's turned away from you," he answered bluntly. "Something happened to where she doesn't do well around women. Trust me when I say that it's nothing personal." Brielle was taking it personally, whether she should be or not. Hell, if I was in her shoes, I might be a little upset too. Not because I wasn't getting to watch her, but because of what was done to Izza to make her this wary in the first place. "She likes her," Brielle countered, sneering in my direction. I walked to the fridge and pulled out a few of the cheese sticks that I'd seen from the night before, and opened one. Walking over to Izza, I ran my hand down her back and said, "You want this?" Izza turned her head and laid it back against her father's shoulder. She stared at the cheese, unsure. I took a bite of it, moaning at the taste of the sharp cheddar, and then offered it back to her. She took it and shoved half of it in her mouth before tearing it. I bit my lip at the show of aggression. "Feisty," I teased. Patting her shoulder lightly, I took a sip of my coffee and nearly moaned. "Did you know today is National Coffee Day?" The tension surrounding Brielle and Bayou seemed to lighten, at least on Bayou's end. He hadn't liked the way she was acting and was letting his displeasure for her show on his face. I frowned and turned toward the door. "Well, I'm gonna go get changed. I have to be at work in a little bit, and I think I might go over to my sister's and get some snuggles before I head home." Bayou frowned. Brielle looked gleeful. "Have a good day," Brielle chirped, sounding so falsely cheerful that I laughed on the way out the door. That laugh fell away the moment Bayou didn't make a move to follow me. Was I fooling myself here? Was I thinking more into this than there actually was? Maybe Bayou's definition of boyfriend and girlfriend wasn't what mine was. Maybe he'd never defend me against Brielle. If that was the case, I'd seriously have to rethink this. Brielle wasn't going away. That I knew. Hell, Hoax had still had quite a bit to do with her, despite Brielle being openly hostile to his now wife, then girlfriend. Prue had to deal with Brielle stalking her. Stalking was a bad thing, no matter who did it. Slamming the door a little harder than necessary, I crossed the street and walked over to my sister's place, smiling widely when I saw Hoax out there watering the lawn. And the pig. "Bacon's getting dirty," I told him as I walked up the walkway. Hoax's eyes flicked to me, and then narrowed. "Why do you look like you're about to murder someone?" I opened my mouth to tell him exactly why, and then closed it. He didn't need to know that I had my doubts when it came to Brielle. I'd tell my sister sometime when Hoax wasn't around, so we could commiserate about her awfulness without anyone there to hear us whine. "Nothing," I lied. I didn't turn around and glare at the house like I wanted to either. Instead, I just stood there while Bacon rolled around in the dirt while Hoax continued to spray him down. "Are you watering the flowers or the pig?" I asked curiously, after a few long minutes of silence. "Both." He paused. "Once Prue got too pregnant to maneuver herself over even ground without a little bit of help, I made it a rule that Bacon couldn't get into the shower with her. Now I do this, and it seems to be a good enough substitute." I frowned. "He looks at you," Hoax said, surprising me from my contemplative mood. I frowned. "What?" "He looks at you. He looks at you and doesn't look away like he does with the rest of us. It's not anything anyone but me notices, really. He's been doing it so long to me that I don't really even notice it, but with you, he can't take his eyes off of you." I felt my heart swell in my chest at his words. "You don't have anything to worry about with Brielle and him," Hoax continued. "Brielle is like a broken little doll to him that he has to protect from more harm. You're not a broken doll. You're like that bird in the sky that he's so captivated by that he wants nothing more than to reach out and keep you." Out of everything he could have compared me to, comparing me to a bird was the one thing that actually penetrated the nerves.
Chapter 13. Snow in November happens because people prematurely decorate for Christmas. T-shirt. Bayou. I slammed my hand down hard, straight into the inmate's chest and bellowed at him. "Stop!" What in the absolute fuck was going on? I'd had more fights and almost riots in the last month than I'd had in my entire career at the prison. The man that I had pinned down with my hand planted firmly in his chest growled low in his throat. "Fuck you!" He struggled to sit back up, and that was when I decided that I was done playing nice. Pulling out the taser, I took him down with a 4-second jolt straight to his neck. He stopped moving and went limp. The next person I took out was the inmate struggling underneath Rome, who was having to use his considerable strength to hold the man down and also try not to hurt him. Normally, we wouldn't give one flying fuck about whether we were hurting them or not, but in the next couple days, the state was coming to inspect the prison, and we didn't really want any roughed-up inmates telling stories to the State Department that would make them stay any longer than they needed to. It was audit time, and I was not looking forward to it. Not with the way the prison had been on pins and needles lately as things went from bad to worse when it came to the infighting. The man underneath stopped struggling within seconds of me pressing the taser to his neck. Then he was out just like the other guy. I stood up and reholstered my taser, giving the remaining men glares. "Go back to your cells." They did with the utmost reluctance, not stopping once like I thought they might. I turned to Rome. "Help me get them to their cells and spread the word. We're in lockdown for the rest of the day." "Gonna be unhappy about that," Rome admitted. I didn't really care. Not when I could feel the blood running down my face and the black eye forming already. That was exactly what the State Department needed to see, a banged-up prison warden that didn't look like he could control his prison. Just fucking wonderful. By the time I got my inmate into his cell and a guard closed it behind me, I was a fucking mess. I needed to go change my clothes, and I was 10 minutes late in leaving for the day. Normally, I wouldn't be too upset about leaving late, but I'd told Prue I would be there at a certain time so that she could go out to eat with her family, which had been another deciding factor in my mood today. Fancy hadn't asked me to come. In fact, she'd never even mentioned it to me. Why? Did she not want me there? Was I too weird to be around her family? Those thoughts and questions had swirled around my brain all day long, and by the time I'd walked into the fight between the inmates that the guards had been trying to stop, I'd been in no mood to be lenient. In fact, I would say that I was beyond that point and had been for quite some time. There was no more leniency in my repertoire, not today anyway. "You going to get Diane to look at that?" Rome gestured toward my eye. I grabbed the towel he'd tossed my way and pressed it to my face. "No, I'm going to pick up my kid and then go to the ER, I guess." I paused. "Or that new hospital clinic. That one maybe, I'm not sure." "Why not just get it done before you go?" he suggested. "Watching a kid while you get something like that done isn't going to be very easy." I looked at him. "I've been away from her all day. Prue has been watching her since this morning, plus she has to be somewhere, and I only have 20 minutes to get there so she can leave. I'm not leaving her there." Rome lifted his hands. "I'll watch her." I was shaking my head before the offer even left his mouth. "Sorry, but no. She can sit there with me while I get it fixed up." Knowing better than to argue with me when I had made my mind up, he allowed me to leave. I walked out of the prison's front doors and didn't look back. My mood had only deteriorated when I arrived at the truck that I still hadn't returned to Phoebe's father. I needed to go buy my own. It had been 3 days now, and I realized rather quickly that this was my new reality. I felt like I couldn't breathe in the cab. And despite having every single window down, I arrived at my house in a horrid mood. Seeing Brielle's car in my driveway didn't help matters. Stalking over to Prue's house, I rang the doorbell and waited. Prue opened the door with a smile on her face that quickly fell when she saw the way I looked. "Oh no, what happened?" she asked. I frowned. "Nothing. Can I pick Isa up?" Her frown made me pause, thinking that I'd offended her in some way, but then she shrugged. Prue opened her door wide and gestured me through. "That's not nothing, but if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine." I opened my mouth to tell her that it wasn't that I didn't want to talk about it, but because I was bleeding, but then shut it. I doubted she'd care. Hoax might, but Prue? I had no relation to her, so she'd likely not have the same obligatory caring that Hoax would. "She did really good today," Prue said as she led me farther into the house. "I was honestly impressed with how well. At first I thought she was going to be standoffish, but she really liked the twins. Plus, it didn't hurt that Phoebe, who seems to be Isa's superstar, stopped by before and after work." It was on the tip of my tongue to ask Prue if Phoebe had said anything about me, or possibly explained why she'd left so abruptly this morning, but I curbed the gut reaction. I didn't want to involve Phoebe's sister in our relationship. Granted, I knew that it was probably foolhardy to think that Prue wouldn't be in our life. But I also liked to think that maybe they'd stay out of our business long enough for us to figure our shit out first. A trickle of blood that ran from my head down my chest had me remembering exactly why I should be hurrying. "She's right here," Prue said. I walked around the corner to find Hoax on the couch, fast asleep. Izza was sitting on the couch next to him, head resting on Hoax's bicep, sound asleep. The twins were in a bassinet directly in front of Hoax, both sound asleep too. "Magic," I murmured softly. Prue snickered. "Hoax was actually outside running around with the pig, the dog, and Izza. They're all tuckered out. The twins are never awake. I'm fairly sure that they're going to sleep forever." I grinned and walked over to Izza, picking her up with both hands as quickly as I could. The moment she was in my arms, I put the towel back on my head. "At least let me give you a new towel," Prue offered. I looked at her, giving her my full attention. "Fine, thanks." Prue's lips twitched. "Does Phoebe know that you're hurt?" I shrugged. "Not unless she's somehow psychic." "Are you wondering where she is?" Prue asked. "Not particularly." I paused. "Unless she's not where I assume she is, then maybe I'm wondering." "Where do you think she is?" Prue grinned as she walked away and headed for a towel. I followed her, walking to the trash can to deposit the towel that was saturated in my blood into it. Prue handed me a brown bath towel. "This is softer." "That looks awful. You're going to the hospital?" I nodded. "Yes. And I think she's at your dad's place exercising her bird, right?" Prue nodded. "Yes. Then she's meeting us for dinner afterward." "Us?" I asked. Prue gestured to where Hoax was still asleep in the living room. "Us," she said. "We do a family dinner every week. Sometimes all of us can show, sometimes they can't, but we keep it going. Are you coming?" I started to walk to the door and opened it before saying, "I wasn't invited. Thank you, Prue." Then I was gone, not bothering to look back.
Chapter 14. If no one told you you're beautiful today, keep moving. It won't start here, little ugly. Phoebe to Prue. Phoebe. I arrived at the diner with a frown on my face. "What's with the frown?" my dad asked. I didn't want to talk about it. Seeing Brielle at Bayou's house had seriously made my mood plummet. I'd been intending to ask him out to eat with us, but seeing her there had derailed those plans. Add into the fact that he never answered my calls on his work phone, and I just wasn't in a good mood. "Is it because Bayou got hurt?" Prue asked as she took the seat to my left. "It looked bad, but I doubt he has a concussion. His eye's going to be black and blue tomorrow, though." I slowly turned my head to face her. "He what?" "He got hurt at work," Prue repeated. "He had blood all over him and a towel pressed to his face. Izzy didn't care a single bit either. Granted, she was asleep when she was picked up, but she woke up as he was getting her into the truck." I felt my heart start to pound. "How long ago was this?" I asked carefully, trying not to betray my inner worry. "About half an hour ago?" Prue shrugged. "Not long. Literally just before we left. I almost thought I was going to have to bring Izza with us. Why didn't you invite him?" At this point, Dad had stopped eating his hot sauce and chips and was solely focused on us. In addition, so was my grandfather. My grandfather's wife had as well, and she was listening just as unabashedly as the two men. "You didn't invite Bayou?" Dad asked. "Why?" I growled in frustration. I was going to, but his sister was at his house when I went over there. I left him a message with her to call me, but I don't have his cell number. "That makes sense," Prue shuddered. "I can't stand that woman." "You could have asked me," Hoax suggested. "I'd have given you his number." I stood up. "You can do that now." "Where are you going?" my mother asked. Hoax had pulled out his phone and was sifting through his contacts as I answered my mother. Bayou is hurt. She nodded once. Oh, okay. Swiping one last chip, I looked at my sister. Can you order my order ×2 and bring it home with you? Also, don't forget to ask for hot sauce and chips.
Bayou doesn't like anything from Mexican restaurants but the carne asada. He doesn't even eat chips and hot sauce, Hoax said before taking a bite of a tortilla. I'll order for him. Oh, and I forwarded his contact to your cell.
I gave him a thumb up. Thank you. After giving my mom, dad, and grandfather a kiss on the cheek, I walked out while also sifting through the text messages I'd gotten. Pulling up the one from Hoax, I clicked on it and took even faster strides out of the room. It rang 5 times before going to voicemail. Damn it. Knowing that he'd probably avoid the hospitals because that was just his way, I hit up the freestanding emergency rooms and clinics, one after the other, until I finally spotted the familiar red truck in the parking lot of the one closest to our home. Pulling into the open spot beside him, I got out and started inside, smiling brightly at the woman manning the front desk. "May I help you?" she smiled. "My fiancé is here getting stitches. He's not answering his phone. Can you take me back to him?" I asked, trying to look convincing. The woman smiled. "What's his name, honey?" "Benson Beauregard," I answered, hoping that was the name he'd given them. The woman smiled. "The big guy with the little girl?" I nodded once. "That's them." "Come on, I'll show you to his room." She gestured to me to follow her. "We put them in the kid wing since it's easier for the child to be entertained while a parent is seen too. She's just a doll. You're a lucky woman." I felt my heart swell in my chest. I was a lucky woman, but not for the reason she'd been thinking. She wasn't my daughter, but she was my boyfriend's, and I was beginning to care for her just as much as her father. Very much so. Izza's daddy had already had my heart, but I had a feeling Izza wasn't far behind. I heard Bayou's voice before I saw him, and a shiver tingled down my spine. "2 more stitches," Bayou said. The woman rounded the corner of an open exam room and gestured for me to go inside. I did, smiling thankfully at the woman. Bayou's eyes were closed and he was lying on the hospital exam table with his arms crossed over his chest. The uniform shirt he was wearing was covered in dried blood, as were his pants. He had his booted feet crossed over each other, and he was lying there as if he didn't have a care in the world. Izza was up by his head, sitting there, phone in hand. Her eyes weren't on the phone, though. They were on what the doctor was doing to her father's head. The woman patted me on the shoulder and walked away, leaving me in the doorway staring as the doctor pulled the needle through a now almost closed wound on his forehead, right above his eyebrow. "1 more," the doctor continued. It was then I realized that he was speaking to Izza and not Bayou. "1," Izza said softly. I smiled. I loved how Bayou treated her, as if she was an adult that could comprehend everything that was said, which maybe she might. Maybe she knew exactly what was going on and benefited greatly by the way Bayou was raising her. "All done." The doctor rolled back and snapped off his gloves, tossing them into the trash can at his feet. "I'll get some antibiotics called in for that. Probably just the standard take a pill twice a day for 10 days kind. Any objections to that?" Bayou shook his head and sat up, somehow bringing Izza with him. Izza let him, not saying a word as she was brought up almost parallel with the floor over Bayou's shoulder. When he was all the way up, he swung her up and around to place her on the exam table between his thighs before his eyes met mine. "No," he said to the doctor, but kept his eyes on me. "That's fine." "Okay." The doctor stood and turned, finally spying me in the doorway. "Hello," he said. "You're here for Benson?" I nodded. "I am." "He's all fixed up. You don't have a thing to worry about," he told me gently. I grinned. That's good to know. I need him in fightin' shape. The doctor winked, and that was when I realized how that come off. Shit. My face flamed as the doctor strolled toward me. Hastily, I moved out of the way and kept my gaze on my feet as he passed. "I'll send a nurse in with your discharge paperwork," the doctor snickered. "Have a good day, y'all." Once he was gone, I looked up to find Bayou staring at me. I swallowed hard as I saw the stitches above his eye. "How many of those did you end up getting?"
8,
he answered.
"What are you doing here?"
I felt my belly drop. "I wanted to make sure that you were okay," I answered. "I tried calling, but you didn't answer."
"Turned my phone on silent," he admitted. "Had a few calls from Ilsa."
My stomach nodded. Isa's mother? Really? What did she want?
"Based on the first and only call that I took from her, she wants Isa back," he rumbled. "She needs her mother," she said. "She's worried about her well-being. Now that she's been bailed out of jail, she feels that she should be able to have her."
I felt my stomach drop. "I thought it was decided that while whatever played out, you'd keep Isa."
"That was my impression also."
He paused.
"Though I never talked to her. I guess I should have seen that coming. She's not the type of person to just let it go, and honestly, I'm sure that it chaps her ass that I have Isa when she was likely hell-bent on me never knowing that I even had a kid."
I growled. I hated the woman, and I'd never even met her.
"I guess giving me 3 days was good, though."
Bayou sounded tired.
"But I haven't had a chance to meet with my lawyer yet. That happens tomorrow. As a result, I don't know the legalities. Technically, she gave Isa to me of her own free will. Nothing was ever decided through the court. I'm not sure what legal leg I have to stand on."
I thought about that for a long moment. "Well, tonight there's nothing else we can do," I admitted. "Everything is closed or closin'. What time is your appointment tomorrow?"
10 in the morning,
he answered. "Then tonight we will just be cautious. Do you think she knows where you live?" I questioned.
"It wouldn't surprise me if she did," he muttered. "The woman is scary good. When all that shit went down with her and me, I had no clue what kind of opponent that I'd be up against. Now I do, and I don't want to underestimate her."
I blew out a frustrated breath. "Then, for now, let's just get you two fed. Do you have an extra shirt you can change into?" He frowned.
"Why?"
"If we hurry, I'm sure we can go eat," I told him. "Are you up to eatin'?" He looked down at me with a curious glint to his eyes.
"You're not embarrassed to take me around your family?"
My mouth opened and closed, at a loss for words as I tried to process what he just said. "You think that you embarrass me?" I asked carefully.
He shrugged. "Why else would you not invite me?"
"I did," I told him. "Well, I tried your office today, but you were never in there. I didn't have your cell number, so I walked over when I got home and left a message at your house. I tried to leave a note, but Brielle took the note off the door as I was walking down the driveway. She told me she'd relay the message, but I have no doubt that she didn't." The nurse came in before he could answer and held out his discharge paperwork. "Have a nice night, Mr. Beauregard." Bayou nodded and stood, Isa back in his arms. We were walking down the hallway and heading into the main lobby of the ER when he answered.
"She didn't,"
Bayou muttered darkly, holding the front door open for me to pass through. "And since I didn't have your cell number, I got that from Hoax, by the way, I couldn't call you. I was tempted to go up to your office after my shift was finished and tell you, but I had to work Phantom today. I then thought I'd call my sister to tell you to come when you went to pick up Isa, but then I got to my dad's and saw that Phantom's mule was torn up. Some predator tried to get in it last night. Anyway, long story short, I had to fix that and forgot to call my sister. Paired with Brielle, I thought you'd get the message."
"Is Phantom okay?"
he asked, stopping on the path right outside the ER entrance. "Yes," I answered, loving the concern in his voice. "Perfectly. I had to repair the damage, though, and it took me longer than I'd intended." Isa leaned over and captured a lock of my hair, rubbing it between her 2 fingers while allowing us to still converse. She was just a sweet little girl. All right. I nodded once. I'm going to need to work on it again tomorrow, though. Dad and Mom are going out of town, and I don't really like to ask anyone else to help, so that means don't call me if Diane doesn't show up for work again. His lips quirked up at the side, and I had the urge to kiss the quirk. On that thought, I did. Leaning up on my tiptoes, I got up as far as I could and waited until he brought his mouth down far enough for me to place a single kiss on the corner of his mouth. When I pulled away, he was smiling. "I'll come help you," he said. "I took the day off. Have to meet with the lawyer, and then I'm all yours. Though if we have time, I might steal you away and take you to the dealership with me. I need a new truck so I can give your dad's back." I waved him away. He doesn't drive that one. He has 4, including the car I refuse to drive, and that one is his work truck. But I've no problem going to the dealership with you. I've been meaning to look at them myself. Now that I can afford a vehicle on my paycheck, I think I should probably be investing in something that is a little newer. His eyes moved to my truck. "I don't know. The frame on those trucks are solid, and you're so high off the ground that if you hit something, like another car, they don't really have a chance of damaging you. Though if you hit a tree, you'd hit the windshield, and then... Yeah, you should probably look into a new truck." He paused. "What do you mean he has a car you refuse to drive?" I scrunched up my nose. He bought me this new Ford Taurus a while ago. I didn't drive it, and he traded it in on a new vehicle. I saw the shudder move through him, and I couldn't stop the grin from kicking up my mouth. He cared. "Do you want to go eat?" I asked. He thought about it. "Yeah." "Do you want to ride with me? I can bring you back in the morning. The dealership is right there." He pointed down the road where the dealership's lights were illuminating the area, about a half-mile from where we were standing. The dealership he was referring to was actually a rather large one for the area. It had all brands of trucks from Ford to Dodge to Chevrolet. It was definitely a one-stop shop, and I loved that they'd combined all of them so you didn't have to drive everywhere. "That sounds perfect," I admitted. "I'm tired of driving anyway, though now I feel bad because I should maybe offer to drive you due to your blood loss." He snorted. "The day that a little blood loss keeps me from driving is the day I should hang up my hat." I snickered and walked out around to my side of the truck, but before I could reach for the door handle, Bayou was there, holding it open for me. "After you," came his rumbled reply. I bit my lip and got in, batting my eyes at him as I did. He winked and slammed my door closed before opening the rear door and getting Isa situated. Once we were both settled in, he walked around to the front driver's side and got in, immediately starting it up and rolling down every window there was. He even rolled open the moonroof. "I swear it feels like I can't breathe when I close the doors," he muttered, tugging on his already loosened collar. I reached for the hand that was doing the tugging and pulled it into my lap. "Onward, driver," I told him. "If we hurry, I might still be able to eat the food I ordered hot, which reminds me, Hoax tells me you don't like Mexican food. What the hell? That's so weird." Out of all the things that you could think was weird about me, the fact that I don't like chips and hot sauce, as well as rice and beans and tortillas, makes you think I'm weird? I nodded once. "Yes." He laughed halfway to the restaurant.
Chapter 15. My favorite time of year is when the bugs start to die. Bayou to Phoebe. Bayou. We arrived at my house 2 hours later. Isa was asleep in the back seat, so I looked over at Fancy and said, "Come inside with me. Once I get her to bed, I'll walk you to your place." She nodded once, taking a look behind her at the sleeping girl. Right around the same time as the doors opened, another call from my cell phone came through, making my pocket buzz and a harsh ringing sound fill the air. "Her again?" she asked. I was sure it was. Throughout dinner, Ilsa had called no less than 10 times. If my lawyer hadn't suggested letting her call and fill my voicemail up with all the nasty messages, I'd have blocked her ass hours ago. As it was, I already had a nearly full inbox of both text messages and voicemails, all of which got progressively more and more snotty. "Yes," I answered. "I wish I could turn the phone off. I can't, though. I have to be available for the volunteer fire department texts that come through our app, as well as any problems that might arise at the prison." She held her hand out for my phone. "I think there's a way to only silence her calls. If not, we can block her." The lawyer said to allow her to call so he could see the progression, I explained. He wanted her to dig her own grave, so to speak. "Well, you still can with what she's done so far. If I can't silence it, I'm sure—" She opened up my phone and started to search. "That 32 calls in the last hour and a half alone will suffice, not to mention the text messages she's sending between those calls. The ones that are getting progressively worse the more she sends and the more you ignore." She raised her head up. "Do you think we have to worry about Ilsa finding your place?" I shrugged. "She doesn't know my address, no. But it wouldn't surprise me if she found me anyway. I'm listed in the phone book, not to mention she found me before when I didn't have a listed address. The girl has connections." Phoebe grimaced. "I hate her." I snorted and gestured for Fancy to go inside. "Will you take my keys and open it up? The code for the alarm is 7176. Her eyes went wide. "You trust me with your alarm code?" I grinned. "I trust you with my alarm code, as well as my kid and my heart. I trust you to take care of them all." Her eyes went wide and she looked stunned, speechless. "Your heart?" she whispered. "Yeah, my heart." She licked her lips and looked ready to cry. "That's so freaking sweet. I trust you with mine, too." I reached for her and ran the palm of my hand down her hair. "I know. Who do you think showed me how to open mine?" A tear formed on Phoebe's eyelids and spilled over. I caught it before it could run halfway down her cheek. "Are you saying what I think you're saying?" she asked. I backed away and reached for the back door of the truck, opening it while also keeping my eyes on her. "Yes." "Are you sure?" she asked. "Because this is soon. I mean, we only decided that we were together just yesterday. Plus, I'm fairly sure that you're my boss. I can't have you treating me differently because you love me while I'm at work." I laughed lightly and reached inside and started unbuckling the multitude of straps that held Isa in. Once I had her disentangled, I picked her up and brought her into my chest. This little girl was another thing that I loved. I had no idea how it happened, but she'd wormed her way into my heart faster than Phoebe had. One second she was just a kid, and the next she was mine, and I loved her. I'd protect her with everything I had to give. Was that supposed to happen? Because I was fairly sure that I'd tear anyone apart that hurt her. Once I had the door closed, I hit the lock button on the door handle and then looped my arm around Phoebe, who was still staring at me in stunned silence. I hadn't answered her earlier statement, but I didn't think I needed to either. "You were supposed to disarm the alarm and open the door," I teased her. "I forgot the code after you told me you loved me," she muttered. I snorted. "I didn't actually say those words exactly," I teased, taking the keys from her hand and opening the door. Moments later, I was shutting off the alarm and Phoebe was still standing there, staring at me like she'd never seen me before. "What is it?" I asked. "Still reeling?" She shrugged. "Yes and no. I mean, it's not every day that the person you've been in love with since you were 15 tells you that he loves you. I'm still processing, okay?" I brought her close to my body and pressed my mouth to her so gently that she pressed in harder just to feel more. When I pulled away, she was swaying on her feet. "Have a seat. While I'm putting her to bed, you can look at all the text messages, since I know you want to." Her laughter followed me into the room that I'd started putting Isa in. I looked around the half-empty, half-full space. The only real thing that I had for Izza was a couple of stuffed animals that the guys had brought over at various times over the last 3 days. She was sleeping on a futon that I'd gotten when I first moved into the house and slept on while I waited for my furniture to come in. The moment that my bed had arrived, I'd banished the futon to the spare guest room where Brielle and Hoax had slept on it throughout the years. The rest of the room was filled with boxes I still hadn't unpacked since I'd moved into the place over 5 years ago. Which reminded me, I wanted to go get a jungle gym for the backyard. Laying Izza down on thoughts of things that she would need if she was going to stay here, and she would, I tugged off her shoes and then pulled the blanket over her that I'd stolen from Hoax yesterday. I literally didn't have anything extra for a kid, having only gotten Izza the basics of basics, and I was in serious need of a trip to the store for the rest. I was lucky Izza was potty trained. Otherwise, I'd be struggling a whole lot more than I was. After taking one last glance at my girl, God, she looked so beautiful, I turned out the lights and walked out the door. It wasn't until I was in the kitchen and talking to Phoebe that I realized she wasn't there any longer. I turned in a slow circle, finally finding her on the ground by the front window. "What are you doing?" I questioned. She looked up from where she was crouched, looking out through the blinds. "Brielle is here," I snorted. "Did she knock?" She shook her head. "No, she's just sitting out in her car glaring at the house." I laughed. "Well, if she knocks, I'll talk to her. If she doesn't, then, oh well." Phoebe crawled away from her perch toward me, and I felt my dick stir in my pants. "What's that look for?" she asked as she got close. I swallowed hard. "Seeing you down there is making me want to unzip my pants." Her eyes practically sparkled as she said, "I'm not stopping you." My dick hardened even further, going from semi-hard to full-on hard in less than a second. It was amazing how the penis worked. 1 second it was limp and pliable, and the next... Phoebe started to unbuckle my belt, followed shortly by unbuttoning and unzipping. "Take off that dirty shirt," she ordered. "Please." I shucked the undershirt faster than she could say please. Her eyes were lit with humor as she slowly worked my pants down over my hips. At this point, my hard cock was the only thing holding them up. The moment that they made it over and my cock sprung free, my pants fell to the ground, carelessly discarded. My balls drew up tight as her hand closed around me, and all rational thought fled as she leaned forward and placed her lips against the head. Everything froze in that second as I concentrated solely on Phoebe's mouth as she rubbed my cockhead against her lips. Her lips felt like silk as they traveled around and around, and when a drop of pre-cum leaked from me, dotting those perfect ruby lips, I nearly came. "God, please suck it," I breathed so low under my breath that she didn't hear. Her tongue poked out from between those lips and licked it away, causing my belly to clench. "Suck it," I said a little more loudly this time. She did. Just the tip. Just a small bit of suction, but it was enough to nearly bring me to my knees. Her next suck went a little farther, encompassing the entire head, and soon her hand joined in on the action. One curled tighter around my shaft as she started to jack me in time with her mouth, while the other came up to cut my balls. And I saw heaven. I wasn't sure what this was supposed to feel like, seeing as it was my first time to have a woman in this particular position, but I was fairly sure that I shouldn't shoot off like a rocket the moment she got me partially into her mouth. Regardless, my body wasn't following directions, and soon I was ready to come, and there wasn't a single discipline I could implement to prevent it. "I'm going to come," I said, feeling my tip hit the back of her throat. God, it was just so hot, tight, and warm. And the suction that she used each and every time she pulled away from me was my undoing. When she didn't pull away, and I knew I was seconds away from coming down her throat whether she wanted me to or not, I tried to pull away. Her hand around my cock tightened and the one on my balls tugged lightly, saying without words that she wanted me exactly where I was. Feeling like I was given the greatest gift, I gave in and let her have it. The moment my orgasm rushed over me, I felt like my world had just ceased to spin. Long seconds turned into eons as white-hot fire licked up my spine. My balls drew up just a little bit more, and then I was coming straight into her mouth, coating her tongue and throat with my essence. She swallowed, but she couldn't keep up, and a small amount started to run down her chin. My eyes nearly crossed when I saw that, and if it was possible to come again, I very well would have. When I was finished, she was pulling away, cleaning her chin and lips. I tried to control my breathing. The innocent look in her eyes, as well as the joy that sparkled right alongside it, caused me to kick off my boots in record time, followed shortly by my pants around my ankles. The next thing that happened was fast. I had her on her feet by a yank on her hand, and the next I was disrobing her almost as fast as I could blink. "Lay down on the couch," I paused. "No, wait. Let's take this to my bed." She was already down on one knee on the couch, and I couldn't stop myself. "Never mind." I paused as I stilled her attempt to stand up. "That's good." Dropping down to my knees behind her, I ran both hands up the backs of her thighs, loving the silky smoothness underneath my palms. My hands cupped the swells of her ass and spread them, displaying Phoebe's glistening pussy to my gaze. Everything inside of me tensed once again, and I felt my cock, my perfectly sated, shouldn't-be-getting-hard-again cock, inflating. I leaned forward and licked her, feeling my beard rasp against certain parts of her. She gasped, and I wondered if it was my tongue or my beard that caused the inhalation. Nonetheless, I continued my perusal, loving the flavor of her that burst on my tongue and made me want to suck her down completely. She shifted so that both of her legs were on the couch, and then leaned forward as far as it would allow, giving me an even better view of the things that I wanted to lick and suck. I dropped my mouth down farther and circled her clit with my tongue, causing her entire body to jerk with sensation. "Shit," she breathed. I moved my hands farther up her ass, and then used my thumbs to pull the lips of her sex even farther apart, giving me an unencumbered view of everything that I was tasting. God, was she sexy as hell. She was moaning continuously now into the back of the couch and pushing herself back against my mouth, searching for more. I gave her more, in the form of one finger, burying it deep inside of her to the webbing. "Fuck," she gasped. "Oh, fuck." I curled it downward, searching for her G-spot, and felt her practically jolt straight forward when I must have found it. "Jesus," she breathed. "Oh, Jesus." There was a knock on the door, but neither one of us moved. Her, because I could feel the beginnings of her orgasm, and me, because I was just enjoying what I was doing way too much to ever stop. One finger became two, and when I drew her clit in between my lips and sucked, she went off like a bottle rocket. 1 second, she was just fluttering around my fingers, and the next she was coming so hard that I could feel every ripple and contraction with my fingers. The moment her pussy stopped rippling, I stood up and notched my cock at her entrance. The next, I was sinking inside. Despite the fact that I'd just come, I knew it wouldn't matter. I could already feel the telltale sign of my impending orgasm in the base of my spine. "Touch yourself," I ordered. "Come again with me." Another knock, more insistent this time, sounded, and I was glad that I'd undone the doorbell when I moved in. It was bad enough that someone was knocking, probably Brielle, but I could ignore it. What I couldn't ignore was the way Phoebe's pussy started to quiver once again. My eyes closed and I growled low in my throat as she screamed into the couch. "Benson, holy shit!" I liked my real name on her tongue. I didn't like it on anyone else's, but on hers, it seemed right. Her pussy clamped down, undulating and contracting as it had done only a few minutes before on my fingers, and I was done for. My release started spurting out of me, deep into her, and I could no longer breathe. In fact, I was only able to get out one word. Fancy. It was long moments later. Both of us were collapsed on the couch, and Phoebe was using her discarded t-shirt to catch the remnants of my release. We were both unable to move, and the knocking hadn't stopped. Each knock was making my jaw clench. "I've never given a blowjob before," she whispered into my throat. The arm I had curled around her back tightened. "I've never had one given to me before. But just saying, it was one of the best things I've ever felt in my life." She went up onto one elbow and stared at me incredulously. "You've never been given a blowjob before?" I shook my head. "A big badass like you has seriously never had it?" she repeated. "There have been offers," I admitted, "and plenty of opportunity. I just didn't want to put myself in such a vulnerable position. It takes a certain level of trust to allow someone that close to something so vulnerable. I didn't trust my other partners like I trust you." She deflated back to her earlier position. "I'm glad that I could be your first." I squeezed the top part of her ass that my hand was resting on. "I've also never given another girl cunnilingus before either." She shivered. "You couldn't tell." The knocks stopped, and that was when Brielle said, "Seriously, Bayou, I know you can hear me. Open the door." I sighed. "Do you want to stay the night with me?" She paused. "I have to sleep in my own house eventually. I've only been back to feed the animals. All of my stuff is still in boxes. And, well, I don't really want to talk to Brielle. She pissed me off tonight, not relaying my message." I squeezed her tight and then stood up, taking her with me. "Go to the bathroom and change. Your animals are fed?" She nodded. "Yes." "Then we'll ignore her for tonight. She'll leave eventually," I explained. "And tomorrow, I'll have a talk with her. Tonight, it's just you and me." She dropped her forehead onto my sternum and sighed. "Maybe you should talk to her right now and get it over with. I doubt that she'll leave any time soon without hearing from you." She looked up at my face, and I could tell she was studying the cut above my eye and the swelling that I could feel forming. "You need ice, too," she muttered. "I'm going to go steal one of your shirts like you said, and I'm going to go get in the shower. While I'm in there, I want to take one with you." I cut her off. "When I'm done, I'll let her in, and then I'll get some ice." She breathed out and then nodded her head in assent. "Fine." The shower took less than 10 minutes, seeing as both of us were too well repleted to do anything more than touch. And when she was drying her hair after the shower, I tossed her a t-shirt from my closet and shucked one on myself. After slipping my legs into a pair of sweats sans underwear, I walked out to the living room, disarmed the alarm, and opened it. Brielle stood there, looking annoyed. "What took you so long?" she snarled. I crossed my arms over my chest and stared at her with annoyance. "I was showering and doing other things. What do you want?" She frowned. "I wanted to talk to you." "It's 10 o'clock at night. It's too late for you to be coming over to talk. And have you ever heard of a cell phone?" I asked. "Bayou, what's gotten into you?" she asked, trying to push through me to get inside. I didn't let her at first, but movement out of the corner of my eye caused me to see Izza standing in the doorway of her bedroom, looking sleepy and annoyed. My lips tipped up as I walked to her, allowing the nuisance to come in after I'd vacated my position. "Hey, baby," I said, dropping down to my haunches in front of her. She blinked at me unhappily, glared at the woman that I could hear closing the front door, and then turned on her heel and walked toward my bedroom. I watched as she pushed it wide open to reveal Phoebe sitting on my bed, looking blankly at the wall. Phoebe glanced up, saw Izza, and grinned as she held out her hands. Isa went to her easily, and my two girls crawled deeper into my bed. That was when Brielle went completely rigid. "Bayou, what the hell is going on?" she asked quietly. I turned to survey my sister and read the devastation in her eyes. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single thing I could do about it. "You're going to have to get used to it, Brielle," I said softly. "She's mine. They're both mine. They're going to be a very big part of my life, and if you'll let them part of yours." Brielle didn't respond. Instead, she took a good long look at Phoebe, who'd crawled underneath the covers with Isa, and turned around and left. I didn't follow her. Chapter 16. I leave my red receipt on so people can see exactly what time I didn't give a fuck. Bayou to Phoebe. Bayou. "Here is what I would suggest," the lawyer said. "Get everything that a little girl would need. Decorate her room, get her established with a doctor here, enroll her in daycare even if it's a couple months off. Just get her in. Eventually. Buy her some things. Do everything for her that you would normally do for a little girl. Make it look like you're in for permanence." We were at the lawyer's office the next day, and I was getting a seriously bad feeling about how this was all going to turn out. I didn't have a doubt in my mind that I'd get to keep her, because there was no way in hell I was giving Isa back, or Phoebe was allowing it, for that matter. However, she wouldn't have to allow it because I wasn't going to entertain the thought. "I am in for permanence," I growled before Phoebe could. "I know, but normally you'd do all of this a little bit at a time. You don't have that luxury. You want to take away every excuse Ilsa has. You want the girl to have a home here. That way she can't say that you're not equipped to have a child." I completely understood that, too. "Okay," Phoebe said. "What else?" I looked over to her, happy to see that she was there at my side when she didn't have to be. She could have run when this all came out. She could have been upset that she was put into second place, just like Brielle was. But she wasn't. All she wanted was the best for me, and she was proving that. She was also proving why I had fallen for her so quickly. I was feeling something that I'd never felt before for another person in my life. But if I was going to find those emotions and feel those feelings for anyone, it would be her. She'd changed something inside of me when I'd met her all those years ago, and whether she knew it or not, I was hers from the moment that she stood up for me. I was hers whether she wanted me or not. My next suggestion would be this. On and on he went, highlighting every single thing that we would do from there on out. My final suggestion is to file for full custody, he finished. I think that we should make this final. I think that we should also request that her rights as a parent be terminated. I also think this should be done as soon as possible for both your peace of mind and the benefit of the child's welfare. I doubt there's a judge alive that will see this for anything but what it is. Phoebe's shoulders slumped. Good. That's very, very good. She turned to me. I agree. I think you should have him start the process now. And, she turned back to the lawyer, a shark of a lawyer that her father had recommended, who just so happened to be married to Cheyenne's mother. Todd, if there is anything you need, you know that my father can find it out. Todd's grin went a tad bit scary. I know, honey. I already have him on it. I closed my eyes as a feeling of relief surged through me. Knowing that this was on the road to being fixed was one of the best feelings in the world.
Phoebe. 2 hours later. We're going to buy me a truck, he growled. I felt my lips tip up at the corner. Oh, can I choose what color you get? He looked down at me. This is not funny. I tried to control the smile gracing my lips. I never said it was. You're laughing, he countered. I took off my glasses. My contacts had run out yesterday, and I hadn't had a chance to go get a refill for this month, and wiped my watering eyes. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the disgusted look on your face. I sobered. It's going to be okay. His eyes studied me for a long moment. I know, he admitted. As long as you're here, I know it will be. I felt things inside of me start to melt, and I walked forward until my face was buried in his chest, and my arms were locked tightly around him. I love you, Benson Bayou Beauregard, I whispered to him, tilting my head up so that he could hear me. His eyes lit up upon hearing those words. I didn't think that I'd ever feel this way about another person, he admitted. I didn't think I could. But you showed me differently. He swallowed hard, and I knew that it had been hard for him to say the words. His brain just wasn't wired to work that way. The fact that he was giving me the words at all was a miracle in and of itself. I love you too. I stretched up on my tiptoes and offered him my lips, which he took readily. Let's go get you a truck, I urged. He gave me a tight squeeze, then let me go. Then we'll go to Lowe's and get some paint. Pink paint. I threw my head back and laughed right there in his arms. Now, that didn't sound like you were disgusted at all. He curled his lip. Pink's such an awful color. It would be fitting for my girl to love it. I winked up at him. Both of your girls. Chapter 17. I wish I loved exercising as much as I love eating. Phoebe to Bayou. Phoebe. I yanked off my glasses and threw them at Bayou, unable to help myself. What was that for? He asked, sounding normal. He had no clue what he'd done to me. I'm so mad at you right now, I don't even want to see you, I snarled. And after everything, that was the thing he finally decided was funny. The ass. Hoke started laughing too, only making it worse. See, we were all at a club party. Hoax was there with his children and Prue. Bayou, Izza, and me, Z, the helicopter pilot, Castile, the police detective and arson investigator, Liner, the man who looked like he'd been woken up too early, which I'd been told he had been. There'd been an extremely bad storm roll through the town and state, and he'd been working for going on 48 hours straight. Apparently, the only sleep he'd gotten over the past few days was a couple of hours here and there in the front seat of his truck. But he had managed to go to the dealership with Bayou and help pick out a brand new vehicle for me, paid in full, and bring it to this party. I don't know what the big deal is, he finally said once he'd controlled his laughter. You said you needed a new vehicle. I was just trying to help. I looked at the truck. My dream truck. How had he known? I turned accusing eyes on my sister, who looked away rather guiltily. Bayou, this is too much, I finally said. You can't just go spend thousands of dollars on me. That's not how life works. He walked in front of Liner, who backed up to let him pass, and snatched the keys from Liner's hand, who'd been holding them out to me for a full 5 minutes now, and then grabbed my hand. Moments later, he was dragging me outside, and nobody was following. Izza is with Hoax, who she seems to absolutely adore. Don't make excuses. We're going to see your truck, he pushed. I swallowed hard. Bayou, baby, you drive my kid around with you. You've done so much more for me than you ever can realize. Please, just let me have this, he said, coming to a stop right next to the shiny blue door handle. A blue that I'd had on my Pinterest board for years. When I was 16, this was the truck that I always dreamed I'd have, I whispered. I wanted a new Dodge with a Cummins turbo diesel in it. I wanted black leather seats and bright shiny lights all over the place. A big bumper that screamed, "Get out of my way," and 4-wheel drive that I'd never used but was handy to have anyway. I swallowed hard. I wanted a man that would love me for me. I wanted a job that I'd love, too. I wanted a baby that preferred me over her daddy. I burst into tears. "Baby, why are you crying?" He sounded ravaged. "Because you gave me all of those things and I didn't even have to say please," I cried. He clicked the locks on the truck and then opened the back door wide. Moments later, I found myself in his arms, in the back seat of my truck, hugging the crap out of him. Then he was kissing me, and I forgot why I was upset. Bayou had a way of doing that, though, changing my life, making me forget, doing things that I never thought I'd be doing, ever. And soon, when the kissing progressed to other things like touching and fondling, I let it happen, too. Why? Because I was impossibly in love with the man, and my brain turned to scrambled eggs any time he was around. What had started out as him comforting me as I'd cried had turned into a full-on, we're about to do it in my brand-new truck session. It wasn't but a few seconds later that I was sprawled out on the buttery leather seats of my new truck with Bayou on top of me, pressing the tip of his cock into me. Things went fast from there. One second, he was fucking me softly, and the next, we were rocking the entire truck with our lovemaking. And when he came, I followed, unable to stop myself. "You need to pray that we don't get anything nefarious on the brand new seats of this truck," I whispered through labored breaths. Bayou looked up and took stock of what was in the truck. "They gave me a new t-shirt. We can use that." He reached forward to the front seat and snagged it with his fingers. And that was when I saw that the entire cab was fogged up. "Wow," I said softly. "That's not obvious or anything." He snorted and tossed the shirt my way. "Wow, this is nice and soft," I said, as I reached for the fabric between us and tried to minimize the effects of his retreat. I managed, but only barely. When he sat up, I did my best to clean up and then folded the shirt in on itself. Once I had my panties back on, he pulled me out of the truck, then settled me right back in it, this time in the front seat. "Put your foot on the brake and start it back up." I did, and felt my soul sing, "Jesus Christ, you put a supercharger on it." He grinned. "I put a supercharger on it." That was when I threw myself at him a second time. "God, Bayou, why did you do this for me? It had to cost an arm and a leg." "Look in the glove box," he ordered, patting my ass. I reluctantly let him go, then turned in my seat. I could feel him hot at my back as I leaned over the center console to the glove box. Popping the door open, I stopped when I saw one lone thing in it. A little black box covered in velvet. With shaking hands, I reached for it and pulled it into my lap. My head turned to where Bayou had once been standing, only to find him gone. I frowned and turned my hips in the seat to look for him, only to find him down on one knee beside the truck. I blindly reached forward and shut the truck off. The moment that I did, the silence became so thick that I could have cut it with a knife. "When you were 15, I bet you didn't have any idea in the world that you changed my life," he said softly. "I bet you really didn't think about the consequences of treating a young man like me like a normal, down-to-earth human being. But whether you knew it or not, you changed my life. You made me think." He licked his lips. "I kept telling myself over the next year, if she thinks I'm normal, if she thinks I'm worth saving, if she thinks that I can do it, then I can do it. I am normal. I am worth saving." I felt my throat start to close at his words, and the box on my thigh felt like it was burning a hole straight through my jeans. I spent the next year becoming the person that I wanted to be, fixing what wasn't broken, and knowing in my heart that the moment that I saw you again, I'd tell you that you were beautiful, he said. And then life happened. I moved on,
growing into the man that I'd one day become. The man that you see in front of you right now. But not 1 second over the years did I stop thinking about you," he said. "And your sister moved in next door. You applied for the job where I happened to work, and I knew that no matter what, I wasn't going to be able to fight it any longer. You're mine, and fate found a way to bring you back to me again." I swallowed hard, this time with tears steadily streaming down my cheeks. I wasn't 100% sure when they started, but I was unable to control them at this point. "I'm sure you're thinking that it's too soon," he continued, "that we've only been together for a short time, and that I have too much on my plate." He paused, this time his eyes coming directly to mine. "It's not too soon. I've wanted you, needed you for a very long time. And I know that you feel the same." That was true. I hadn't been able to forget him at all over the years, even though I'd done my best to try. Who falls in love with a person in just a few hours and stays in love with him for years? I did. Before he could continue, I hopped down and then tackled him. "Are you asking me to marry you?" He laughed as we hit the ground, me on top of him. "Yes," he answered swiftly. "That's what I was getting at." "I do." "You do?" he teased, his eyes shining. "I haven't even told you that you'd be a perfect mother for Isa. I had this all planned out." I pressed my lips to his. "I will. I'll be the best goddamn mother in the history of mothers." I paused. "But you're going to have to discipline her if she does something really bad. I'm no good with tears," he snorted. "Neither am I." He wiped the tears that were still streaming down my face. "Even when they're happy tears like yours." I pressed my face to his and then let my forehead rest on his bearded chin. "You also have to promise never to shave this off, or we're going to have to file for divorce." His chest shook with laughter. "Promise, honey. I don't plan on it." I breathed out a sigh of relief, then started to freak out. "Oh, shit," I said as I backpedaled off of him and started to search the darkness for a little black box. "Do you have your phone on you? I dropped the box." He sat up on his butt in the grass, then pulled out his phone and turned the flashlight app on. It took a little time, but we finally found the hastily dropped box by the tire, and I scrambled for it. With my ass in the air, I pulled the black box out and whipped around to hand it to him. "Now, put it on me." "You haven't even seen it yet." "What if you hate the ring?" he asked. This time he actually did look nervous. "Anything that you gave me, Bayou, I wouldn't hate," I told him bluntly. "Fancy," he breathed. "You undo me." Then he opened the box, and I saw the ring and dropped down to my knees at his side. With the flashlight shining on it, I could make it all out and felt my throat once again tighten. "Bayou," I choked. He pulled the ring out with large fumbling fingers and then reached for my hand. "I saw this ring a couple of years ago," he said. "I bought it while I was deployed. Cost me a shit ton of money that I didn't have, but the moment that I saw it, I knew it'd look good on you." He paused. "It's not your typical engagement ring." I held my left hand out to him. "Put it on me!" He did, and the moment that it slid into place, it felt like it was made to be there. "In some cultures, the hummingbird is known as the messenger and stopper of time," he said, voice rough. "It's a symbol of love, joy, and beauty. The only bird species that can fly backward and that can stop dead while traveling at full speed." He leaned forward and twisted the ring on my finger so that I could see the intricate details. "That hummingbird for me is you. You're my fancy. The girl that allows me to look upon my past and see that it was important but didn't define me. You bring me love, joy, and beauty where I thought that there was only darkness. You're one thing that can stop me in my tracks when my mind is traveling full speed ahead." My eyes took in the details of the ring.
It was a simple silver ring, at least at first glance. But the more that you looked at it, the better you could see the hummingbirds flitting around the flowers among the swirls and the lines. They were so expertly hidden that unless you knew that they were there, you wouldn't actually see them. Kind of like the bird in real life. Sometimes the only way you knew a hummingbird was there was when you stopped and watched. "I love it, Bayou," I whispered. "Gotta love it." And I did. There wasn't a single thing that I'd change. It was the perfect engagement ring. He seemed to breathe easier at my words. "Good. Good." I looked up to find him staring at me, and not the ring like he had been. There were no fancy diamonds on this ring. There were no intricately cut stones at all. What there was a perfect reminder that the man in front of me was the man for me. I threw my arms once more around his neck and crawled up into his lap. He wrapped me up in his strong arms, and I didn't care that we were so new that it might hurt our chances of surviving. He was right. We were different. What we had was so different that nobody but us would be able to understand. That was when I heard my sister's excited laugh from the doorway. I looked up to see everyone pouring out of the house. "You know," Z said as he came up to us, "you told us you were going to propose to her at the truck. You didn't tell us that we'd need to give you 15 minutes before you did. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have been gathered around the windows watching." My face flamed, literally burst into flames. "Well, Fancy, I see that you like your truck," Liner teased, sounding just as tired as he looked. I flipped him off. "Fuck you." He grinned, and it completely transformed his tired face. "That a girl." "Knew he could convince you," Castile said. "Just didn't realize he was going to convince you by doing you in it. That's not our president." Z, who'd been on Castile's other side, started laughing. If it was possible for my face to get any redder, it did in that moment. But the funny thing was that nobody cared that we'd done it in the truck while they were all watching. They cared that I made their president happy, and that was the only thing that mattered. "Did you know that he asked Dad for permission?" Prue whispered. My head whipped around. "He did?" She nodded. "I was there when he did it. It was after dinner. After he got his face busted in, Dad gave him a really hard time, but ultimately said yes, as long as he promised to always put you first." I looked over at Bayou, who had an awful-looking bruise on his face. The stitches above his ear were still there and would be for another week. But all I saw was the most handsome man on earth. Good. I'd hate to have to disown my family because they couldn't accept him, I teased. Prue's eyes went wide. "We'd never send away the one thing that makes you happier than chocolate and books, Fancy." I grinned wide. "Good. I'd hate to have to kill you." "We're all so happy for you," Prue expressed, slowly turning the ring around on my finger. I smiled and turned my face to survey the room. But my gaze stalled on one face that didn't look happy at all. "Brielle's not." Prue's gaze followed mine. "Brielle will get over it." Maybe. Or maybe not. I didn't really care.
Chapter 18. I don't have a squad, but I know about 4 or 5 people that don't want me to die. Phoebe to Bayou. Bayou. Don't brag about how good you can cook. Men eat 3-day-old pizza. Impress them with anal sex. The wise words just kept coming. And when you have him where you want him, sit on your man's face, the old lady declared. Waterboard him with your pussy. I didn't know who the woman was to Phoebe or why she was talking so openly with her, but I couldn't help but smile inwardly at all the advice, some of it even good at that she was getting. Who is this woman? I murmured low. Phoebe's eyes were shining. I don't know. I just met her today. We were at work, and this woman had met us outside. I'd stopped with Phoebe because it had looked like she'd known the woman with how the woman had come straight up to her and started talking. "Well, ma'am," I said, tightening my hand on Phoebe's wrist. "We have to get to work. Have a good one." The woman waved, then stepped back into line next to another woman not much younger than herself. I didn't know that it was normal for random women to come up to other random women outside of a prison and tell them things that they probably shouldn't be telling anybody but their significant others, I teased. Phoebe's eyes shone with laughter. She had some pretty good suggestions. "You don't want to be waterboarded with my pussy?" The thought of her sitting on my face was quite the image. But since we were entering the front doors of the prison where we would soon be in an entirely unsafe domain, I didn't rise to the bait. Instead, I put my game face on. "It's creepy how you practically change the moment you walk in this door. You're so serious," she teased. I looked down at her and said, "If I'm not serious, then they think it's okay to do what they want. And it's not." I paused. "And the state is here, about to leave from what I can tell. They've found nothing, according to my guards. If they can successfully leave in the next 20 minutes without any incidents, then I won't have to deal with them for another year." Her snort had a grin kicking up the corner of my mouth, a grin that slid off the moment that I continued to walk through the front door. There were a lot of people here for Family Day, more than there ever was, though that likely had to do with the fact that Family Day had been canceled twice now due to riots and/or fights that had broken out over the last couple of weeks. Family Day was a privilege. If the inmate population didn't cooperate with me, then I wasn't willing to give them anything for their bad behavior. "There are a lot of people here," Phoebe breathed. "Yeah," I said. "This is the first Family Day in 3 weeks." She made a sound under her breath. I tugged on her hand and made my way to the front of the line, nodding my head at Wheeler, who was manning the first station that checked bags and personal belongings. Everyone, even me, went through the entire process as they got into the building. First, belongings were checked and tickets were given out for when they left and wanted to reclaim their items. Second, they went through a metal detector. Third, they went through the pat-down. Finally, they were allowed inside only after they passed through all 3 sections. From there, they were allowed into a room that was separated by a bulletproof, riot-proof, clear plexiglass-type barrier. Stations were all set up that had phones on either side of the station connected to long wires. There weren't any chairs, though, at least not on the inmates' end. The good end got stools. There definitely weren't enough stations for the number of people that were here, though. "Boss," Wheeler said, nodding his head. "Got anything for me?" I didn't. "Nope." "What about you, darling?" Wheeler asked Phoebe. "I have some stuff you can check since I'm the one that's been standing in line for the last 34 minutes, a snotty woman who looked like she had seen a hard life said. I gave her a look. "You're also not staff here, so do with that what you will." The woman's lip curled up, revealing stained, chipped teeth. "I pay my taxes," she sniffed. Phoebe interrupted us. "I don't, Wheeler, thank you." It was honestly easier not to bring anything in. The only thing I brought in with me were my keys and phone. Everything else I left outside in my saddlebags, and more recently, my truck. "Bitch!" I stiffened all over again and was about to respond to the rude cow of a woman a second time when Phoebe clenched her hand onto mine and announced loudly, for all 3 guards at each station to hear, say, "Bayou and I are engaged." I felt something in my chest soar at the excitement in her words. I also liked the fact that each of my guards were fucking happy about it. "Well then," Wheeler grinned as he gestured us to move along. "That right there deserves some cake in the break room, right?" Snorting, I allowed Phoebe to lead me through each security checkpoint, receiving good-natured jibes as we went, and finally arrived at the long hallway that would lead me to my office, and Fancy to her hallway that would lead her deeper into the prison to the infirmary. Something in my gut clenched at the thought of her being too far away from me. but I put it up to worry at the few phone calls I'd received from Ilsa this morning promising retribution for the papers I filed against her for permanent custody of Isa with Ilsa's termination of rights. "Take care of yourself, baby," I ordered, pulling her into my chest. She pressed a kiss to my chin, then pushed away. "I will. You too." Winking at her, I watched her walk away, then gave Rome, who was on infirmary duty today, a look that clearly said, "Take care of her." He nodded once, understanding the warning look in my eyes, and opened the bars that separated that wing from mine with a nod at the man in the guard station. Thomas waited for Phoebe to pass through and then closed them with a loud clang. I watched until I couldn't see them anymore, and then went into my office to get some work done. It took another 10 minutes before the representative with the state came in, made me sign off on some paperwork, and then told me to keep my nose clean until next year. The feeling of relief as I watched her leave the lot, and then the grounds altogether, was exhilarating. That lasted for all of 10 minutes before the warning sirens indicating an altercation of some sort sounded throughout the alarm system. I was up and looping my utility belt around my waist in about 5 seconds flat. It took me 3 minutes and 32 seconds to get to the area where the riot had broken out, the family visiting area. I cursed and took in a quick glance of the room. There were 14 men in the room, all cuffed and chained, and 6 guards. 2 men were going at it on the ground while the guards tried to break up the fight. Normally, we'd just let them duke it out, seeing as it was only 2 men. But with this being in the visiting area with about 100 people looking on, some that were talking to the inmates and others that were sitting in chairs behind them waiting their turn, we needed to step in. On the inmate side, the majority of the men were all backed away from the fight lining the walls. They wanted to visit with their family, and they knew that if I arrived and saw a riot or what I thought would be a riot, I'd be issuing orders that would soon have them in their cells for the next few days. Something in which they certainly didn't want. "All right, you two," I barked loudly as I waded into the fight. "That's enough." The younger of the 2 men, a white male in his late 20s, stiffened and immediately stopped fighting. "Nope, no, nuh-uh," the man said. "I refuse to be a part of this. I don't want those damn drugs that bad." I frowned and looked at the man with a new understanding. "What are you talking about?" His eyes went wide when he realized that he was the one with my attention now and not the man currently under my boot. He squeaked. "I don't know, well, what?" "Take this one to the infirmary." I pointed at the man under my boot. Derringer, who'd come up to hear the talking, nodded his head once and hefted inmate number 3567, better known as Ben O'Rourke, the man who liked to kill his girlfriends when they moved on. "After you, O'Rourke." Derringer push/carried O'Rourke to the first guard station where they cuffed him. Once they were gone, I turned to inmate number 5535 and said, "Get him up and take him to the infirmary too. Let's get his bleeding stopped." My orders were followed instantly by another guard, this one a young guard named Jonesy that had been here for a little over a month. Once Jonesy had him started in the infirmary's direction, I turned to the remaining guards. "Go get the other 2 guards that are on break and have them get settled in here for the time being. Let's get this wave of visitors through, then shut it down, understand?" The oldest and most senior guard nodded. "Will do." With that, I was giving each inmate a look that clearly said, "Disobey me and face the consequences." They all got the point, and I left the room to head to the infirmary. 20 minutes later, we were all in the same room, and I was pissed. O'Rourke had Derringer on him still. I was on the new kid, Kiki, inmate number 5535, and Rome was standing next to Phoebe with his feet planted wide and his arms crossed over his chest, ready for anything. Then there was Diane, flitting around like she hadn't a care in the world. I turned to Kiki and glared. "Explain." The man swallowed hard. His eyes turned to O'Rourke, then Diane of all people, and then he started to spill. "We were to start fights while she did her thing," Kiki said, looking like he was a caged animal. "She smuggled in the drugs in her clothes, and then we paid her by doing things for her, like kick a certain guy's ass, or get some information that she wanted. My brows rose. Really? Diane looked like she was about to be sick. Yeah, he said. That's what the fight was about with old O'Rourke. I wanted some shit that would take me away from this place for a while. She said she could get it to me. For a price. He swallowed hard. All I had to do was deliver a message in the form of an ass-kicking, and she'd give me my stuff when I visited the infirmary. I flicked my gaze back to Diane to see her green around the gills now. Oh, and she was slowly making her way to the door. I wasn't the only one to have caught the action either. Phoebe and Rome both noticed and were also slowly easing toward the door. I wasn't supposed to say anything, but Jesus Christ, she said that whatever happened, I wouldn't have to deal with you. He started to cry then, and I pinched the bridge of my nose with my thumb and pointer finger. Fix him up, Phoebe, I said softly. Then we can send him back to Gen Pop. That'll get his ass kicked, Rome pointed out. O'Rourke is pretty popular, plus he has the backing of a few of the baddest of asses out there. You send him out, he's going to die. I growled low in my throat. Son of a fucking bitch. Kiki flinched. I got even more pissed. O'Rourke is twice your goddamn size. What the fuck were you thinking? O'Rourke started to laugh. I turned to glare on him. He's fat. How was I supposed to know that he'd have a right hook like an anvil? Kiki grumbled. I groaned. Take him back to his cell. He can spend the next week there while I think about what I'm supposed to do with his stupid ass so he won't get killed. Rome nodded. There's nothing really wrong with him, though. Just a broken nose, and those can't be fixed. I walked up to Kiki and inspected his face, then lifted my hand and roughly yanked his nose back into place, causing him to scream. I nodded once at Rome. Okay, he can go. Rome gave me a look that said, what about her? And I shrugged. I'll handle it. Rome moved toward Kiki, and Diane made a run for it. Phoebe stuck her foot out and tripped Diane, causing her to fall to the floor. Oh, shit. Phoebe sounded almost genuine in her words. Are you okay? I didn't see you there. Diane groaned and rolled over, trying to scramble up to her knees. I stopped her by walking up to her and standing over her head. Don't bother getting up. Then I dropped down and threaded a pair of handcuffs around her wrists, then propped her up so that she was leaning against the wall. Now, explain. Diane sniffled. I don't have enough money. I frowned at her. For that reason you decided to start selling drugs to my prison population? Diane looked away. I needed the money. And somebody offered it to me. Who was I to say no? Who? I asked. She licked her lips. Someone. Someone who? I paused. And think very carefully here. I can get you into a place where this prison seems like a cakewalk. I know plenty of people being who I am. Diane swallowed. A woman. She hates you. I don't know her name. She pays in cash. She has a kid, though. Looks exactly like you. At least, she did. I haven't seen that kid in a while. My eyes lifted up and met Phoebe's on the backside of Diane. She was thinking the exact same thing that I was. Ilsa. Son of a bitch. Anything else? I asked, trying to come off as neutral as possible and doing a terrible job at it. Rage was a live thing inside of me, and I wanted nothing more than to unleash it on the woman in front of me and the woman that was plotting to fuck up my life behind my back. No, Diane stuttered. Nothing else. She texts me when and what to do, and I do the stuff on my end. I stood up stiffly, then pulled my phone out of my pocket and called the cops. Castile arrived with 2 more cops an hour later, and by that time we had little Miss Fuck My Life up on the front stairs with about 30 pissed-off family members that had been hoping to see their family today and were pissed that they couldn't. You can thank her, I wanted to say to the family members. Instead, I kept my expression neutral and waited for Castile to get Diane in the squad car before I said, Come to my office and I'll tell you what happened. I was eyeing the family members that looked like they were getting more pissed by the minute. "Hey, do you realize it took me 3 hours to drive here?" someone called out. "Yeah, it took me 4, someone else bellowed. I turned to gaze at the crowd. "I have the right to take away family day just like you have the right to come visit the inmates. I'm sorry that an unplanned prison fight in the family room area happened today, but it was out of my control." "I'm calling the newspaper," came another reply. "Maybe they'll want to know what you're doing here." I ignored him and started up the walk, Castile at my back. "Loitering is an arrestable offense. I suggest you move along by the time I get back out." He paused at the top of the stairs. "Booker, Dano." Dano, better known as Daniel, just nodded and circled around his cruiser. Castile followed me inside. By the time we made it to my office, I wasn't surprised to find Phoebe there sitting in my chair waiting for me to arrive. She was surprised that I had a guest, though. Otherwise, she might not have been twirling around in the chair like a 5-year-old. Putting one foot on the ground, she'd spin it wildly, then pull her foot back up so that it would go faster. She came to a stop when she noticed us standing in the doorway watching her, amusement on Castile's face, and a look of relief on mine. Her eyes were wide, and her head was bobbing on her shoulder as she tried to find her equilibrium again. "Anyway, what happened?" Castile finally asked. I sighed, fighting a smile, and pushed inside the small room, kicking out one of the guest chairs for Castile to sit in while I leaned against the wall. "I've been having fights, bad fights, all month," I started. "Hell, if I'm being honest, it's gone on for almost 2. But I can't tell if those were normal fights or fights related to what I learned today." I then went on to explain that Diane was offering the inmates payments in drugs and other stuff I hadn't cared to ask for in exchange for starting fights, and even better if it happened to cause a riot. "Why?" Castile asked. "Apparently she's been paid by a woman," I said. "You forgot the part that the woman had a kid that looked exactly like you?" Phoebe said. I turned to her. "I was getting there." "We'll get there faster. I'm ready to go home. I want to take these pants off, and I want to lay down on my couch," she snapped. I felt my lips twitch. "You mean you're ready to go home and lay down on our couch?" Her eyes went soft. "Yeah, that." I turned back to Castile, who was watching us both with amusement. "Anyway," I said softly, "there's no doubt in my mind that this all has to do with Ilsa. I'll get a sketch artist in and get Diane's description of the woman." Castile stood. "And I'll find out the rest. I'm sure there's more." "She has these stacks of inmate meds that she faxes out at the end of the day," Phoebe said softly. "You might check to see if there's anything in there that might help you find out what more she's doing." Castile nodded and stood to go. "I'll do that, but I have to go. They won't like holding her without knowing what they're holding her for." With that, he was gone, and I looked at Phoebe with a wary expression on my face. "I have a few other things to sort out here," I said softly. "Do you think you can go get Issa and get her dinner? Shit, this is hard." Phoebe stood and rounded my desk, walking straight to me. "Even if you didn't have me," she said softly, "you have a whole club that's willing to do just about anything for you. You're not alone." She pressed her mouth to mine. "And with me at your side, you won't ever be by yourself, even if your club miraculously isn't." I pulled her in for a hard and fast kiss. Love, kiss. You, kiss. She snickered and wrapped her arms as tight around me as she could and squeezed. "Love you too." "This is such a mess," I sighed. "My guess is that she knew this was coming," Phoebe said softly. "Ilsa must have known that things were about to go south for her, and she did the only thing she could, make your life difficult. Bonus points if you happen to die in the process." Rage once again started to churn in my belly. I disentangled myself from her arms and started to make my way outside, only for Phoebe to latch onto my wrist and hold on tight. I could have easily slipped free of her hold, but that wasn't the point. This was Phoebe, my fancy. I wouldn't do that to her. "Don't," she said softly. "This will work out, I know it. "This won't work out," I said softly. "She's paying my staff to fuck with my prison. These men are some of the most dangerous men in the world. The only thing that keeps them in line is me and the guards. If she can figure out how to do this, I have no doubt in my mind that she can figure out other ways to fuck with me too." Oh, how right I was. And oh, how I wish I hadn't been.
Chapter 19. I've never cleaned a crime scene, but I have cleaned out my car, so same thing, right? Phoebe to Bayou. Phoebe. I snuggled one of the twins, the clean one, to my chest and breathed in his baby scent. My sister, who was bathing the non-clean one, started to laugh. "When are you having one?" she teased. I shook my head. Not any time soon. I'm fairly sure that if I was pregnant, I'd be fired from my job from the most overprotective man in the world. Prue made a snorting sound. That I can more than see. I could too. The moment that I turned up pregnant, Bayou would go into super protective mode and either fire me or temporarily sideline me until I was no longer pregnant. Either way, it wouldn't be good, at least not for my sanity. Anyway, as for now, we're going to focus on Izza there. I gestured to the girl that was sitting on the counter next to where Prue was bathing the twins. And honestly, we haven't even discussed kids. I don't even know if he wants any more. Prue looked at Izza, then smiled. He hasn't had much time with Izza, nor have you had it with each other if I'm being truthful, but saying that, neither did I with Hoax. And I couldn't be happier, though I would recommend not having two at once. I looked at my sister and laughed. Like that is something that I can control. She sighed. You're right. My luck, I'll have another set of twins the next time we decide to try, and you'll have all singles. One could only hope. I sighed. I have to go check on Phantom and exercise her. If you'll go out there and hand him off to Hoax, I'd love you forever, she pleaded. I did as requested, only after I situated a new diaper over Dean's cute little tushy. Here you go, I said, as I handed Dean to Hoax, and then tossed him the cute little sleeper with baby owls on it that I'd managed to grab as I'd put the diaper on. I have to go. Hoax took Dean into the crook of his arm, then squeezed his eyes tight as I hit him in the face with the sleeper. You know, my favorite sister is Piper, he teased. My brows rose. Piper is a bitch. I love the bitch, but still, she's a bitch. He snorted as he pulled the sleeper away from his face. I wouldn't really know. I've only met her a handful of times and talked to her about twice that. I yawned wildly as I turned to head to the other room. You'll get there, I told him. She's in the nice stages right now, making you unable to hate her while she reels you in with her false niceness. He snorted. Duly noted. When I got back into the bathroom, Izza was helping Prue dry Sam off with a towel, and I watched from the doorway with a small smile on my face. She's good with them, I said softly. All the more reasons to have more as soon as possible, Prue teased. I rolled my eyes and walked over to where Izza was standing. You ready to go play with the bird, Izza? Izza's eyes widened. Yes! Surprised by the excitement in that answer, I held my hands out for her. Come on, pretty girl. We're going to visit my dad, and I'll show you the bird. Izza launched herself at me. Aw, Izza has the same obsession with birds that Bayou does. How cute is that? Grinning, I said the only thing I could think of. Like father, like daughter. I was unstrapping Izza from the car seat in front of my dad's place when Bayou called me to tell me he'd gotten out a little earlier than he'd intended. Find anything else? I asked. No, Bayou grumbled. Yes, some shit. I'm hungry. Where are y'all? I hitched Izza up onto my hip. We just got to my dad's place. I'm going to clean out Phantom's mew and give her a little exercise. Cool, he grumbled. I'm going to head that way on my bike. He sounded like he was excited by the prospect of a long ride, so I didn't point out the part about it looking like the bottom was about to drop out of the sky just a half-hour drive away. "Okay," I said as I closed the truck door with my hip. "I'll see you when you get here." Bayou agreed, and we hung up. Glancing up to look where I was walking, I wasn't surprised at all to see my dad and Elliot, one of my dad's good friends and another member that lived on the compound, standing on the front porch watching me walk up. "Hey," I called out to the two of them as I moved. "Why is the front gate open?" "They're fixing it," Dad muttered as he watched me head his way. "They're in town getting a new part for it. It just kept opening slower and slower until it finally didn't open at all today. They said it was the solar panel, but apparently they don't have a big enough solar panel on their truck to run the size of our gate. Therefore, they had to go get one." "Why don't you just run power over there?" I suggested. "Because the idea of being here is having a compound that is entirely sustainable even with power down," Dad explained as he held out his hands for Izza. Izza went willingly, already in love with my father just like I was. "And having power run to the gate will make it to where it's not sustainable." I suppose that I could see that. Really, I could. However, saying that, I could count multiple times over the years that the gate had stopped working correctly, and nearly all of those were due to the battery being bad, or the solar panel not working. "Gotcha," I said instead of arguing. I turned to Elliot. "How are you?" He held his hands out wide, and I walked into them without hesitation. Every single one of my uncles meant the world to me, but Elliot always had a special place in my heart, mainly because he was the comedian of the group, the one that always got a laugh out of me despite how I was feeling. "I'm doing good," he rumbled. "I hear that you're getting married." I smiled against his chest for a few long seconds before I pulled away and smiled at him as I said, "I am. We haven't set a date or anything yet, though, so don't bother asking." His eyes twinkled. "Yes, ma'am." A cute little baby giggle filled the air, and I looked over at my dad, who was gently tickling Izza's neck with the ends of his beard. I grinned at the two of them. "Would you mind hanging on to her for a little bit while I go outside and work with Phantom? She wants to visit with the bird and watch, but I also have to clean out the mew and do all that fun stuff. I don't want her getting all dirty and gross." Dad nodded. "How about I bring her out in 30 minutes or so? That gives her time to eat and you to clean out the cage." I held up a thumb and said, "Sounds good." 15 minutes later, I was soul-deep in muddy, poopy dirt as I sloshed in my cute chicken boots through the muddy area around Phantom's pen. "How would you like to move over to my house?" I paused, though granted I'm getting married eventually and I've only really spent a single night there since I've moved in. Maybe I should wait until I'm permanently over at Bayou's house to invite you over. Phantom didn't bother even looking at me as I cleaned up her mew. "You could at least act like you're excited about the move," I told her. She fluffed her feathers as a gust of wind caused them to ruffle, then resituated herself silently on her outside perch my dad had made for her right outside her mew door. I made a humming sound, singing to a tune only I could hear in my head, and continued to clean up her mew until it was about as spotless as I could get it without actually bringing the vacuum out. "All right." I sighed and stepped back, inspecting the mew visually for any signs of another intruder. Last week the boards at the side of the mew had been ripped off, almost as if the predator that had tried to get inside had wanted Phantom to come out of her mew before they had dinner. Luckily, the mew was made of sturdy stuff. That, and Phantom likely enjoyed being the fat and happy bird that she was. She enjoyed being fed without having to actually look for her dinner. Speaking of, what was left of her dinner was now gone, and I wondered if maybe I should have given her something a little more substantial. She was in the process of molting, and sometimes that took a little more energy, requiring feeding more often than was her norm. "You ready for us yet?" Dad called from his back porch. I looked up the length of the yard and held up a finger. "Yes, Kind of. I have to go wash my hands and then I'm ready. Dad nodded and retreated back into the house. Isa firmly snuggled against his shoulder. I grinned at the adorableness of that image and then walked up to the side of the cage where my father had installed plumbing for me. Once my hands were washed, I turned around and started to make my way inside when Phantom let out a warning screech, the one she'd used only a handful of times when she was alarmed. The first time I'd heard it, I could remember the instance clearly in my mind. The wind had picked up quite a bit the day in question. She'd been on the hunt, and a large gust of wind had nearly sent her ass over tea kettle. I saw her wings collapse at one point, and that cry had come out of her throat as she'd started to fall. Luckily, she'd been able to resituate herself, but I'd remembered those few heart-pounding moments, both visibly and audibly, which had me freezing in my tracks as I took stock of the situation surrounding me. The area I was in was well lit, thanks to my father making it so, but unfortunately, this area being well lit meant that I couldn't see outside of it thanks to the growing darkness. I slipped the protective glove onto my hand and then made a smooching sound at Phantom. Phantom's wings spread, and she flew the very short distance to where she'd been perched to my arm. The strength of her claws hadn't so much as resituated her weight when something came crashing out of the bushes on my right. Instinctively, I lifted my arm and gave Phantom a lift, hoping she could make it to the tree above my head to protect herself before whatever it was coming out of the bushes could get to me. My dad had 6 fenced-in acres for a backyard, and this fence was the one that paralleled the highway on the backside and the front gate area on the left. Heart-pounding, Phantom took off from my arm, and I was left to brace for whatever it was that was making its way, noisily, toward me. Opening my mouth, I instinctively took a brace and stepped back and lifted my arms up to cover my face just as a battering ram hit me. I went down to the ground hard as another person landed on top of me. "Where's my daughter?" a woman growled, fingernails digging into my arms that were still up over my face. I dropped my hand slightly to look at the woman straddling me. She was dressed in all black, all the way down to her boots that were planted on either side of me. Her eyes were crazy, too, as I stared at her in disbelief. "What? Who are you?" I struggled to get free. The woman sat on me as I wiggled. "I asked you a question." She dug those fingernails in harder. "Who are you?" I asked, pulling away. I bucked my hips to try to dislodge her, but the woman had at least a foot of height and about 75 pounds on me. She wasn't fat, but she was definitely bulky. My dad would have said she was made of sturdy material. I lifted my hand and reared back, letting it snap forward just like my father had taught me. My fist hit the curve of her cheekbone with a crack, causing her to momentarily stop digging her fucking nails into my arm. I used it to my advantage and yanked away while also twisting to the side. When her weight shifted, I shifted as well, causing her to fall off of me all in the same movement. Once I was up and on my feet, I started reaching for the gun that was at my ankle, something that I'd practiced 1,000 times before when she produced one of her own and wielded it at my face. I froze and lifted my hands up high over my head, terror starting to take over the rational thoughts to my brain. The back door opened, and I could hear my father talking to someone, either my mom or Isa. My luck, probably both. They were the last 2 people I wanted out here right now. My mother was considered more of a lover and not a fighter, and despite my dad's teachings over the years, tended to lean more toward passive than aggressive. Hell, when we deserved spankings over the years, she hadn't been the one to dole them out. My father had. "Step back and make your way into the light," the woman, who I now realized was Ilsa, said. I could see her face now, and there was no doubt in my mind that she was Isa's mother. Once we'd realized how much trouble she was stirring up around us, Bayou had gone out of his way to make sure that everyone in the club, as well as the women, knew who she was. He'd also let Prue see multiple pictures of her throughout the years so that she would know who it was, even if she had decided to change her appearance.
"Another step back," Ilsa ordered.
I did. Right around the same time that I heard Bayou's laugh. My heart skipped a beat. Ilsa's eyes narrowed, and she momentarily took her eyes away from me to glare up at the length of the yard in the direction that I could now hear my father and Bayou talking. He'd made it. Thank God. "Bastard!" Ilsa hissed and turned her eyes back to me. However, that was all the distraction that phantom needed. 1 second, she was perched on the tree above our heads, and the next, she was coming down hard, claws extended. A gunshot sounded just as Phantom's claws connected with the soft tissue of Ilsa's face. I gasped and fell to the ground, hoping to avoid being hit by any stray bullets. Just as Phantom launched herself back upward, and Ilsa began to scream. Bayou stood with his arm around me as we watched the doctor in the emergency room where my mother and sister worked to stitch up Ilsa's face. She had a police escort, my Uncle James on one side in full uniform and another officer, Miller Spurlock, on the other. Both were watching dispassionately as Ilsa cried with each stitch to her ruined face. "I'm gonna buy Phantom a goddamn castle," Bayou rumbled. I grinned. She aimed very well. She could have gotten Ilsa's eyes, but didn't. Only her cheeks are shredded. "Now I see why you wear the thick glove," he said. "Seeing the damage and knowing that damage could be caused are two completely different things." I agreed. The first time I saw her rip into a rabbit, I was stunned, and that rabbit had a protective layer of fur to help. The damage to Ilsa's face was only caused by a single blow. Can you imagine if she'd continuously attacked? Bayou grunted. I almost wish she would have. It had been a favor to have her gone and out of the picture. "Luckily," I heard from someone at my side, "that won't be necessary." Castile stood there, a notebook in one hand and a cell phone in the other. "Hello," I said, startled to find him there. I hadn't heard him arrive. Bayou didn't look surprised to see him, though, meaning I was likely just unobservant. "Find anything out?" I asked hopefully. "Oh, more than enough to issue a warrant for her arrest." Castile gestured toward Ilsa with a tilt of his chin. "Once she's done here, I'm taking her in for questioning." It was too easy, I muttered almost to myself. "What was?" Bayou asked in confusion. I gestured toward the room where Ilsa was, then to us with a wave of my hands. That. Diane was caught after we found out that Ilsa was involved. Then Ilsa tries to shoot us hours after that. Bayou shook his head. She was desperate. She knew that she wasn't getting Isa back. She'd miscalculated, and now she had to either do damage control and try to fix it, or she was going to lose. And Ilsa doesn't like losing. I sighed. I guess it just seems too easy, I muttered, like there's more to come. Castile shook his head. Not more. Z and I worked our asses off today, not to mention there was some shit in my inbox about 2 hours ago that had more than enough information to put her away for quite a long time if she hadn't already dug her own grave. You wouldn't happen to know where that came from, would you? Why was he looking at me? Me? I asked, trying to appear innocent. Why are you asking me? His eyes narrowed. Damn, I'd laid it on a little too thick. But I didn't lie well. I never had. There was no doubt in my mind that my phone call to my father this morning about the dozens of phone calls we'd received from Ilsa the night before had elicited my father to finally send over the information he'd likely been sitting on for when it was needed. Castile muttered under his breath. I can't use any of it, not with how it got to me, but I can investigate it myself, which I will. At any rate, if you happen to figure it out, tell them thank you. Bayou squeezed my hip and silenced my next, but I had nothing to do with it. Lies.
Are you arresting her, or is Kilgore police?
Bayou questioned, saving me from lying some more.
That's what we're about to find out.
Castile slapped Bayou on the back.
Go home. There's no reason for you to be here anymore.
And there wasn't. Not really.
Have a good one, man.
Bayou muttered as he watched him walk away. Long minutes passed before Bayou said,
Are you ready?
I looked up to find him staring at me. Yes. I paused. I think I am. Later that night, as I lay in Bayou's arms, I asked him once again if he thought it all was over. His answer was to roll me over onto my back and kick my thighs apart roughly.
Maybe if I show you that it's all right, you'll believe me,
he growled. Then he showed me just how all right everything was. With his mouth, his hands, his teeth, and then his cock. But when he was done and I was sated and sleepy, I couldn't help but saying, that was more than all right. He was chuckling quietly as I fell asleep.
Chapter 20. If you want a successful relationship, find someone that likes the same thermostat setting as you do. Happy marriage tips. Bayou. 3 months later. The day of the hearing dawned bright and early. We were out of the house by 7:30. I'd dropped off Isa and left Prue's house by 7:40, and I was at the courthouse steps with Phoebe at my side by 8. And so was my grandfather. I felt my stomach dip. Then I felt a weird sort of elation as I walked up to him and offered him my hand. As always, my grandfather ignored it and wrapped his arms around me, squeezing me tight just like he'd done when I was a kid, just like he continued to do every single time he saw me. "What are you doing here?" I asked, stepping back when he'd finally let me go. "I'm here to see my great-grandbabies." Dixie rolled his eyes. "What did you think I was here for?" Phoebe snickered at my side, and my grandfather's eyes turned to assess her. "Hello, Fancy." Phoebe's smile widened. "It's good that you're here. Bayou was freaking out." Pop's eyes turned to me. "Yeah?" I straightened my shoulders. "I'm okay." And I was. Or at least, I would be. Everything was fine until my father walked in and changed everything. "What's he doing here?" I hissed. Dixie looked over his shoulder to my father, who was staring at the room with the look of disgust on his face. He didn't want to be there. That I could tell just by looking into his eyes. "Character witness," someone said. I saw him in the parking lot and walked up and asked him. I looked to my left to see Hoax standing there with one of his twins in his arms. Prue came to my other side with the other in hers. Then I saw Sam walk up with Isa in his arms, happily smiling and giddy to be toted around by her grandfather. What was the point of dropping Isa off with Prue if she was just going to bring her to the hearing? "Character witness?" I asked. "Really?" He nodded. The hearing taking place today was for termination of rights for Ilsa. The one in a month and a half would determine how much time she would serve for the crimes she'd committed, and there were many. The more that she was investigated and the more people that came forward, the more indiscretions that were piled against Ilsa. Honestly, at this point, it wasn't that she was or wasn't going to prison. She was. It was if she would be spending 10 years there or 70. My hope was for 70, but there was no telling how it would go. Ilsa had a great lawyer, and if anyone could get her off, it would be the one she had. Hence the reason for the custody and termination of rights hearing we were doing today. "He was brought in at the last moment," Todd Masterson, my lawyer, said. "I learned of it about 30 minutes ago on the drive here." Shit. I wiped my eyes tiredly. This is just perfect. Dixie slapped me on the back again in commiseration. If there was one thing that I could take back, it would be how I allowed you to stay with your father after my Annie passed away. If I'd known how bad it was there for you, I would have taken you away and never let him see you again, Dixie said. And although your father is a prick, I don't think he'll jeopardize this for you. Too bad he was wrong. So fucking wrong. Phoebe was right. This didn't feel over because it wasn't, and my father was there to make sure that I didn't get custody of Isa to prove it. My son is unfit to be a father, my father grumbled, avoiding eye contact with everyone but his lawyer and the judge. I would no more trust him with my grandchild than I would with a puppy. I clenched my hands into fists underneath the table. Outwardly, I was calm, cool, and collected. Inwardly, I wanted to flip the table over and spread the contents all over the floor, then walk over them as I made my way to my father, who was currently under oath and speaking with his lawyer, and then beat the shit out of him. Any more questions? The judge asked when the lawyer turned his back on my father. No, he can have him. He was Todd. Todd stood up, and as I watched him walk toward the stand, I caught the look of smug satisfaction on Ilsa's face. Ilsa's fucked up, never going to look normal again face. I barely contained the urge to glare at her and bare my teeth. Mr. Beauregard, Todd started. Do you know that your son is a decorated war hero? I felt my stomach tighten. How had Todd learned that? No, my father grumbled. He is, Todd said, sounding smug. Did you know that the only reason that your son isn't in the Army still is due to this woman causing havoc with his career? My father looked to Ilsa and shrugged. I've heard rumors? He'd heard rumors. What a crock of shit. Were you aware that your son graduated at the top of his class from high school, and then went on to become one of the top-ranking recruits to make it out of his graduating Army class? Were you also aware that he rose in ranks quite a bit during his career in the Army? Todd continued. No, my father answered honestly. On and on Todd went, destroying my father's picture of incapable of handling a child on his own right in front of all of our eyes. The last question validated that. Mr. Beauregard, Todd asked, do you feel like you were unfit to be a parent? My father frowned. No. I was informed that you share the same diagnosis as your son, Todd said, shocking everyone. All the things suddenly clicked into place. Every last one of them. My father's desire to never touch, his inability to stay home doing nothing and remain idle. Hell, so many goddamn things that started to make so much sense that it caused my heart to ache. All this time I should have had an ally in the man, someone to help me through the tough and dark days, and he hadn't been there. Why? I suppose, my father said. But I'm not sure that's relevant. I was more than capable of living my life and taking care of my children and family. He's not. And Todd continued to destroy him until nothing but ashes lay around my father's feet. When I turned to look at Phoebe over my shoulder, I caught Ilsa's expression, and it was no longer smug. Phoebe's was, though. That smug expression only grew an hour later when the news that not only did I get full custody of Isa, but Ilsa also forfeited her rights to my baby.
Chapter 21. Alcohol, the lube that some used to slide through life. Coffee cup. Phoebe. You know, Hoax teased, we're already in the courthouse. If you wanted to go ahead and get married while we were here, we could celebrate doubly. Bayou turned to me and grinned. You want to? No, she doesn't want to, Prue growled. She wants to get married in a church while she's wearing a white dress and have me as her maid of honor.
I think not, a new voice called from behind us. I'm her maid of honor. That's when I saw my other sister, Piper, standing there looking odd. What the hell, Piper? I asked. When did you get home and why did you not tell us you were coming? And miss the surprise on your face right now? She teased. Bayou's hand slipped from my shoulder as I ran toward Piper and threw my arms around her. Piper hugged me back hard just as we heard Brielle start to lose her shit behind us. You're marrying her? Brielle screeched. You're for real. I thought it was just a stunt to make the lawyers think that you have a stable life. One crazy down, one crazy to go, Prue muttered under her breath as she joined our huddle. I winced. Sadly, she was right, though I had a feeling Brielle wouldn't go down nearly as easily as Ilsa did. I'm down, Bayou said. I froze in my sister's arms and turned only my head to look at him. You are? I squeaked. I mean, honestly, I was too. I just wouldn't think that he would be. He'd had quite a lot of excitement already today. Did he really want to add in marriage on top of that? But when I looked into his eyes, I saw that he was more than serious, deadly so. And he let me see that sincerity in his eyes as I stared at him for what felt like forever before he said, You want to? I'm down too, my father said. Then we can go to our Mexican food restaurant for the reception, and your mom and I'll keep Izza for the night. You just want to eat your cheat meal, my mother slapped my father on the chest with the back of her hand. Dad only got his cheat meal once a week, and if we didn't go with him, then Dad didn't get to have it. Today was 2 days early, meaning he'd go out to eat today and again in 2 days because we never missed a stand-in Mexican dinner night at our favorite Mexican restaurant. No matter what. Plus Piper is here. Bayou's grandfather is here. I say do it, Dad continued, looking hopeful. I laughed full out then, squeezing my sister tight for a few seconds before I let her go and turned to Bayou. Mexican food is my favorite. That's the worst idea that I've ever heard, Brielle screeched again. Everybody ignored her. Then we got married. We need you to move into here, he muttered as he pressed kisses down my chest. I squirmed as his mouth made a beeline for my lower half. I was wriggling underneath of him, trying in vain to allow him to do what he wanted to do, but I was really worked up. Before he could so much as get his mouth on me, I slithered out from under him and quickly reversed our positions, this time with me on top and him underneath of me between my thighs. Then, when he would have rolled us back over, I took hold of his cock and placed it at my entrance. He sighed. You're no fun. No fun? I asked as I lined up his cock and slowly slid down his length, panting slightly when he started to stretch me. No fun is having you teasing me relentlessly with kisses and touches and caresses all night long, and not following up with a good banging in the bathroom. He started to laugh and moved his hands to my hips, helping me steady myself as I continued to lower myself onto him. When he was finally in place and his cock was stretching me completely, I opened my eyes and stared at him. Today was everything I imagined it would be, I whispered. You're not upset that we didn't have a church wedding? He asked. I shook my head. No, I answered as I slowly pulled off of him and sank back down, moaning lightly as he hit the perfect spot inside of me. That's exactly what I wanted. Low-key, family and friends, no extras. His calloused hand smoothed up my ribs until they reached my shoulders. Then he pulled me down, not for a kiss, but to suck the tip of one nipple into his mouth. I buried one of my hands into his hair and held on tight as he licked, bit, and sucked. When he let go of me, I guided his face to the other, causing him to laugh.
While he was busy doing that, I slowly moved my hips, undulating on top of him. By the time he'd moved just his hands to my nipples, giving them hard tugs, I was slamming myself down on top of him, taking him so deep and hard that I'd likely be sore tomorrow. I didn't care, though. Not right then, and definitely not a few minutes later when I was coming apart in my husband's arms. And an hour later, once he was through with me and I was so thoroughly replete, the words that came out of his mouth caused my heart to swell even more. I may not be the best man in the world, but I'll be the best man that I can be for you, he whispered into the dark. Any kids that we have, I'll love you with all my heart. And no matter what, as long as I have you, I'll make sure that I'll always be who you need me to be. I wrapped my arm around his head and pulled him down into me. The man you are right now is exactly who I want you to be. I pressed a kiss to his chest. And I want 7 babies. He stiffened. You're kidding, right? I laughed. No.
Epilogue. If my kids don't stop trying to parent each other, I'm moving out. Things you shouldn't say to your wife. Bayou. 6 years later. Ma'am, I heard called. We are going to have to ask y'all to leave. Sam, who was still eating, really taking advantage of the all-you-can-eat chips and hot sauce, looked up from his food. What do you mean you'll have to ask us to leave? It's closing time, the scared waiter explained. Actually, closing time was an hour ago. I took one last gulp of my tea and then stood up, taking quick stock of where my children were throughout the room. Izza was at the end of the table, sitting between Sam and James, Phoebe's uncle. Lenny, our 3-year-old, was sitting beside James, in between him and Shiloh, though sitting wasn't really a good word to describe what he was doing. Leaning while he slept on Shiloh's lap was more like it. Vivian, our next-to-youngest at 1.5 years, was on the ground underneath the table. I could see her tiny black ponytail bobbing up and down between the gap in between the tables. Prue's twins, Sam and Dean, were pinning her in on both sides while my fancy tried in vain to capture her so she could get her cleaned up. Hoax was leaned back, his shirt lifted up over his belly as he groaned and moaned about eating too much. Brielle was next to him, staring blankly at the wall as she tried in vain not to appear amused, despite the fact that she was. She loved my children just as she loved Hoax and me. Absolutely. She'd also gotten over her jealousy and realized that she just wanted me and Hoax to be happy. Then there was me, at the end of the table, watching chaos ensue. My eyes once again drifted to Izza, who was so much like me sometimes it hurt. Though, despite a few bumps in the road along the way, Izza was developing normally, despite her rather stunted upbringing when she was younger. Phoebe worked her ass off to make sure that Izza wasn't behind, and she also saw a speech therapist twice a week in the early days. Now she was in an excelled program in the 3rd grade and reading at a 7th grade level. An ear-piercing scream had everyone at the table looking at our firstborn child. Now that one was just like his mother. At the age of 6, Niall was all boy. What he was also was a pain in the ass, and threw a goddamn fit when his Fanta, aka Phantom, was stolen away. And yes, at 6 years old, he still carried a stuffed hawk around with him everywhere he went. At least until the real Phantom came out to play. Then Fanta was no longer first string. Give it back, you motherfuck! Niall stopped when his mother caught him around his waist and slapped her hand over his mouth to halt his words. I closed my eyes and waited. 3, 2, 1. Benson Bayou Beauregard, Fancy growled. I will literally gouge you with this butcher knife if you laugh. I wouldn't dare. I'd learned my lesson the first time. Hoax, however, didn't care. He laughed, along with her father and uncle. Shiloh and Cheyenne were similarly outraged, just like Phoebe was. Prue, however, She was practically collapsed on the ground as she wiped tears off her cheeks. "Do you remember when you taught my kids how to say Aunt Fancy kicks ass, and you thought it was just the greatest thing in the world?" Phoebe moaned. "I swear to God, if you taught him to say motherfucker, I'm going to replace your birth control pills with placebos for the rest of your non-menopausal life." Hoax immediately stopped laughing, as did Prue. "You wouldn't," Prue hissed. "Try me," Phoebe shot back. "Well," Prue said, "I guess we could always discuss what you told me today." Phoebe's eyes widened, and she looked at me guiltily. "What?" I asked, knowing I wasn't going to like what she had to say. "Prue," Phoebe picked up a tortilla and brandished it like a frisbee. "Don't you dare." "Or what?" she asked sweetly. "Or I'll tell your husband what you've been hiding from him." Prue bit her lip and looked at Hoax guiltily now. "Shit," my dad said. "Let me guess. Prue, you're actually pregnant with twins, and Phoebe, you're pregnant again?" Silence. I looked at my wife, who did look suspiciously glowy today. My wife, who'd gone to work today with a guilty look on her face as she rushed out the door without saying a word to me. I leaned forward. "Please tell me you didn't." Phoebe's lips thinned, but she didn't deny the allegations. "She did," Prue crowed. I narrowed my eyes at my wife. "We had a deal." Phoebe threw her hands up. "I'm going to pull out my hair. Jesus Christ, I just want to work with adults. When I stay at home, you keep me pregnant." That was true. I did do that. But in my defense, she jumped me the minute I walked in the door. Who was I to say no to my wife's demands? "Nobody ever said you couldn't work while you were pregnant." I tried the same old tried-and-true argument. "I just don't want you working at a prison." "Swear to Christ," Silas grumbled. "I can't handle all this yelling anymore. Bayou's right, Phoebe. You shouldn't be at a prison working in such dangerous conditions. If you don't like it, you need to either get fixed or stop having sex. Those are obviously the only two options that will work for you. Now, I'm going home. Ready, Sawyer?" His wife got up and handed my youngest, my baby girl that was just a little over 4 months old, Sadie, over to Sam, who was still stuffing chips and hot sauce into his mouth as if he hadn't been asked to leave 10 minutes ago. Yes, you had that right. That was 4 kids in 5 years, not including Issa. I'd definitely kept my woman busy, and now it looked like I had one more on the way. I stood up and started gathering kids myself, looking at the waiter who still had yet to leave, but was obviously unsure whether he should ask us again or keep listening to the show. He chose to listen, obviously, and he looked like he was enraptured. "All right, children," I called out. "Let's go." All of my kids that could move on their own did, and I picked Sadie up from Sam's arms and said, "Night, y'all." Sam mumbled a night from around a tortilla. I rolled my eyes, winked at Cheyenne, and started marching out while Fancy said her goodbyes. By the time we got to the Suburban, I had all of our kids strapped in. "You know what this means, don't you?" "No," Phoebe said, shaking her head. "I refuse." "It's out of your control." Hours later, once the kids were all in bed and the house was locked up tight, I walked to my bedroom and quietly closed the door behind me. We'd moved into our new place a little over 3 years ago and now had 15 acres outside of town next to Hoax, who'd purchased acreage from the same man. The house was exactly as my fancy had wanted it, and each paint color, crown molding, light fixture, and bookshelf was something that we'd always dreamed of. "It's not out of my control, Bayou," Phoebe said the moment I entered the room. I stripped off my shirt and tossed it to the ground, and her eyes widened. "What are you doing?" she asked warily. I started stripping out of my jeans, letting them fall to the floor at my bare feet. "I'm getting undressed," I lied. She looked at me like she didn't believe me, as well she shouldn't. The moment that I was free of my jeans, I launched myself at her. She squeaked and tried to roll away, but I caught her around the waist before she could so much as move an inch. "Why does me being pregnant cause you to be so horny?" she fake whined. I grinned down at her and pressed my mouth to the hollow of her throat. I don't know, I admitted. Dixie thinks it's because us Normas like to procreate a little too much. She snorted. That's obviously not true at all. The sarcasm in her words was enough to cause even the most literal of people to understand. Hoax had 4 kids, 2 sets of twins, and obviously 2 more on the way, whereas I had 5 and 1 more on the way. That was 12 great-grandchildren in between only 2 grandsons. That wasn't even including everybody else that was part of the Normas family. I don't like where your mind is going, she whispered roughly. I licked from her collarbone to the inside of her elbow. Why do you taste like honey? Vivian likes to eat those sopapillas and my mom lets her use the honey. She paused. I'm pretty sure that it's everywhere that wasn't clothed. And you didn't take a shower? I teased. She shook her head. No. Why would I when I know you're about to get me dirty? Why would she indeed? An hour later, when both of us were thoroughly sated, cleaned, and once again lying in bed, she hammered her edict home. I refuse to get a minivan. They don't seat any more than the Suburban does. We just have to find one that has 2 bench seats. And find one with 2 bench seats we did. 3 weeks after our final baby was born, I had a vasectomy and Phoebe had her tubes tied, as well as burned. She really was serious. There would be no minivans in her future, or passenger vans. This concludes One Chance Fancy by Lonnie Lynn Vale, narrated by Kendall Taylor and Aidan Snow. Copyright 2018 by Lonnie Lynn Vale. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Dixie Wardens Incorporated and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.